Aloha, kakahiaka. Good morning to you. And welcome to the Samazon Morning Update for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach I Love Hotel. Hanging out with Joanna Fay, Leandro Dora, coaching Luana Silva and Gabby Bryan, talking to Beach Marshal Ray Shito. Molly Picklum and Glenn Micro Hall were joining us on the free surf coverage yesterday and had us all smiling. Katie Simmers, world number one, preparing for game day, and what a step off from Jack Robinson. He's allowed to do whatever he wants in the morning session. This guy's got a quarter coming up. He'll be off for the day, but might as well get shacked before they start the contest. And yeah, spin around, Jack. We're loving the performance from Jack Robinson. He's into the quarterfinals, taking on Italo probably later on, maybe tomorrow. We'll see what the official call is for the day in a moment, but you can tell the women are ready to get things started at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. I'm Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier. Flick, we've been waiting for this. The morning looks really glassy and rippable, and can't wait to get things started.
Yeah, we've been waiting a long time for the women to get started, hopefully. And today is looking absolutely beautiful. The conditions are as dreamy as they get. There's not a breath of wind at the moment, and there's still some swell. Yeah,
it was really nice kind of checking in yesterday morning and watching basically this opening heat warm up. All three of them were out there, and we could start making predictions of what to expect in this first heat today.
Yeah, for sure. I think we can start making predictions, but right now the conditions are as good as they get, right? So the women have got a perfect canvas, and now's the time to show up and really show us what you've been working on since Pipe. And yeah, I'm excited to get today underway.
Well, we kind of had a day off, so let's get more acquainted again with this event spot called Sunset Beach as we go to the North Shore of Oahu on the Hurley Virtual Eye. You can see the North Shore is also called the 7 Mile Miracle because it has a ton of waves about a mile away from Pipeline where we kicked off the season, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. This is such a big playing field. Obviously, you got Val's Reef, you got the Inside Bowl, that big West Peak, and Sunset Point as well. But yeah, it's one of my favorite events on tour just because it really tests those waterwomanship skills and watermanship skills. You're obviously looking for that west, northwest swell. And depending on swell direction, you're going to sit on different places on these reefs. You've obviously got those two big channels here, the one on the right being the deepest. And yeah, you're going to see some big swells come through, maybe some big wipeouts, some longer hold downs. It is a deeper water wave. But yeah, excited to get underway. I mean, look at these dreamy conditions we have right now.
And look at this big heat to kick things off. World number 2, Molly Picklum, had the big final appearance at Pipeline, which was such a momentous part of surfing history. Got a 10 in the semifinal as well, as she takes on Gabby Bryan and also Isabella Nichols. But Molly Picklum had actually dreamed of that scenario with Katie Simmers before it even happened. There's a clip released that she reposted on her Instagram saying, how cool is this? Her and Katie was just hanging out, talking about surfing at Pipeline. They were dreaming on what it would be like, and it ended up actually coming true.
Yeah, I love that little piece that Red Bull, I think, put together. And it was just really, I think it was during a Challenger Series event in Portugal back in Ericeira in 2021, I believe. And both women just talking about, how good it would be if, one day, imagine if we were in a heat at Pipeline together. Molly's like, together. And Katie was like, no, not together. And Molly was like, yeah, together. And going wave for wave. And I guess that's manifestation at its best, right? And yeah, dream it, believe it, achieve it.
I talked to Gabby Bryan after that moment. She actually joined us in the booth the other day for the call when the men were on, and just how she reacted to such an incredible day. And she said, well, first it stung because she wanted to be a part of that finals day, but that's such a healthy thing to hear. She wanted every bit of that finals day. She wanted her name tagged in all the posts, just like Betty Lou was getting, Molly Picklum, Katie Simmers, because she wants it. So I think that was really promising for Gabby, knowing that if she gets that chance next year, she's going to put her head down and go.
For sure. I think all the women were probably dreaming of, that's the dream scenario, absolute firing Pipeline and backdoor, and to have it to yourself with only one other woman in the lineup. And I think this would probably be the similar narrative for all the other women that were watching that day, and they really wanted to be out there, and that's the global stage, right? If you're going to make a name for yourself out there and really prove that you're going to go when given the opportunity, that was the time. And I'm excited for next year to go back and just to see who's even hungrier.
Isabella Nichols out in the lineup again, and her comeback to the championship tour. She's had one win in the past, and it was a very clutch performance at the time. It was significant in having her make it past the cut and surf the complete year in 2022. And then she felt the opposite side of that last season when it came down to Margaret River, defending event champ, and she went down and got sent to the Challengers Series. So she's gone through a lot of growth since we saw her last at Margaret River, and a successful run on the Challenger Series has put herself back up on the championship tour.
Yeah, I think it's amazing when you see that one wave like Margaret River can bring so much happiness one year and then so much sadness the next. You know, I mean, it's such a pivotal moment, that Margaret River being the cut event, and obviously Bella making it happen 2 years previous and getting that event win and getting back on tour was amazing. But yeah, the following year falling off. But I love the way she surfs out at Margaret River, and she has the ability to like draw those big open face carves, and I see similarities to from Margaret River to Sunset. So this is a really good heat.
Well, I do know that AJ and Trav are really stoked right now because they got in the water yesterday, and now they're coming back to do some work. AJ, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Certainly, yes. Excited to get this Women's Day underway. So, Travis, give us the official run of show. What can we expect today?
Morning, AJ. It is so fun out there today. A women's all day, opening round followed by elimination round, and then we'll go into the round of 16 overlapping heats.
Okay, so with the conditions, we know they're beautiful right now. What can we expect throughout the day into the next few?
It should get better and better. There's some sets around the 4 to 5, maybe 6 foot range already, and it should build all day. Consistency should improve, and it's looking great for tomorrow too.
So tomorrow could be the day that we crown some champs here at Sunset.
Yes, if all goes according to plan, we should have a great finals day tomorrow as this new swell builds and settles in, so looking forward to it.
All right, so a lot to get set before then, Joe. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, AJ. It looks so fun out there. Glassy, rippable, 4 to 6 foot, maybe a little bigger this afternoon with more consistency. And great job to Travis Logie, who had longevity on tour, representing Durban, South Africa. And he was so quick in transition, especially backhand. I mean, forehand he was quick, but I just remember him at Snapper Rocks. You try to call one of Trav's waves, and he's already on turn 3, and you're trying to wrap up your statement about his opener. So great to have him making the big calls in the morning.
For sure. As we see, there's a few sets pumping through the lineup right now. The girls sort of just repositioning a little bit. There's a couple. Molly had a little bit of a look there, opted not to go. So a little bit of jostling for this early start in the morning. Obviously no priority yet. So the women are just sort of testing the waters, seeing who's more assertive, a little bit more aggressive.
How would you play this start?
Look, here we go. I think Molly's on the inside.
Little wedge starting to pop up for Molly Picklum, world number 2 and a former champ out here. Gets down to the bottom of a solid wall at Sunset. Nice redirect off the top, controlling that speed. Out in front, she'll whip it in the pocket. And now Picklum out into her third hook. Great read, good positioning to start off the heat with the opening ride. And cool to see how much size we have out there today. Well overhead wave and really well surfed to get things started.
Yeah, I was really surprised. Just when we were watching before we started, I wasn't really taking in that it was as big as what Molly's opening wave was. I mean, it was definitely double overhead then when she took off on that last set. So that's super promising. And I think today's one of those days when you're a competitor, you really have to try and keep a lid on it because it is just so good out there. You know, you don't want to overamp. And this is Molly's opening wave. See, she's really just trying to time that first section there. Sort of more like a down carve. Goes into that second one. Sort of just nice opening wave. I have a feeling that this wave here is probably going to be replaced by the time this heat's done. Just because, I mean, the wave quality out there this morning is so good. She obviously had that inside position at the start of the heat, wanted to take this one. She's got her feet in the wax and she'll paddle back out, and I think she's going to replace this wave.
It's interesting. Some people might call this wave 4 feet, and other people would say it's well overhead and maybe call it close to 10 feet, but did well just to hold her speed through that first section.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could see she had a lot of speed, and it was more just sort of like a repositioning down carve. She couldn't really lay into it, I think, the way she probably wanted to. She had a lot of speed on that takeoff. Sort of lays into that second carve a little bit more. But yeah, I think just watching the free surf this morning, there were a lot of good rides going down. There was a lot of good surfing from the women, and I mean, we even saw Jack Robinson do that step off the ski. Can we just talk about that for a second? He does what he wants out there, doesn't he?
Gosh, he made it look so easy. Always. Gosh, he's been in form all week long here at the Hurley Pro Sunset. Jack in the quarters to take on Italo Ferreira. And that's going to be quite a battle. They've had a lot of history. How about this one at deep on the peak? Nice run here from Isabella Nichols, trying to get out in front. I thought she was going to make it, but right there, just stretched out in front of her. That happens a lot at this size here at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, Bella was just a little bit deep there, but that wave really stood up and hit the reef really nicely. I think maybe a little bit of a mistake. She was just that little bit deep, and you could probably see, she could just see it running off in front of her. So, yeah, I think, she was just that bit deep there on that last wave.
So today we've got the jet ski assistance. Big thanks again, always, to the Hawaiian Water Patrol. So they'll have 3 jet skis out there for this opening round and elimination round, and have 4 skis out there for the round of 16 and overlapping heats. So that'll be great to see more waves ridden, more performance, less paddling, which is what the old vets used to have to do back in the day. Sometimes it just almost seemed like a paddle contest at times, and even the old priority rules, they put a buoy out to sea and you have to paddle around it. But there's some great people rethinking the program over the years, and they're like, wait, we want to see more surfing than paddling. That's what it's all about. Got this great system today. Numbers in from Molly Startflick, 633.
633, and you know what? In my opinion, that's higher than where I thought it was going to go, which it's positive. But I just think, I'm still going to back up my opinion of, I think the waves are so good today that I think we're going to see a lot of really good scores. And yeah, 633 is a great way to open up though. It's a great wave, great start, great backup.
As we check out the leaderboard after stop 1, you need to be on this first page. If you want to surf the entire year, you have to focus on the top 10 finish after we pass Margaret River. Molly Picklum felt the hard side of that when she was a rookie on tour, when she fell off, went back to the Challenger Series. There was that big moment for her in Bolito where she thought she forgot how to surf in the middle of the event. Her coach just said, hey, just do a floater. Let's just work on that. She'd fall. It was just she had to totally reset and actually walk away from surfing for a couple days to actually remind herself that she's one of the best in the world. So she went golfing, fell in love with that. Her headspace was just haunting her. She wanted it too badly. And that turnaround, just in those 2 days, she came back to that Challenger Series in Bolito and won the whole thing.
It's just nuts, isn't it?
That's wild. But I saw a clip of that free surf. She couldn't land a single turn. And all of a sudden, she had to completely stop, work out a whole new game plan with Glenn Micro Hall. Glenn was on the phone with his wife and was like, she can't land a turn. It's something I'd never seen before. But what a place to be as an athlete, to have to go back to 0 and fly to 100 the next day.
Oh, for sure. And I think I actually got a little moment to have a couple of words with Molly earlier on in the beginning of the year. And I said, how did your 2023 season go? Like, what was your highs? What was your lows? And she sort of said to me, I started the year off great. I had a great start to the year, but she sort of, just because with how many events there are and the tour being, these events are so back to back, she got a little bit disinterested throughout the year and found it really hard to maintain that, giving 110%. Because Molly's the kind of person who, we all know this. I mean, she just wants to give so much. And I think that's sort of a testament to your last story there about being in South Africa and how can I reframe? How can I change my mindset? What can I do to get on top of here? So, yeah, she said this year she's just really trying to maintain that good sort of consistent and sustainable year.
I like that. 633 for Molly to start. World number 2 as we now watch Isabella Nichols get her second wave of the matchup. She was deep on her first one. Much better position now to get her second turn off the top. Now sets that nice fade. Nice controlled start for Bella. Her best so far has her in second, which is a goal in this heat. Finish in the top 2. Avoid third so you're not in the elimination round later on today. And also it's incentive based by getting first over second based on seeding. As we have Abe Lerner on the Red Bull ski.
I think taking the ski today is going to be a good option, knowing that these women know that hey, if I'm making it all the way through to the round of 16, I could surf 3 times today. This is Bella's second wave. It's a little bit of a smaller wave, but still has a nice scoop to it. See, she got through to this inside section. That wave face just starting to look a little bit frothy, but she got 3 turns done, and yeah, good to get her campaign underway there.
And she loves the jet ski assist. Calling for it there. She's ready. Such a solid competitor. Started all with a World Junior title where we really got to get familiar with Bella's brand of surfing. As we have 17:10 on the clock, let's say a big good morning to Kevin Wallace, our Surfline Director of Forecasting, joining us in the opening heat of the day. Kevin, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, good morning. Good to be here. Good to see some really fun waves show up this morning as well.
Yeah, gosh, so glassy, so rippable, and I love when you break down the animation that you send us. Tell us what we have going on today and the rest of the waiting period.
Yeah, so we've got a new swell that's starting to fill in right now, and that's courtesy of that area low pressure up in the Northwest Pacific where you see that red L. Just a beautiful looking storm. It was really strong. Actually, this storm was stronger than the storm that sent us the big swell late last week, but because it's so much further away and not moving directly at Hawaii, that's why the surf's a lot smaller. We're on the front end of it right now. It's slowly starting to fill in. It's going to be filling in throughout the day today, so more size this afternoon and holding into tomorrow. We got beautiful conditions too, just that light east to east southeasterly wind, butter conditions, pretty much as good as it gets, and just looking for better waves as the afternoon wears on and we see that new swell fill in.
Look at that, 5 to 8, then even bigger this afternoon, and then the last couple of days of the waiting period.
Yeah, so we've got this northwest swell is going to be hanging around tomorrow. Basically what we see this afternoon will be what we see tomorrow for the most part. Very similar wind conditions too, where it'll pick up a little bit, or their trades will pick up a little bit, but stay from that great direction, east to east southeast. So it looks like we've got a great looking finals day going into tomorrow.
Almost looks like a different surf spot from what we had the other day with the men out there, with a lot of different swell angles, a lot of different currents. What was the biggest difference to get this cleanliness that we have today?
Yeah, so it looks like a completely different spot. This beautiful butter conditions. We've seen the ocean settle finally. It's been kind of a mess for the last several days, and I think we've arguably have the best day of surf, best quality of surf in the waiting period so far, and we're getting down to more like a single swell. We still have a couple swells running right now, but heading to tomorrow, it's going to be real dominant northwest swell. So and kind of this single swell period or single swell. So we don't have all this energy from different directions and different swell periods and just kind of a mess out there. It's really smoothed out and cleaned up.
Thanks so much, Kevin. But while we have you here, I don't know if you can help us kind of learn a little bit on how you forecast here in Hawaii, specifically focusing on the buoy network that we have out here.
Yeah, we're really fortunate in Hawaii that we've got this string of buoys kind of all along the island chain, and then going out about 270 miles to the northwest of Hawaii, we have 2 buoys out there, Hawaii Buoy 1 and Hawaii Buoy 2. And those buoys are a great, roughly half-day indicator of incoming surf depending on swell direction and swell period. Swell period, the longer the swell period, the faster the swell is moving, so the faster that swell might arrive on the North Shore. The shorter it is, the longer it takes. But you can track a swell from Buoy 1's way offshore to the Honolulu Bay buoy off Kauai. Well, when it's operational, it's not right now, all the way to the Oahu North Shore, and then even further down the chain. So it really helps you dial in the timing of these various swells as they come in.
Really cool, Flick. When you're here in Hawaii, you hear the buoy talk probably more than anywhere else in the world, don't you?
Oh, you do. I mean, I think some people think, I'm just going to say, Buoy 1 showing this and, acting like everyone knows what they're talking about. But typically, I mean, obviously it probably depends on swell direction and obviously the period, like you were saying before, but how long are we talking from Buoy 1 out of Kauai to get to the North Shore here?
So for today's example, where we've got a swell that's kind of around 325 to 330 degrees, it's around 16 to 17 second swell period, we're about 10 hours from Buoy 1 to the North Shore. Again, as that swell period shortens, that length of time is going to grow. And as the swell direction turns more north, that we'll see it in a faster fashion. So, but yeah, typically it's somewhere between 8 and 12 hours from Buoy 1 to the North Shore.
Really appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah. Looking forward to what we see the rest of the day here too.
Awesome. In charge of the forecasting for Surfline, always a pleasure to hang out with Kevin Wallace. And scoring today for the opening round for the women, Molly Picklum out in front with a 6.33. Bella Nichols right behind her with a 4.33 as Gabby Bryan still is holding court with priority. Be back for more action. Katie Simmers preparing for her heat coming up next. Molly Pickham puts her head down, grabs the rail up and under a pipeline special. I just had to try that again. That happened at Pipe on the opening event of the season. She got a 10-point ride. Yeti set her up with a 110 Tundra filled with Yeti goodies. But it was a monumental moment in surfing history. The first 10 for the women's event at Pipeline and CT history. And there she goes, Molly at Sunset Beach. Already has the 633 as she fades onto the corner here, riding that surfboard built by Darren Hanley himself. She's broken quite a few this trip to the North Shore, but that one looking solid. Her warm-up was great yesterday. Got out there on dark. There's only a couple of them out there, but majority of this heat was really there to kind of have a warm-up for what to expect on game day. But she was really jazzed on how good her board felt, the waves she got, how clean it was. Pretty similar to what we have today. But I think today is definitely a little bit bigger, but she could probably rely on a lot that she learned yesterday in the free surf.
For sure, I love that approach. I love the approach of, you can kind of work out, all right, if I'm surfing tomorrow, I'm heat one, like this is roughly the time that I'll be out there. The conditions are looking similar. Let's go do a little test run. Let's see how the board's feeling. Let's go through the motions. Molly's just got that second wave, the 267 it's come in at. And nice little back up there. I loved how she actually touched the rail on her first carving maneuver. It kind of had a bauble in the face, so she couldn't probably really lay into it the way she wanted to. But yeah, Molly's looking fired up.
We're also fired up to talk to Strider this morning. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Joe. How you doing?
Hey, fantastic. Are you with Dog right now?
We got the dog right here. He's got gecko eyes, though. One eye on the board, one eye on the lineup for Gabby Bryant. We're doing a Hurley board breakdown out here with this board right here. We got a 6-4 whiplash. And talk to me, we got FCS. What's going on in the back end?
Yeah, FCS, JS fins seem to be really consistent out here. Not too big, not too small. Yeah, the boards are going good. Just she's got to catch some waves to test them out on today.
Let's see the back end of that thing. All right, so we got a nice little pintails, nice and pulled in for driving off the bottom, going for big turns. Those JS deep fins on the FCS2 system. And then we've got FCS pad. This thing's all built up. It's a Mayhem. It's a whiplash, and it's looking good. Hurley board breakdown from the lineup with the dog.
How did Matt get his nickname Mayhem again?
That's a good question. But, for me, it was when I got to the bottom of a wave, my board did a little woo, and Marty Hoffman said, wow, it looked like on that one, it looked like you had a little mayhem at the bottom of the wave. And did some testing out for those boards. But
I thought that was the story. I thought I told that recently, and you said there's another one. There might be another version, but I love it, Waz.
Well, we're getting better.
The Mayhem, the nickname for Matt Biolis, the guy who won the CT Shaper rankings last year. This is what Richard Dogmarsh wanted to see. Gabriella Bryan getting started. First turn, second hook already complete. Nice little tight jam in the pocket. She can really whip that thing in a short space. And now flying into the screen is Isabella Nichols. Kind of a redirect turn right there, and she'll hop out. So Bella improving on a 0.5. And now a cool takeoff, knifing it. The critical part of the wave is Molly Pickwam. Ooh, and getting a little stuck in between turns, but ends up just keeping a high line. Throws down the down carve and kicks out. It's almost anticipating a big hook on the first section. Didn't give up though and laid down the down carve to try to fit that one into her backup score.
Yeah, it was kind of funny what happened there at the beginning of that first turn. I probably need to have another look to really break it down, but it's kind of like she had all this speed. She went up there and maybe thought the section was going to be a bit steeper than what it was, and yeah, that board just got a little bit stuck.
Katie Simmers enjoying yellow today. She might try to hang on to that all season. World #1 with her coach, Tommy Whitaker. She has Luana Silva and Sophie McCullough coming up next.
Yeah, that's going to be a great heat. I was speaking about this yesterday when we had that little free surf session, and I mean, Katie obviously coming off such a great win at Pipe. She's looking in form, where she had a quarterfinal finish out here last year, but she's coming up against Luana Silva, who basically grew up, cutting her teeth on this wave. She grew up here, knows it really well, as we break down this wave of Gabby. So I really like this wave. Just really lays into that first carve, but she had the ability to get a little bit more vertical and mix up her approach on the inside here with this little jam in the pocket. So obviously going to be in her top 2. And yeah, this heat's really starting to take up shape here as we look at Bella out the back on the pink board, also on DH. Nice carving maneuver there, and sort of that wave there just not offering the most section that could really stand up and she could really lay into it. But this one I really wanted to have another look at. This was this first turn from Molly. It looks like she had a lot of speed here, went up to this turn and just got a bit caught up the top, redirects again, lays into that second section. That second turn was really nice. She was really able to extend that carve all the way down, just realizing that it was only going to be the 2 turns there.
And that was probably Molly's best individual turn so far of the matchup, with already a 6.33 where she felt nice and clean and controlled. I think she probably felt she needed a bit more after missing that first section on that last wave.
For sure, I think she probably just could tell that there wasn't going to be any other opportunity after that, right? So she really kind of just had to lay it really on rail, and I mean, yeah, that score's come through now, 2.97 for that last wave. Kind of really all the points coming from that last turn, that second turn.
You can tell the judges are showing that they saw that she missed that first section. Still out in front as we check out Molly here at Sunset Beach. Remember, she won here in 2023, so she is defending her event title now, coming off a final at Pipe. So there's a ton of momentum already, 88% winning percentage. And since she's so young, just 2 previous starts, you can kind of frame it saying, I've only lost 1 heat out here, when she was eliminated the season before in 2022. So still enjoying her lead. Bella now in second with priority. 4.33 and now a 4.17. Gabby took some time to get started, but she has a 5.83 already, which is the second best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, and I think, judges obviously realizing that Gabby's wave, she had the ability to just show a little bit more variety on her wave. It was a little bit smaller, but on the inside there, she started with a couple of carves on that wave, and then she had the ability to just go into the lip and get a little bit more critical.
Bella Nichols with priority. Needs a 4.98 for the lead. Nice controlled airdrop and just belts it. Perfect turn for Bella Nichols to show off there. And judges are going to love that commitment. Had so much speed and lit it up. Well done.
Yeah, that was epic. I love that. It's kind of a bummer for her that wave didn't really offer one more opportunity. I feel like if she had 2 turns there, in my opinion, I feel like that could have gone excellent. It was just super critical and, yeah, really, really well placed and well-timed turn. See, he sort of had like a little double up. She's just scoops down that second section. This wave has a beautiful lip to it, and she just throws so much spray there. You can see she's looking like, come on, give me one more section in here. But yeah, that was really, really, I think it just came down to timing on that turn. It was just, yeah, really well placed, and she was able to, because it was a little bit smaller and it had that scoop in it, she was able to get so critical and quite vertical into the lip.
Isabella Nichols enjoying the ride on the Red Bull ski, and she'll probably enjoy the sound of her last score coming through. She wants it to be better than a 4:17 to keep it. It will, in fact, be her best number and take her to the lead as she paddles with legendary North Shore surfer Miles Podanka. 5:33 takes her to first.
I think that what I said was true. I mean, if she was able to get one more turn on there, sort of that similar style, I think it would have gone excellent. I mean, it's 5:33 for one turn. It's a great, great score. Got to be thinking now that Gabby, you know, she only needs that 3.48, but I mean, with it's 2 minutes on the clock, she's holding priority, and you know, Molly's now dropped down into second, so it's going to be maybe a little shuffle here at the end of this heat, and it's an interesting position for Molly to be in because Molly, I mean, obviously she finished the year so strong and was in that final 5, came out of second at Pipeline, and it's just, Molly I usually think has got that commanding sort of position in a heat.
Big late takeoff for Gabby Bryan with priority, picking this wave and just too far behind. That's a big mistake. Now Molly will have priority with 1:20 to go.
Yeah, wow. That was a really, really big mistake. She was definitely too deep there, and I wonder if, you know, maybe Molly was ever so slightly pushing her deeper on the reef, and because it's well within Gabby's wheelhouse. She only needed a 3.48, and she had the priority with 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, now this is really dangerous times for Gabby because Molly's got this priority now. She only needs this 3.33 to go back up into first. If there's another set on the horizon, I mean, my money's on that Molly's going to drop this 3.33 for sure.
And Gabby Bryan is one of the most dangerous draws at Sunset Beach. She's had back-to-back semifinals at the CT level. She's won the Sunset Open. It's her favorite event on the calendar. To see her in third now is surprising. 35 seconds.
I think maybe there's an opportunity for Gabby if she's, you know, she obviously took off on that wave, but there might be an opportunity sitting a little bit, getting a little bit more space from these two women, but you've got to be thinking now that maybe Molly might start just ever so slightly moving down towards Gabby.
Went on to Kristen Moore's Instagram last night, and she actually posted a big carve from Gabriella Bryan. She just loved that turn so much, so Gabby was more than ready to compete today, and she will run out of time. She will be into the elimination round later on today to try to survive and get into the round of 16. Bella Nichols, the low seed, gets the big win with a beautiful big snap in the pocket to take her into the round of 16. Well done.
Yeah, that was a great single maneuver, and like I said before, I think she's dangerous as she would have done too.
Heat number 2 coming up next. World number 1, Caitlin Simmers takes on Luana Silva and Sophie McCulloch right after this.
with the women's quarterfinal.
Katie Simmers, big cave. Katie Simmers is your champion in pipeline.
Pipeline's for the f***ing girls.
I think her voice cracked there. Katie Simmers, what a moment. Winning the first event of the season, wearing bright yellow. And she is just an absolute hero to so many, not just for what she did at pipe, but for the personality that she brings to pro surfing. We can't get enough of her whole act on tour as she takes on Luana Silva and Sophie McCulloch. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier, former CT standout, to break down the action. What a moment for professional surfing, you know, and especially for young Katie Simmers, world number 1.
For sure, I think it was a moment for women surfing, but not just women surfing, I think just women in sport. I think it just meant a lot for that younger generation, and I love seeing Katie just really shine with her personality, and I love her not holding back and really making a statement. And the future is definitely bright. That heat that she had against Molly will go down in the history books. I just got goosebumps watching that little piece put together. I just think, yeah, it's very, very cool seeing Katie come into her own and gain more confidence in just herself and the way she carries herself as well. It was really cool.
She's enjoying her life on tour, and she is still so young, 18 years of age, had a chance to become the youngest world champ at the WSL Finals last September. I asked her at the press conference if she was aware of that before the event started, and she said, no. That was it. I always have to have a follow-up for Katie.
That's all you got. That's all you got. But I think we started to get a lot more from her during pipe, and maybe the secret sauce is that she just needs to get barreled. So as long as she's getting barreled in heats, we're going to get a lot more out of Katie.
3 wins already at the CT level in a very short period of time. 1 in beach breaks last year, where you speak Portuguese, from Portugal to Brazil, and now adding pipeline, and now the yellow jersey. Rolling in is Katie. Setting up that first hook, good timing on her opener. Right into a sweeping cutback, throwing some variety in there, the snap to wrap combination into the channel, and she'll be taking the lead.
I liked it. I liked her pace on that wave. You could see that she almost probably wanted to get into that wave a little bit earlier than what she did, but she really waited for that first turn. She's choosing to just take that piece of foam in. I'm assuming she's going to get that Hawaiian Water Patrol Rebel ski back out. Yep. So just getting into that zone where the ski can come and pick her up. But yeah, I just liked her pace on that wave. I thought it was really well done that she just really waited for that first section, and really well-timed first turn as we break it down here. See, she was a little bit late there, got a little bit of the lip to the head, and then she's like, okay, I'm going to regain here. Beautiful timed first turn, and straight up into that second one, just a really good read for a smaller wave, and especially when she took a little bit of that lip to the head at the very beginning. So probably a good score for Katie on wave 1.
Looking smooth. And speaking of smooth, Luana Silva is back on tour. It was kind of a surprise for her in the off season. I think she had the word that she could potentially have her spot before anybody else in the world did when we start hearing about Stephanie Gilmore's plans to take a year off, but she didn't want to tell anybody until it was posted on Instagram, and then she really got to celebrate. Lulu growing up right here on the North Shore. Has already made a quarterfinal out here, and that was in her rookie season. As we throw it to Strider, what do you got?
Well, we got Katie Simmers paddling by after her first wave. From the water, that looked hectic. She took off up under the lip and then came flying out, and then just complete regain of composure, straight up into the bowl. Nice first turn, threw down a second one. Really beautiful work. So really, from the water, you can really see how big these waves are. And, from the beach, it kind of it looks fun, but right now it looks pretty insane from out here in the water. It looks like Lulu's up and riding.
Thank you, Strider. Just coming off that last snap with Caitlin Simmers, we can see how well overhead it is. And now Lulu is rolling into her first turn of the matchup. Nice arcing cutback. And then into the softer shoulder. She'll be setting up her ride out the back once again. Yeah, it's interesting. When you come to Hawaii, you can hear a lot of different wave heights, because traditionally you judge the wave from the back of the wave here, or the height of the wave from the back. You measure the faces more typically around the world. So you can see Lulu on this one, enjoying a nice 6-foot wave.
Yeah, for sure. Beautiful first turn, and you can just see that classic carve of hers. It's sort of a trademark. I think that's her real strength. But this wave here, just only off that one turn. So no doubt that Lulu is probably looking for something. She obviously knows this reef really well. I doubt that she's probably just wanting to get a score on the board, right? That first wave's come through, one turn, 3.33. But knowing how well she knows this place, I think she's looking for something a bit better for sure.
Oh, she is so dangerous. I think she knows it too, just understanding this reef and this surf spot better than anyone. She's put in so much time just growing up here, practically walked to this venue from her home. Right now she has a 3.33, chasing a 2.51 because Katie's start was a 5.83.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice start from Katie, and I liked what Strider was saying. And the footage from the water, you can really see. I mean, we saw that she copped the lip to the head a little bit, but from that side on water view, you can really tell like how critical that was and how late that drop was. So she did really well to sort of regain composure there and really just wait for that first section to present itself. And yeah, just beautiful, smooth, stylish surfing from Katie.
Also great to have Sophie McCulloch back on tour. Was always going to be the replacement surfer for 2024. And then we talked about Luana with Steph's decision to take the year off, and now with Carissa stepping away from competition. Sophie getting the call up once again to Sunset, which is a great venue for her. She absolutely charges. She's very strong, a total athlete. She's actually good at a lot of different sports. I saw her throwing the footy the other day, and she is an absolute weapon. You could tell she probably could have done a lot of different things with her life, and we're happy that she chose surfing.
Oh, for sure. I think for this heat right now, I was saying it yesterday when we had that raw free surf session, and Sophie is my dark horse pick. I just think if she gets an opportunity to really open up on one of these waves, if picks the right wave selection, she's just so crisp and on point with her surfing on her forehand. And I love the tenacity that she shows. Obviously, I think it was last year she had that injury, right? And it took her out of the first few events of the year. Her first event back, I think it was her ankle that she broke. She had to get surgery. First event back was Portugal, and she had only surfed a handful of times and went over to Portugal where it's really cold and ended up with a 5th place as we watched Lulu just quick in and out there, just a bit deep on that wave. But yeah, backed it up with a 5th as her return event back, which is super impressive. And you always wonder where your mindset's going to be when, you've been injured for so long and, I haven't been surfing, where's my surfing at? And sometimes they're the moments when your expectations are low, and yeah, she just showed up and blew up. So we look at what happened here with Lulu. She was just a bit too deep on that wave, and yeah, just choosing to use that pin drop there to eject, but that one also peeling off down the line. So, I mean, that sort of the wave choice was right. She was just positioning just a little bit too deep.
Kind of happened pretty easily at this size out here. Well, any size really. Just think you're in the spot, and then it just shifts down the reef as we see a nice late takeoff stomp by Sophie McCulloch. Big section, hammers it. Oh my goodness. She did not hold back, and it just looked like she jumped out of an airplane, out of the sky. Right with that lip, right on top of her, an absolute charger. There she goes, back to work. That was incredible.
She's not going to hold back, is she?
Oh,
that was radical. That was so radical, so late, so critical, and just free falling out of the sky. Here you can see she's also a little bit deep, and I think what you said, Joe, it's so easy to find yourself a little bit deep out here, but she wasn't stopping her. And you could see when she came down here, there was actually a bit of wobble and lump in this wave. She goes up to hit it. As she's coming down, she's met with a little bit of bump. And I mean, this is actually really scary. You get air underneath your board and you're landing in the flats, and you've got to take the shock with you, right? And that's scary. I mean, for someone, I'm sitting here with a broken foot, and that's scary for me to watch. But yeah, wow. So
Strider, you got a good look at that one.
Oh my gosh, I just looking over my shoulder at Sophie. I mean, just, you look at her and you just think, what? She's going to do this. And she comes off the bottom, and that section from the water has so much wall on it, so much power, and so much face and just the lip, the thickness, the whole thing. I mean, I've been scared to hit some closeout sections at Zuma. That was just like, that was next level. And I just love the fact that they're putting it out there, going for it, and going for that, you know, going for the completion on a section like that was just 100% commitment. It was beautiful work. So hard, you know, really putting everything into it. So radical to watch.
Yeah, we're right there with you, Oz. We're still just rolling around in the booth watching this thing because she went for it. You could tell she goes for 2 10s, not 10 2s. That's her approach, which is kind of fitting, you know, hanging out with Liam. Liam O'Brien was charging throughout this event and throughout his run on the North Shore, and Sophie's right there with him. Liam was just at Waimea the other day, but he was enjoying Sophie caddying for him on those big days. She wore some sets on the head throughout his performances, and he's got her back here in the channel.
Yeah, it's really cool how obviously, you know, they're both supporting each other and have each other in the channel. And Soph actually said the other day with a piece with AJ, you know, it's really cool because I haven't actually surfed a heat out here competitively at Sunset, but I've, in some way, because of caddying for Liam, I've had 3 runs on the board, going through the motions, running down to the water's edge, skimming on in. It was big, it was wild. And she sort of feels like she's been there and she's done that. So, I mean, so cool to see. Obviously, that ankle injury isn't holding her back. It's fully healed. I mean, if you're going for turns like that, you're definitely feeling 100%, right?
That was wonderful. Like, just seeing someone go for it like that. It's not much of a score, but she's already got hero status in our minds. 16:30 on the clock. Winner of the first heat of the contest, Isabella Nichols with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, all smiles here from Bella. First heat win in 2024. First heat win here at Sunset on the CT. How did you set yourself up for success this morning?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Good way to start the day. But yeah, I mean, we've been here for almost 2 months now, and I feel like the last 2 contests have obviously felt like they've gone forever because the waiting period is so long, and this is our first day. So we've had a lot of time here practicing. I've put in hours and hours, and we've just been staying up here at Sunset anyway. So, you know, like I've been watching the waves a lot and going surfing with friends. I've been enjoying it a lot more than I have the last few years. I feel like I've changed my perspective on it. It's not so much of a scary big wave anymore. It's more of like I'm trying to look at it in a really fun kind of way, if that makes sense. As fun as it can be, getting smoked. But I don't know, like I've come into this year in Hawaii feeling a little bit more at home. The last 3 years here have been a little challenging. Obviously, not being from here, it's definitely an advantage to grow up here and surf these waves because they're so different to home. So I put in the time now, and I feel like I've got a lot of really good friends here. It feels like home, and I'm just, excited to be here.
Well, and that time certainly looks like it was paying off. And for you coming back onto the CT this year after having to re-qualify through the Challenger Series, what did you work on in the off-season to feel like you can start this 2024 off the way you want to on the CT?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really difficult because I feel like my surfing's been there for a long time now, and I haven't been able to showcase it in heats for quite a while. And the last few years on tour have been tough because I've had little glimpses of, you know, the real me. And then there's times where my head gets in the way or my decision making gets in the way. And I mean, that wasn't my finest hour, that heat then, but like I'm stoked I got through. But in saying that, there's been a lot of improvements even from the last few years to that heat, whereas sometimes I will just sit and wait for like the magic wave and not, you know, sniff around and hunt. And so I've just tried to change my perspective. I've run a lot of mock heats at home with my coaches, with Mark Richo, with Surfing Oz. So I had 2 months at home where I just like got to work. And I feel like I'm just finding competing a lot more fun. I mean, I woke up this morning super nervous because like the build up and anticipation every morning I've been like first heat. So I get up and like, am I on? Not on. And it's like quite draining. But yeah, now I'm stoked to finally get underway and the waves are pumping.
Congratulations, Bella. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well done, Isabella Nichols into the round of 16. She lost to Katie Simmers at Pipe in that round, so she's going to try to get more points here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Looking comfortable and really prepared as she sent Gabby Bryan into the elimination round. That's a big statement as we will take a Bonsoy brew break. Opening round, heat number 2 continues, still led by the yellow jersey of Caitlin Simmers. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill. Isabella Nichols has just borrowed Aaron Brooks' beautiful dog there. I mean, that dog could be in a dog magazine, could be in the movies.
In Australia, we have toilet paper rolls often have those kind of dogs on them. That is a dog right there.
Yeah,
a golden retriever or a Labrador.
Yeah, I think it's a golden retriever. It's such a perfect dog. I saw Bella walking that dog just the other day on the bike path, and she said how cool it is. People stop and take pictures of it. And she's like, "Yep, it's mine." She's just owning it.
What a fine-looking specimen dog.
A little good luck charm. 10:40 on the clock in this one. Katie Simmer still leads Luana Silva in second, and Sophie McCulloch needs a 2.17. Remember, she had the wild attempt to hit just impossible section and absolutely went for it. So it's still wide open. It's a total score when you get really dreamy conditions like this on the North Shore. Right now, it's just sheet glass. You find that a lot in places with colder water temperatures, I think. But here to have glassy conditions like this, these are the days that you cancel all your plans and surf all day.
Yeah, I'll be out of here going surfboard riding the next week. Bye. I'm joking, but I think it's got to do with
I need you, Flick.
The cloud cover. The cloud covers, as you can see in that shot, usually when you get these clouds come over, it usually keeps that wind away. So hopefully this cloud cover sort of stays around all day, because if it burns off a bit, we might see those trades sort of start to kick in a little bit more.
Enjoying these conditions and still enjoying the start of 2024 like no other year we've ever had in pro surfing, focusing on the pipeline standouts. Something of legend already. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson are the three names that were the heroes of finals day. As we check out all the numbers there, you can see Molly, even with the runner-up finish, definitely got the most points, even focusing on the entire event from the opening round. She had so much momentum. She was just earning excellent scores in every single round, including the 10 that she got in the semifinals.
For sure. Obviously, we got Katie who won and Betty who put on an incredible performance in that semifinal against Molly, but Molly was the standout all event. And for me, I was actually surprised to see her not get the win. She actually had that single highest wave score in the final, the 9.2, I believe it was. She just couldn't find that backup, and I think the difference was Katie finding that backup wave and actually deciding to go to turns, which is what got her the win. Molly was sitting out the back, and I don't even know if Molly even knew that that's what Katie got that score for, like the two turns. Maybe Molly was just stuck in barrel mode, and unfortunately didn't get her the win.
You're right, 9.27 for Molly in the final. Her backup, 1.37. I added up all the keepers, the top two waves for Molly and Katie. Molly Picklum, 70.07 points total for the entire contest at pipe. Katie, 55.2. And sometimes that's according to conditions, it's sometimes just what's on offer. But also for Molly, she was on a roll. It went a smaller backdoor days. She found excellence. It's kind of a fun new school rivalry that we have on tour now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, these two women, we even saw that really cool piece, which we've already spoken about this morning, that Rebel put together of, that moment where they were like, oh, I wish we had this final, a moment at Pipeline together, a heat where we're just going blow for blow and just getting spat out of tubes. They've already had this, but I think that moment was a defining moment in history, and I just think they're just going to be fired up all year, and I can't wait to see them have these. Their next rematch is going to be spicy. I can already feel it. I feel like Molly will want redemption.
Strider, let's focus on positioning right now. We're running out of time in this heat.
We are, and so they're getting kind of antsy. They're moving in, trying to find those waves that will pop up. But these sets are going to come, and with that, you can get out of position really easily out at sunset. So holding your line is the most important thing you can do, I think, at sunset. Having your markers, knowing where you're going to be at, triangulating a point, and sticking to your guns, and that's the hardest part. Those big sets come out of nowhere, and when they do, you want to be ready for them. Here we go. Looks like they're getting into position.
That's right. Watching this, Katie Simmers with priority, looking for her second wave of the matchup. It's going hollow, and she pulls in. A little room to move there, and I thought we were at backdoor again. She goes down, but nice attempt. She definitely had some travel time. Gosh, we've seen Katie get barreled a lot in a short period of time. Anytime it's going nice and hollow, she's going to be pulling in.
For sure, she was really deep on the reef there, and usually when you sit so far up the point, it's going to hit that shallower section, which allows it to really throw over. But there's a hard barrel to read, right? She pulled. Here we go. We'll have a look, and you can see she lines up. She's like, "Hang on a sec, this thing's going to barrel, snap up underneath the lip," but it just didn't really allow her to get that exit. Sort of ran off really quick without her and clamped as well. I think she might have even copped the lip to the head by the looks of it. But yeah, that wave just running off in front of her. But they're all sitting very, very deep on that reef right now, and there hasn't been a set for a long time. So to Strider's point, hopefully, I mean, they still will be in position, but, you know, I'm thinking with no sets coming through for a while, I think we're due for one before the end of this heat. So hopefully girls can get into position and really capitalise on that set.
Third place reseeded into the elimination round. We saw that for Gabriella Bryan in the first heat of the morning, and she's had 2 semifinals out here. Lulu with priority, doesn't go. Sophie takes a look and ends up holding back. You'll see them maintain their priority position, say if Katie's still far on the inside, so they can kind of lean in and look over the edge with less risk of losing their priority rotation, as Lulu is setting up her first turn. Nice snap. Water photographers sneak out of there with all her speed and throws down a big second hack. It's starting to go open on the inside shelf, and she'll wisely step off. But solid for the local. Lulu just chasing a 4.08 to take the lead off world number 1.
Yeah, that wave was really, really nice. It really stood up on the reef beautifully. You could see it really had a scoop to it. A lot of these waves today have looked, you know, for lack of a better word, like a bit fat. Like, so you see here, it really has a nice scoop, and it allows her to get really tight and critical in the pocket. This second section, she kind of went up for that turn, almost lost it. Got to be thinking that she would have wanted to finish there, and I wonder if maybe she waited a little bit longer for that second section. She could have hit it, and, you know, it would have looked a little bit more like a complete wave. Whereas she sort of, it's really nice, you know, for the judges to sort of get that exclamation point and that real, okay, yep, that wave was done. I mean, but for her right now, I mean, she only needs a 4.8 to jump up into that first position. And with only 4 minutes on the clock, it was a smart move to take that wave.
Well done for Luana Silva, leaning on her local knowledge and seeing if she did enough to get the lead. 2 solid turns before the thing shut down. Sophie now has first priority. She's sitting in third. She's had 3 waves where she's ended up incomplete. And now here's wave number 4 for the Australian, and she is just going to have to kick straight out, throwing priority away.
Yeah, that was definitely an error. That, I mean, you could see as soon as she took off there, that wave had no wall whatsoever to it. I mean, she's going to know that too. I know she has to roll the dice, and I know she has to get the ball rolling because she's only got a pair of ones, but, I mean, you're not going to... Yeah, that was definitely a mistake for Soph, and she's definitely going to know that. And to me right now, it looks like the ocean might be a little bit sleepy. It seems like when the sets are coming, they're coming in a flurry, but to me, it almost seems like there's about 10 to 12 minute lulls between these sets, and knowing that, maybe even 10 minutes, I'd go 8 to 10 minutes with 3 minutes on the clock isn't looking that favourable.
It's a good call. Lulu just had that 2-turn combination, stepped off in the closeout, and she will get a 5.27. That's enough to take the lead. World number 1 to second. Simmers now needs a 2.77. Getting in the mix here. Lulu doesn't have priority over Sophie, so McCulloch goes. Setting up her first whip. Little carve off the top. Snaps it quickly to get a bonus section there to work with, and she'll step off. So her first completed maneuvers as we get to the 2:15 mark in the heat, chasing a 5.74 to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, it was smart. She needed to get the ball rolling as quick as possible. If she can get back out and maybe sit wide and let Luana and Katie, as we'll break this one down here, she had priority, uses it, gets around this first section. This is the best carve we've seen from her so far. And then she decides to go straight up into the lip, which is a hard thing to do at a wave like Sunset. Hitting this lip here, you've got so much speed, there's so much power. So it was a nice way to finish off this wave and sort of a little bit of a point of difference in this heat because I don't really think we've seen anyone just go up and hit the lip like that just yet. So great to get the ball rolling for her. She's obviously going to drop one of those ones that she's currently carrying. Her problem now is the clock and the time left in this heat and, you know, whether or not Katie's going to come down and, you know, maybe be a bit assertive and make sure that Sophie does stay in that third position.
It's really just impressive to follow the lines of all the surfers on a wave like this, especially when they go to the lip, like you're saying. If you don't have control of your speed throughout, it actually can feel like you're going uphill and trying to force a snap off the lip, even though this wave has so much power.
Yeah, and you could tell that that wasn't the most perfectly timed lip hit as well. And I think, yeah, it's exactly what you said, right? You could tell when she went up there, she didn't quite have the speed she wanted. And it sort of made it look very, very difficult. But I'm interested to see where the judges go on this. It was 2-turn combo, 2 different turns. I'm wondering where it's going to go compared to Lulu's. We'll see.
Down to 35 seconds on the clock. Caroline Marks, the reigning world champs, coming up next to take on Sally Fitzgibbons and a local wild card, Zoe McDougall. Priority with Katie Simmers at the moment to shut this one down. She needs a 2.77 to get the lead off Lulu. She's just paddling right next to Sophie McCulloch, so her program might be just playing defense for the next 10 seconds and really just focused on where Sophie's going. She won't take an unnecessary wave if she doesn't have to, and we'll close out heat number 2. Lulu getting the big win in the opening round, going into the round of 16 along with Caitlin Simmers, and Sophie McCulloch is in the elimination round to surf again later on today. Plans are to get into the round of 16 as well, so a big day ahead of us for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Smart surfing from Silva, getting the 5.27 on that nice 2-turn combination. As we'll wait for her to perform again in the round of 16. Coming up next, Caroline Marks, Sally Fitzgibbons, Zoe McDougall, bringing Kaipo Guerrero and Jessie Mendez for the call.
Caitlin Simmers in back door. Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Caitlin. Wow.
This is such a cool experience for these girls because a lot of times for Rising Tides, they get a chance to be in the water. But today, they're going behind the scenes. How are you guys? Bye. They get the all-access pass to how these women prepare for their heats, to what they walk down to all the media that is down here, all the things that you never really take into consideration when you're trying to figure out what do I need to do to become a pro surfer. They're getting to see that firsthand today. They're rooting on the surfers, cheering them back in. It's an awesome moment for these young girls.
We
I've
surfed small pipe.
Yeah, we surfed small
like
pipe.
really
Couple.
small pipe.
Surfed like 3-foot pipe with Moana.
She does a thing called the Moana Surf Club, and we go different places usually every time. And one time, I think it was kind of big, and we went to pipe down over there, and it was so fun. And Moana's such a great teacher.
She's one of the best surfers and queen of pipe.
Rising tides, it's all in the name. A rising tide raises all ships, and that's what we're trying to do, is create more access for these young girls to see that there is an opportunity for them to chase their dreams, become pro surfers. This is the moment for these girls where they can start to put those pieces together so that someday it's them running out here for their finals day at Pipeline and the next generation of young girls rooting them on.
Rising tide!
New heat in the water. Opening round for the women. It's Sally Fitzgibbons, the veteran. And she knows how to throw a couple of carves at Sunset Beach. A beautiful Glen Pang designed surfboard under her feet. 3 carves. Looking solid, Sally Fitzgibbons. And she opens up with a 6-point ride. So fast start for Fitzgibbons in this opening round, heat number 3. Zoe McDougall, the wild card. Patient off the bottom, nice carve off the top from McDougall, but she catches a rail and goes down. And Luana Silva, straight after a heat win, getting some words from her coach, Leandro Dora. So we got a new heat out in the water with Caroline Marks, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Zoe McDougall. Top 2 move into the round of 16, 3rd place into the elimination round. Thank you for joining us. We're here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, former Triple Crown champ, Jessie Mendez. Jessie, it's great that we got things going for the women, and I love the fact that everything's a lot cleaner and a lot more organized out here at Sunset.
Yeah, Kipes, that's actually what I was going to mention. Like, as smooth as Sunset gets, you're going to see way less backwash. It's just that perfect 6 to 8 foot faces, northwest swell. And the position is completely different, as you see right here on the screen. They're basically are finishing the wave where the guys were almost standing up on the waves from the last few days. So, beautiful day here at Sunset, and it looks like someone's up and riding.
Oh, up and down. That was the second wave for Sally Fitzgibbons. Remember, she opened up with a 6-point ride. Fitzgibbons still yet to see our top seed in the red jersey. Our defending world champ Caroline Marks is sitting out there holding on to priority.
I was actually, I got to chat with Sally a little bit before her heat. She was grabbing her Apple Watch before she paddled out, and I was like, oh, the waves are so fun for you guys. You guys are so stoked. And she was like, yeah, I know. I just need to find the best waves.
Yeah.
That's all. And like, sounds very cliche, but that's why I probably don't have a coach, because I know what they're going to tell me already after all these years on tour. So she has so much experience, and it seems like she's identified right off the bat. Like, even it was kind of like an underneath wave, and she was able to start with a very good score.
Yeah. Sally Fitzgibbons, 15 seasons on the championship tour. 12 CT wins. World runner-up Fitzgibbons in 2010, 2011, and 2012. Take a look here at Sally.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. See, that wave has whitewash, like leftover whitewash in it, because it was just an underneath wave. But she was able to actually apply plenty of combination of maneuvers and finishing off right there just with a little hit, but just beautiful wave so far for her. And like, it's looks like someone's fouling.
Here we go. Jess taking a look there, and that was Sally again, just staying busy. She opened up with a 6-point ride. We saw the wipeout. That was just a fractional score, so she's looking to back up that 6-point ride. Fitzgibbons is a great story in that, 14th season on the championship tour. She did not make that mid-season cut in 2023. She went back to work on the Challenger Series. Did great in the Challenger Series, ended up number 2 at the end of the year with the rankings there to earn her spot back onto the championship tour. And I love the perseverance that you see from someone like Sally Fitzgibbons. Caroline Marks, there's our defending world champ, just 21 years old. She's already had a quarterfinal finish over that pipe, so looking pretty good. She did lose that yellow leaders jersey, but she wants to regain it back. She's the 2018 Rookie of the Year, and of course the 2023 World Champ, when it all went down at WSL Finals there at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, look how smooth seas is it today. Like, they're paddling just to position themselves, but there's no rip out there. It's very clean. Rarely ever you're going to get caught inside and actually get cleaned up by the set and have to do the paddle around or get the ski around. So it's a beautiful day, beautiful conditions for the women's today. And it looks like they're eyeing it down something.
Set approaching. Marks with priority. This one breaks wide and off the mark. No pun intended. You can see the lineup there. More towards the point today. We're expecting the swell to increase throughout the day, so the walls should lengthen and we should see a little bit further off the point. Here we go. Caroline Marks on the backhand. Waits for that bottom turn before hooking off the top. Got some foam to deal with here. Decision time. Does she go for the lip? Yes, she does. Needs to. Yeah, saw that one coming. That was some tangled water, and it was decision time, and Caroline just decided, hey, at least try. But that would have been a super bumpy, difficult ending maneuver.
Totally. That's exactly what happened right there. Second wave of the set. So a lot of whitewash. What that means is just air mixed with water, just hard to engage your rails. And as we saw on that wave, and we're going to see it right now, just a lot of bump going on. Just, yeah, hard to manage and engage your rails and fins. And she had to kind of hit it a little bit late because of that and ended up just getting stuck on that whitewash, unfortunately for her.
Let's hear from our last heat winner, Luana Silva.
Yeah, Luana, you telling me when you came up, it just feels so good to be surfing at home. Growing up on these rocks here at Sunset Beach, how did you use that home field advantage today?
Oh, I love competing at home. It's just so nice to be at home, starting the year at home, and so comfortable. I grew up surfing shores and little Sunset Point with my dad, so it's just nice to be home.
Understandably so. Probably also nice to start this competition with a heat win. 5-2-7, your last wave. Walk us through how you got it done.
Yeah, I guess you just had to be a little bit patient out there. You can never be too patient at Sunset because time goes by really fast out here. So just trying to be patient but not too patient, I guess.
Well, it worked out. We will see you after this one in your next heat. And then para o Brasil, o que foi sua estratégia para a sua primeira bateria?
A minha estratégia foi só pegar a primeira onda, completar, daí ficar pouco calmo e ter a paciência para pegar a segunda nota boa, e foi o que fez, né? Foi bem simples mesmo.
Parabéns. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Thank you.
There we go with Luana Silva. On to the round of 16. We got Strider Wazalewski out in the water. What's going on out there, Strider?
Well, it looks like Sally's taking up on this one. Nice foamy. Take it away.
Sally Fitzgibbons slashes off the top. Remember, she opened up with a 6-point ride and ducks the lip there. Thought she was going to maybe pull in, but that would have been a closeout. So good job of backing up that 6-point ride. High heat IQ, veteran move by Sally Fitzgibbons. Back to you, Strider.
Yeah. Going to get into the conversation of the swells and what's happening out here right now. So we've got a new northwest swell coming in, 7.5 feet at 17 seconds. That thing hit the buoy last night at about 12 o'clock. So that thing's coming in, slowly marching through. So we see some of those sets moving over into the bowl. And then we've got the old northeast swell coming in. So that what that does is has those waves driving from deep on the point all the way across. So it's putting the athletes in two minds. And they're going to have to try and figure out, what do they wait for? I think later today, they'll all be over here on more of the west peak. But right now, there's two different swells in the water, and it's kind of splitting the direction of where to be out in the lineup.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. Yeah, Jesse and I were discussing that as the swell fills in and matures. You're going to see the lineup move right now. Clearly, it's on Sunset Point, but as that northwest swell moves in, then maybe we'll see more west bowls.
Yeah, I feel like we already kind of see it, but just in a small version. And the problem is it's such a deep water wave that once doesn't hit that 8 to 10 foot faces, it kind of gets the in between the point and in between the bows. So that's what kind of happens right there. it's still very nice and beautiful and just smooth seas right there for the women's, but I think we're going to see better conditions as the day comes.
And Jesse, the good ones are going to be at the bowl, but at this point in the swell developing, it would be dangerous to sit there because it's going to be far and few between waves that break there, but the waves that do break there will be the best waves. But it's just, you would have to have nerves of steel just to sit wide.
Yes, totally. I actually, I think the best option would almost be paddling back out or being in third priority, because the last few heats I saw the girls getting waves on the bow, they were just coming back out, paddling back out, and they caught a wave. They ended up falling because that closeout section usually is pretty thick and hard to land, but it was great scoring potential on those waves. And you see Sally on the other side. She's just trying to keep busy because she knows how slow it is, you know, like for those very good waves. So she wants to get something on the board and then maybe wait and sit down and have a better wave selection right there. But still, like, she's probably, I think she's got the best wave of the day so far.
Yeah, that's 6 point right. And we heard from Luana Silva, right, where she said, hey, time goes by really fast out there. We've talked about that throughout this entire event, because that is one of the challenges at Sunset Beach. Long paddles out, a big area to surf, and really easy to get lost out there as well.
Yeah, and as a competitor, you don't want to have your back against the wall and maybe sit for 15, 20 minutes and that wave would come and you have all the pressure of having to perform because all the other surfers in the heat already has some scores. So that's exactly what Luana mentioned in Portuguese. Her strategy with her coach, Leandro Dora, was to get a first wave quick and finish the wave. So get a score on the board because they know it's a bit slow and it could get tricky throughout the heat.
Got some waves coming here. Priority sitting with Zoe McDougall. Here we go with McDougall. She's going to activate. Sunset Local, way down the line, pulls into a barrel, and that barrel just went way fast down the line, but I like the setup there. Getting under the lid, Zoe McDougall.
Yeah, good effort there for her. And this is the tricky part about this size when it's northwest. The energy goes in that shallower shelf, as you see right here. So it gets very steep and nice, but it runs very quickly. And then after that, it just kind of goes into deep seas and it gets kind of slow. So as you see her right here, the wave's just going to run away from her. As good as she did right there to pull in, great style, great approach, but the wave just runs and gets into deep waters. You can see right there, it just clamps in the end and dies out.
I want to say just a great job from Jace, our water photographer, our water videographer. Actually, he's been money capturing those shots from the channel. I love that you were staring straight down the barrel on that one.
Totally, and it's so hard. It's such a big playing field that it's easy for you to be out of position, but that was a beautiful shot from him. And good work at also like the last few days for the men's, because that was sketchy as well to sit where he was swimming.
There he is. Always happy out there. A veteran when it comes to surf filming and surf films. Not a bad office, but hey, there's some fatigue involved in a job like that. You're out there all day long.
Shoulders are burning out.
And that camera is not light. Yeah, if you've ever picked up one of those video water-housed cameras, they're pretty hefty to hold up all day long. Then on top of all that, just pure survival that those guys were dealing with 2 days ago. So here we got the heat we got Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, with a fast start with that 6 point ride, backed up with 2.93. Smart heat surfed.
This is a good lineup shot for you to have an idea, but basically where the first skis are closer to the athletes, that's where the men's were sitting 2 days ago. That's how different of a mood it is today. It's just way cleaner, a smaller swell from the northwest. It's just energy goes all the way inside the bow and much more manageable. Let's put it this way.
Well, we're starting off today here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We're in opening round, heat number 3. Heat number 4 is going to feature Alyssa Spencer. Shane Dorian is going to be her in-water coach and caddy. We'll be back after this. Let's crack open the WSL vault and look back to 2009, the last time we had a youth moment in women's professional surfing. Alana Blanchard, she made the final. A 17-year-old Carissa Moore surfed all the way from the trials in this event. Carissa, giant, West Bowl at sunset, and the teenager made history. Coco Ho, semifinal finish, had a couple of waves out there. Alana Blanchard, Sally Fitzgibbons in her rookie year, first final, and Steph Gilmore won a third world title. The final featured Alana Blanchard here. She was leading the Triple Crown. Steph Gilmore, fresh off of her third world title at just 21 years of age. Gilmore smooth as ever, but it was the teenager Carissa Moore that took the day and surprised everyone. Poncho Sullivan was her coach in the water, and Carissa, just 17 years old, went all the way from the event trials to a win. What a landmark event for women's pro surfing, and that's the last time we really saw this youth movement. 19-year-old Sally Fitzgibbons, 19-year-old Alana Blanchard, 17-year-old Carissa Moore, and a 21-year-old Steph Gilmore at that time. Are we seeing a new women's youth movement? Well, we have a 21-year-old defending world champ out in the water by the way of Caroline Marks. Jesse.
Yes, let's see. The only goofy in this heat. It's going to have a few advantage of being a little bit more critical, pivoting off that bottom turn a little more. Let's see if she can capitalize on that. And yeah.
Yeah, when we look at, the history of Goofy Foots out here at Sunset Beach, we haven't had, on the women's side, we haven't had a Goofy Foot winner at Sunset Beach since Pam Burridge in 1990. So it's been a regular foot dominance. Caroline Marks wants to change that. Here she goes. Nice hook to start, medium-sized wave here. And the bounce right there, and the wave Jesse, you can talk about that section right there. That section coming off the point gets really flat.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think we're gonna see Zoe here on a replay. Just in the break, just kind of straight close out. But yeah, as you were mentioning, like those smaller waves, sometimes I guess I'll get back to that after Sally non-stop waves.
Here we go, our heat leader Sally Fitzgibbons. Just smooth carve there. Great rail control on the Glenn Pang design board from Town & Country. So the veteran in this heat really taking her opening round heat by the horns at this point. Red Bull jet ski, Abe Lerner from Hawaiian Water Patrol piloting that jet ski. Easy pickup for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, she's having a good heat so far. Starting with that 6-point ride, this is gonna look pretty nice for her. She's probably gonna better the 2.93, and kind of similar size wave as the first wave. She had the 6-point right here, just very crisp right there. She was able to attack, and the other girls are having trouble doing that. As far as wave selection as well, she's like identifying waves that are getting a little steeper. And you see right here coming from behind, right on the pocket, and you see that arm spang right there, just bringing all the way around. That was beautiful. Tuck back knee, which it makes it even more stylish. Just added on just some grace into that powerful turn. That was beautiful turn for Sally.
5.17 is the number for that last ride for Sally Fitzgibbons. She's put herself in a strong position in this heat. We're rolling out here, and our conversation before we got to those replays were about, the point, but then there's what I call dead water coming off Sunset Point that we're flying through, and we saw Caroline Marks catch a rail there. Like the medium-sized waves or the smaller waves, Jesse, hit that little deep water area right in between there and go really flat and difficult.
Yeah, and that's the problem when it's this size. Like the sets are going to be pretty solid. There's a few medium-sized waves like Sally got that ended up lining up pretty nice, but the other ones just goes deep water too quick, gets kind of wobbly lip, and just very hard to fit the board in it. So that was the problem on that Caroline's wave, and she's up and riding.
She's got another chance at it. Looking down the line, frustration.
Once again, the same thing.
Yeah.
Going into deep water very quick. Like if you never surfed Sunset, you would have, hard for you to notice, but whoever surfs Sunset knows there's that shallower shelf, and then after that it's just deep water all the way into Val's Reef,
Yeah.
which is almost on the shore right here.
Totally. And for that, you got to get busy because, like what happened right there with Caroline, you're looking down the line and you're thinking, okay, I got to beat this thing down the line, and then all of a sudden the wall just disappears.
It dissipates. Yeah, the whole energy goes away, and that's for me, this is as much as it's very clean and easy to surf today. As far as talking about Sunset, it's the hardest one for you to figure out which wave to go, because they all kind of look good, but most of them just goes kind of flat after all. And yeah, mostly on your backhand, it's hard to open up, and like your front side carve, and you see Zoe up and riding. Looks like a great wave.
Zoe McDougall, little tripped off the bottom there, but gets a nice carve, regains control. Little wonk there. She's going to actually get a little lucky one, perhaps, that's going to double up on the inside here. Nope, hit that deep water, but nice carve to start for Zoe McDougall.
Yes, much better for her. Just the wave gave her the opportunity. She was able to open up pretty nicely. And for the situation of the heat so far, for both red and white, that was a great score for her. Like, I know Sally already kind of have a gap in both of them, but that was a great ride for Zoe as far as trying to avoid the elimination round.
Here's a replay, Zoe McDougall.
Yeah, just a little bit steeper wave. She kind of lost balance right there, which was unfortunate for her, but she was able to regroup and do a nice carve. I would have liked to probably see her face look a little bit back more to the whitewash to make that complete first carve. That would have been a little bit extra added to her score. But overall, nice wave for her.
Strider Wasilewski, sounds like you want to get into the conversation.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, you know, Zoe finally got herself a good open face. We saw those turns that she threw down. Actually, that first turn was obviously the best one. She's going to try and get back out there and clean up this heat for herself. But out in front, Sally Fitzgibbons just looking so good in the water. You know, her technique and her form on that wall, the way that she railed the rail down into the wave, used the power and the rail and pushed it all the way down with her turns. I mean, I've been seeing that all morning, and it was just so fun to watch that kind of veteran style and that kind of technique all coming into play. It was beautiful work. So she's definitely finding the better ways with the wall, but also using her form and technique for those scores, because those turns are beautiful.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the career Sunset finishes for Sally Fitzgibbons. Of course, we looked at 2009, that runner-up finish to Carissa Morse. Made the final again in 2010. The last couple of goes just with an equal 9th finish for Sally Fitzgibbons. Fitzgibbons out here with a heat winning percentage of 42%. And why is it 42%? It's just because that percentage has been dropped lower because she's actually surfed here in 4 events. So she's had 12 heats out here total when you look at her whole career and won 5 of those. Most of the surfers in the draw for the women, when we talk about their heat winning percentages, we're drawing from just 2 events because the majority of all the surfers on tour right now were not surfing at Sunset in 2009 or 2010. So had to explain some of the stats there.
I know, and more time spent at Sunset on a jersey is specifically more advantage you're going to have. So for those surfers that have been surfing also for a few years, Sally's one of them, like as we just saw in the Vol, like she's been surfing this.
Sally and Tyler would be kind of like the lead in the pack right there when you're talking about surfers that have surfed a number of events out here.
Yeah, and that's such an advantage out here. There's so many moods like we've seen throughout this event itself. Imagine throughout the period of 10 plus years of them surfing. So yeah, it's you take that as a surfer, as a competitor anytime.
Fun wave to surf there. You can see how beautiful the conditions are, but what the surfers are really looking for are waves that have scoring opportunity. And looks like Caroline's going to take this one with second priority. Nice carve off the top. Here's the section lining up, and that was the money turn for Caroline Marks. So I like the fact that she was patient, but then she knew that she needed to get that second turn in before that wave ended.
Totally, and very important as well in this scenario of the heat. She needed to finish, get on her foot, and she kind of played defense, offense. She took Zoe out of that wave as well, so just very smart of her. As you see right here, Zoe had a sniff on that wave, but Caroline was like, no, I'm going to take this. And then she was able to get vertical right there. Just hard to fit those turns. And Sally has just been so smart on the wave selection right there, and she's taking advantage of that. And yeah, making the gap way harder for them.
Take a look at the comparison here. Break it down between Zoe and Sally.
Yeah, check this out. Like, this is very simple for you to see it. Right now, like a little bit before that moment of Sally right there, she was looking all the way back to the foam, as much as Zoe was kind of looking forward and down the line the whole time. As you see right here, she starts to transition her face and looking forward. So what that does, it kind of cuts your turn halfway through. And Sally just opened up and finished the turn, and she got rewarded much better for that score. And that was basically just because of that difference. And
the score difference, a 2.87 for Zoe McDougall with a more paced approach. Sally getting that board all the way around a 5.17 for Fitzgibbon. So a great analysis of the turns and the difference, you know, that the judges are looking at where the surfers are putting their boards.
Yeah, it's so simple, but very hard to execute, obviously. And that was basically the only difference on those turns. Maybe also Sally's wave was a little bit steeper as well, but that was about it.
Well, Sally comes out swinging for a heat win. She takes out that heat along. Caroline Marks will avoid the elimination round with a second place in the heat. Zoe McDougall will see her surviving in the elimination round for the wild card. Great surfing by Sally Fitzgibbons. More surfing coming your way. When we return, we'll have Tyler Wright, Brisa Hennessy, and the rookie Alyssa Spencer out in the lineup.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL, by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. New heat out in the water. It's the opening round for the women. Heat number 4 in the lineup. Beautiful conditions here at Paumalu, Sunset Beach. Tyler Wright in the red jersey. Brisa Hennessy out in blue, and the rookie on tour, Alyssa Spencer, is in the white jersey, Kuiper girl, along with Jessie Mendez on the call. Well, this is where we saw the veteran in the last heat, Sally Fitzgibbons, dominate that heat. The veteran in this heat would be Tyler Wright, 13 seasons on the championship tour. We'll see if Tyler has the same control of the heat. She is deepest out on the point right now, you can see, and she's going to get the first wave. Here we go with Tyler Wright. Nice looking wall here. Layback carve for Tyler on her Paizel Highline board, and she kicks out there, but I like again, the veteran just goes paddle straight deepest, near boneyards, and gets the first wave.
Yeah, great wave selection as well. As far as that wave kind of closed out, but it's very hard for you to identify if the wave is actually going to give you enough time to do 2 turns. Unfortunately, that one it didn't give her, but still she got a steep section, and we see in the previous heat, Sally got a 5.17 basically with that one big carve. As you see right here, it looks like a great wave. It runs down the line a little bit too much, but she was able to still do a nice layback, kind of like a drop wallet on the critical section of the wave. So yeah, it's a great start for her.
It's a reliable turn for Tyler Wright. We've seen that turn used in so many heats. So I feel like it's a go-to turn for her. We see Keikoa Bam Bam Bacalso, her in-water caddy and coach, with that board way underwater right now. Bam Bam's not a small guy, and I'm sure he rides a lot more leaders than Tyler Wright.
Definitely, no doubt about it. But what a good guy to have in your corner here.
The best. Talk about knowledge and talk about positive attitude. Former CT surfer Keikoa Bam Bam Bacalso. 3.67 checks in for Tyler Wright.
And I also think he always keeps like a very good, fun approach.
Yeah.
As much as things are serious, but that kind of takes the weight off the shoulders. Like I remember seeing in the previous years on qualifying situations for all the QS surfers back in a few years back, and he would always be laughing, making them laugh, and it was a good dynamic.
Yeah, yeah, he's got good energy, and he's got a great sense of humor. Lines coming through here. Brisa Hennessy deepest with that blue jersey, and Alyssa Spencer sitting a little bit wider. Alyssa, the goofy foot out of this crowd here. Alyssa with a 9th place finish over at Pipe. So she wants to gain a little bit of ground. Brisa started off the season great with a semifinal finish, but the corner goes to Alyssa Spencer, dropping into this one. Nice wall. Oh, and decides not to. Just saw that wave that dissipated. Your thoughts on that decision just to kick out of that wave?
I think there wasn't much happening right there. Mostly in your backhand, like if you don't have that steep section, you're gonna do a cutback right there, and you know you might get a two. Sure, you might get a two, but she wasn't looking. It didn't look that promising for her to get a decent score on that wave. Yeah, but it looked like a good wave when she was paddling for. I thought it was like, oh, what a luck to be in pretty much the 3rd priority right there at the moment, 2nd priority because Tyler wasn't out, and take that wave, but yeah, didn't turn out good.
And you can see that wave going a little bit wider as we fly over. No wave ridden yet for Brisa Hennessy. Brisa with 1st priority, the 23-year-old representing Costa Rica, Brisa Hennessy. She was the champ out here in 2022, her only CT win, so maybe Brisa can channel some of that positive feeling that she had back in 2022 and take a win once again.
Yeah, she's dangerous over here, and I think her level of surfing that I saw as far as turns at backdoor on the smaller day was so dynamic. I think she really stepped it up on being light on her foot and being a little bit more explosive. She always had that raw power, but she really added a little bit of magic into her surfing, and it's looking great. And she's a great match here for Sunset Beach because her power surfing, she knows the wave, probably surfed plenty of small waves there. I mean, smaller contests here, and yeah.
Yeah, there we can see her heat winning percentage, 88 for her coming into this 3rd start at Sunset Beach. Here goes Brisa. She's going to activate using priority. Smooth off the bottom, tight off the top. She's going to have more opportunity down the line. Lip glide there, solid on the landing, getting back down. So nice start for Brisa Hennessy. More waves coming through here, and Brisa on the paddle back out. One more look.
Yeah, that was a great wave for her. I think the most special thing about this wave is just a combination of major maneuvers right here, starting with the big carve and following up with the lip line. Very solid, critical section, and I didn't see any of those still so far, so they that critical. So she's looking to a very good start right there.
Alyssa Spencer, wave number 2. Patient off the bottom. Nice hook off the top. This wave's going to give her more opportunity. Back up to the lip. One more backhand hook before that wave fizzles out. So judges will owe us scores for both Alyssa Spencer and Brisa Hennessy to set the heat. Hennessy's score comes in a 6.5. So as you alluded to, Jesse, good score for that effort from Brisa.
Definitely. Combination of major maneuvers. She was on rail the whole time. Finished off strong. No really much downtime in between the turns. So that was beautifully executed from her.
All the judges' numbers there. We even had a judge go up to a 7-point ride on the split. Still waiting for score for Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa on the paddle back out. Again, talked about her. 20-year-old out of Encinitas, California. She's a rookie on the tour. Let's take a look at her wave again.
Yeah, as you see right here, the wave kind of flattens out. She manages to actually do a nice carve right there, but the wave dies out right here. As soon as it looked like she was going to get that steep section to get vertical, the wave kind of ran away from her, hit that deep shelf. And yeah, she's looking good though. Like her board looks great on her foot. She has a lot of volume and looking smooth. Just, yeah, looking to find a good wave.
Here we go, Tyler Wright. Double pump off the bottom. For carving, little rail grab there, give a little extra push on the end of that turn. Another rail grab cutback for Tyler. And 2 cutbacks is what she's going to lean on for her number. Well, last heat was a win for the Irukandji. Sally Fitzgibbons taking that win.
Yeah, Kaipo, Sally coming out strong here at Sunset Beach in the opening heat. And you told me before we started this interview, you have to credit the board you chose. Walk me through how you made the decision to paddle out with the board you did, led to the 6-0 to start the heat.
Yeah, it was a tricky morning, AJ. It was like kind of like sneaky, a little more powerful than yesterday. We've had a lot of north in the swell, so it's kind of like the takeoffs have been more like roll-ins, and it just had that bit more west in it. And I was like, oh, I kind of went to paddle into a couple this morning, and you can't tell because there's so many people in the warm-ups. You're like, would I have got that wave? I don't know. And so I was sort of sitting there like tossing up between which one. So Glenn's just amazing. He's made sure we have all the equipment that we need. And I just thought, oh, I think I need that 6.4, and just ran back to the car real quick, got it. And if I didn't have that one, paddling into that first wave, I wouldn't have squeaked in. So that was magic.
It was magic indeed, and certainly a great way to start your 2024 campaign with your first interview here on the glass. First heat win for you coming off of the Challenger Series experience last year. How did that motivate you, prepare you for this year?
Oh, I love my experience. It's like I got to meet like the whole new generation. Like being in the Piranha Pit with them, I was just like, I don't know, you get that camaraderie and you almost build those connections with your competitors all over again. And I met like 100 new people, and I think that really freshened up my surfing and my approach at this point in my career. And we always joke because the first time Riss retired, a few of the Groms were joking, she took a break, but then like the first thing she did was go to Manly and win the QS there. So like she took a break from tour to do the QS as well, the challenges. So I kind of always tell them that I meant to do it, that I was just taking a break from the tour, and I'll see you back in 2024.
And back you are. Congratulations, Sally.
Thanks. Big hi to everyone back home. Love you. Yoo-hoo.
Fitzgibbons looking good here with a wave that she's obviously has a relationship with. I would love to know what her normal size board is in relationship to the 6.0 she said she was riding. As we look at a replay here of Alyssa Spencer, this is a 5-point ride.
Yeah, and this is the difference of being a goofy footer. Like you have to identify those waves that gives you a steeper section so you can get vertical. Because if you're going carve for carve, front side backhand, front side is always going to have the advantage. So great wave selection there for Alyssa. Was able to open up with a big section, very vertical, and she got rewarded pretty nicely for that one turn. 5-point ride.
That puts Alyssa in a strong position right now. She's in first. Tyler Wright's dropped down to second. Brisa Hennessy, however, not in jeopardy at all. Why? Because she still has the highest single wave score, and she's holding priority, Jesse, and she's still got plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, and once you have that 1.5 points, like over a point difference on the best score, you have a huge advantage on top of your opponents. She knows she doesn't need much to get to first even. She needs a small score right now. And she's probably just thinking, I just need to be calm. I started very well and come on a good wave the next one.
Here we go. And just a missed time and a little sticky on the rails there for Tyler Wright. Let's go out to Strider Wozalewski out in the water.
Yeah, we found Mr. Shane Dorian out here. He's out here caddying for Alessa. You know, Alessa new on the tour, but you know, that backside hook looking good. What do you tell somebody that's a rookie coming out here?
I just try to get them psyched. You know, it's like, this is what they worked so hard for, and this is the dream. Like Sunset Beach, 6 foot, glassy, waves are epic, sun's out, everybody's watching, and yeah, I'm fired up for them, and it's fun to be out here watching them kill it.
And I hear you shouting at her when she goes by. What are you saying?
I'm just telling her to get aggressive. I mean, you just got this short window of time, and I don't know, like, I'm here for Alyssa Spencer, and she's so good off the bottom. She just squares it up and smashes the lip, and I'm just trying to get her to like crank that volume up and get really aggressive.
What's she riding out there right now?
She's riding a 6.0. She's a pretty small girl, but she's very strong. She's got really strong legs, super athletic, but she has Tyler Wright, and she has a really tough heat. So Brisa Hennessy in the heat as well. So those girls are super aggressive. So I think the only way out of this heat is to just smash it.
We love it. Thank you, Shano, for the words. And, well, Alessa looking really good out here at Sunset Beach.
Shane Dorian, a champ out here at Sunset Beach. He took a win in 1998. Alyssa Spencer, a rookie on tour. Interesting thing with Alyssa as being a rookie on tour, she chose the number 8 for her jersey. And that is a tip of the hat to Kobe Bryant's rookie number. So obviously a basketball fan. And she's got the same rookie jersey, number 8. Alyssa Spencer's out in the lead.
Yeah, and she's looking good. I like the strategy that they're going with, because it's basically what I mentioned. If you're a goofy footer, you need to be aggressive and find those vertical sections so you can make the most out of like meaty parts of the wave, because otherwise it's just going to be carve to carve, and usually backhand is not getting the knot on that one.
Well, at 14:25, we are waiting for Brisa Hennessy to shake things up. She doesn't need much of a score to take the lead. Will Brisa come back? We're going to find out after these messages.
My earliest memories of surfing are down at Carter Free. My dad would push me into these perfect little peeling lefts. My brother's name is Ty. We've definitely both got the competitive spark in us, so I feel like from a young age, whatever we were doing, I never wanted my little brother to beat me. He definitely pushed me to be a better person and also kind of shaped me into the surfer that I am today.
If there's a barrel that I get, he always tells me I could have been deeper.
See you. My dad is a fire captain at Encinitas Fire Department. I just see how much hard work he's put in to be where he is, and I feel like that definitely really inspired me from a young age to find my passion in whatever it is and work hard to fulfill your dreams in that role. I'm Alyssa Spencer, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
A little bit about Alyssa Spencer. Dad Paul, a firefighter in North County, San Diego, Encinitas. And we got Brisa. This is what she was waiting for. And Hennessy opened up with a 6.5, is going to easily take the lead with that performance. So she was waiting for a long time, Jesse, but when that wave came through, she was able to execute, and the number just came through, Jesse. An 8.33 for this.
Hey, pretty easy for the judges, that one. Just an excellent wave, excellent surfing. Just beautiful turn. This is where she gets very aggressive right there, pushing that back foot so hard and just throwing buckets out there and finishing it off pretty good. I like how she really put an exclamation points on the finishes of her turn, you know, she really makes it count. And the score, she got rewarded for that. So see that second turn right there? I think this is the first one kind of setting up, and right here she's just going to put her back foot to work, use her front hand to kind of support her and just finish it off strong. That was a beautiful way for her.
I love seeing this in slow motion where you can really analyze the arc of the surfboard.
Yeah, first setup right there, just smart, getting critical, but just eyeing it down this section right here. And you're going to see her wait and just put all her effort and pressure into that section right there, cutting it a little bit short to give a little bit more pizzazz to it. And as soon as you thought it was kind of done, she was able to actually get vertical again and find a little steepness on the section. And right there, that's what I'm putting, that's what I'm saying. She puts a little bit more exclamation point in that 5% less of the turn, and it really makes it count for the judges.
Back to live action here. Tyler Wright on the high line. Beautiful arc there for the two-time world champ. Cut it a little bit short there because that wave just hits, again, that gulch, that deep spot. Spencer highlining it through this section and will not find the lip for a maneuver. So likely that we're going to see the situation remain the same. Remember, Tyler Wright needs a 4.77 to take that second in advancing position. Think she got a 4.77 on that one turn?
I don't think she got a 4.77, but it could be close. That was a beautiful wave. Kind of a very nice clean section right there, and she really laid it down, that rail. The difference between her and the other opponents, she really drowns in out her turns very well, which is very critical to do, mostly in a very powerful wave. As you see right here, the other surfers were mostly cutting it short, and she got in the pocket right there, put her hands behind, and just drove through those back fins, and that was very critical turn from her. Right now, she just kind of gets in that moment that the wave kind of goes very steep but flat very quick, and she couldn't really make the most of it right there.
And the judges gave her the number of 5.27. So that was enough. You know, she just needed a little over 4, so she exceeded that expectation, and now she's in second place. Danger zone now for Alyssa Spencer, sitting in third with second priority Strider.
Yeah, and to get into the analytics of this heat, we got Alyssa and Tyler just had a full paddle battle to get back out to the peak on time, see who was going to get it. It looked like they were going to maybe take the skis, but then they saw each other and just started going for it. And Alyssa, with a little bit longer board, got the nod on the priority. So she's got priority over Tyler right now, back out in the heat. This could be a pivotal moment for her in this heat.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, so Alyssa is in third, but as Strider pointed out, she does have a priority advantage over Tyler Wright. So that's good news for the rookie.
Totally, that was clutch for her to get priority over Tyler. With 7 minutes left, she doesn't need a big score. I still have a feeling that both of them are going to get opportunity, and most likely Tyler's going to improve. She probably noticed that she got a 5.27 with that one big kind of layback carve. And she knows she doesn't need that much to get a decent score, so she's going to be looking that in third priority, maybe try and sneak something under. But yeah, she deserved that score because the way she drove through that turn is very critical, very hard to lay the rail and hold it for a long time out here. And the judges analyzing that and recognizing.
And another thing kind of to recognize is interesting. We saw Sally Fitzgibbons win that last heat. Brisa Hennessy, as we look at our heat check here, giving you the top scores on the bottom for each of our surfers. All the waves ridden in that waves ridden column, as well as the current situation in time. But Brisa Hennessy, as well as Sally Fitzgibbons, they're riding from the same factory. Both of them are riding Glen Pang surfboards from Town and Country. So is that factored? Are the boards a factor into the fact that they've been doing some great rail surfing? I mean, Brisa, that's our first excellent score of the event for the women.
Totally. That plays every little detail. Like it's pretty crazy. When I used to work with some shapers back in the day, they used to mention even the batch of that you get from the blanks. You could factor into it the temperature of the day, the humidity of the day. So all those little things play in factors. So.
Of course, our CT Shaper rankings, all the scoring begins at the quarterfinals for both the men and the women. By the end of today, we will be set with the quarterfinals for the women. We're already set with the quarterfinals for men. So when we look to finals day, that's when we can really talk about the shapers doing battle out there and see who's going to take the lead. Channel Islands currently in the lead after one event, but there's a lot of competition out there, like that man right there sitting. That is John Pizell, Tyler's shaper, and Lily, Tyler's wife, there in the Red Bull athlete zone.
Yeah, he looks pretty calm, composed.
He's always, yes, well, I wouldn't say he's always calm.
I mean, you have good athletes makes half of the job done, you know? Like, they usually get the job done pretty easily. Not easily, but they tend to work it out, so that's why he's not so stressed so far.
He's pretty much an easygoing, fun character anyway. John Pizell, been at it for a long time here on the North Shore, and his boards are under the feet of world champs like Tyler Wright as well as John Florence. Down to 4.5 minutes, and Alyssa Spencer needs a 3.95. Not a big score at all, Jesse. Do you like where she's sitting? She's sitting wide.
Yeah, I think so. First of all, she's a goofy footer, so it's a little bit harder for you to get that first pump and speed down the line. So for her to sit a little bit wider, it would make it easier on her to not be sitting too deep. You know, front side, if you're a little too deep, you can get that first takeoff and pump down the line and gain a lot of speed. Backhand's a little trickier. And also, she doesn't need the biggest score. Sitting with second priority, so Brisa's kind of dominating where she wants to sit, and they're all going to kind of go after that. So, yeah, it's smart for her. The problem of her right now, it's like, when to pull the trigger, right? There's going to be probably a few opportunities for her to get a 3.95. But the problem is, do I go for the 3.95 and leave Tyler hanging, just needing a tiny score? Or do I let her go on the waves and maybe wait for a better wave? And sometimes they don't come. Like, it's just when to pull the trigger is very tricky.
Yeah, and I guess what you're saying is the perfect play for Alyssa Spencer would to let this clock run down to like 30 seconds and then get a 4-point ride so Tyler wouldn't have any time to respond.
Exactly.
If you could script your perfect heat in this scenario right here.
Yes. Or even could have been an even better scenario. It would be if, which is a little bit tricky right now because the waves are slow, but a 2 wave set that are very good looking just at like off the bat that you know it's a good score. So it's an easy decision. I have to obviously go on this wave. So you need 2 of them because Brisa's probably going to take the first one, and then you're going to need the second one for you to capitalize on. But so far, it doesn't look like there's much coming out the back.
No. It's taking a little mid-morning snooze right now. We're 10 o'clock a.m. Hawaii time. Alyssa's going to activate here. She goes scratching into this one. Needs to get to the lip right here. Foam rebound there. She chased that wave. I don't know if that's going to be the number.
Yeah, it's not going to be the number. And just as I mentioned, like if you're a little bit too deep on your backhand, it's very hard for you to get around the sections because you don't have that first quick pump after you get into your feet. And that wave actually had the potential, if she was a little bit more to the channel, she would have been able to get very vertical in that first section and yeah, if she had landed and executed well, she was probably looking like to get a 3.95. But now having to go around that section, the wave kind of dying it out. Still got a crack on it, but I don't think it was critical enough for that 3.95.
No, it fell short, a 1.8, and that was just because she was chasing it the whole time. There was a section and opportunity, you pointed that out, Jesse, but it was the positioning. She just was too deep on that one, and so when the wave did stand up, she was still on her heels and not able to get a bottom turn and get up into the lip.
Yes, and sometimes it's not even your fault. That wave just kind of came under and wide, and you also don't want to be out of position for a good wave. So it's just how surfing rolls sometimes. Like, unfortunately for her in that situation, it went against her. Sometimes it goes in your favor, but yeah. And Tyler now is just kind of already separated herself from Brisa, came closer to Alyssa right there. And
oh, yeah. This is when Tyler's got just the apex instinct, and she's just going to close this one out. She's happy to play defense for 45 seconds. You can see her like already swarming near Alyssa Spencer. "30 seconds here. And this should be an elementary play in this final 25 seconds. Brisa Hennessy with a big lead in the day's first escalate score. And then we're going to see end the heat strategy with Tyler Wright, who has priority over Alyssa Spencer. 10 seconds to go, and here's going to be the block. There you go. Priority will switch, but too late. No opportunity for Alyssa Spencer, and she will be in the elimination round. Brisa Hennessy surfing brilliant out there, a former champ here at Sunset. Look at the numbers, 8.33, a 6.5 for Hennessy, and the win. Tyler Wright, we'll see her in the round of 16 as well. We got more coming your way. Joanne DeFay, Lakey Peterson, Sari Lindblad out in the water. We're gonna have Joe, Flick, and a very, very, very special guest joining us right after these messages.
What a great time to open up the WSL Vault. Let's go back to 2003. Great time to be from WA and be about 30 years of age in the prime of his life. Jake the Snake Patterson. What an era this was. So this is in the heat of the Kelly-Andy rivalry. Snake on his way to what would have been his fourth CT win at the time. Kelly knocked out early. Andy, I think, got a 10 in this final. We're going to get an update in just a second. Don't you worry. Taj was in that final. Shane Dorian was in that final as well, and it was Jake's day. Got some great advice from his older bro to paddle way out the back, get the bombs, and it all paid off. Ended up moving into the top 10 with this big win that season. And it was a great day for Snake. I think Snake loves to surf, but he loves getting cheered up the beach by his best friends in the world to share the joy and the love of the game. But how's this classic footage? Shane's just in the channel finishing up his caddying responsibilities. We'll get word from Shane about this final and also Snake in just a moment. But yeah, Andy was on a roll this event. He was kind of the guy just throwing up huge scores, including that 10-point ride. Andy said his whole body was just so sore from the pumping conditions. He was happy with his second as he was trying to chase down Kelly Slater in the world title race, which he ended up doing at Pipeline. Oh, what a great time in pro surfing, and especially for Jake the Snake Patterson. Best kick out. There's the chair. There's the cup. And that's when Jake added his name to back up his brother's name, who won back in '96. Wow, what a cool memory. Was that about right?
Oh, what a rev up. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, how'd you feel? Bring us the insight about that final, what you rode, the intensity of pro surfing in that era in 2003.
Well, it was a long time ago. You know, we're looking at 21 years ago. But I just remember that morning, it was pumping sunset, as you just saw. And I didn't go for a free surf. I saw Andy, Shane, and Taj all out there free surfing. And I was going, no. You've got to surf 4 times today. If you're going to be, making the final, you're going to have to really be on your balls. So I elected not to free surf and just, won the final. Shane said he was cramping when he was running out for the final. I went, yeah, he is. And I was psyching.
It's all those little things, right, Flick, that go into longevity and just a turning point in a final where everyone's running out of gas. And Snake winning that event ended up with 5 CT wins when it was all said and done. As we break down a brand new heat, Joanne DeFay taking on Lakey Peterson and rookie Sawyer Lindblad. So a lot of representation from USA this year. 5 surfers on the top 17 full-time. And Joanne DeFay, the one surfer representing France by way of Reunion Island. Great heat here with the experience of Lakey and Joanne. Then we'll have the backhand approach, Flick, which you'll enjoy from Sawyer Lindblad.
For sure, that was actually going to be my point. Like, obviously, Joanne and Lakey have got that really strong forehand carve. As we break down Joanne's first wave here, so sort of got a little bauble there, carves through that face, sort of more of a setup turn, looking to really open up on this section here. Almost runs over, it looked like a photographer. So, sort of this first maneuver here, this is the one I was talking about, sort of just a bit more of a setup maneuver. She can sort of see that it's going to get a bit steeper down the line, and she really wants to probably put a lot of that energy onto this turn here. Sort of seemed like to me that you're only going to get one really good moment on these waves out here today. It's really tricky to read. As good as it looks and as good as the conditions look, when I was off in my break, I was sort of just taking it all in, and I think it's a lot harder than what it actually seems like when you're watching on the webcast.
It's an interesting point because we hear that a lot from everyone watching the waves on the beach at sunset, and then when you paddle out, you actually learn a whole different story of what's happening. Snake, what would be your insight on having some success on a day like today, this size, and how to accomplish getting the best waves?
Sunset's always a wave catching contest. It's like if you can start well, like a 4 point, what's you end up with, a 4?
It's not in yet. 4 judges throwing it out.
4-3-3.
There we go.
It's a start. You get what I mean? It's a wave catching. We saw a couple of girls earlier like falling short like of their second wave. So I always say is like keep riding waves if you can. Like it's sunset can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Like you can always get caught, washed in, and or like closed out on. And so I just always just say just keep riding waves, and if you know what you're looking for and your lineups, it's like. It's a little west swell just started to fill in. I mean, that first wave, it had a little bit of north in it and then went into the west bowl. So the girls are stoked. It's pumping out there. The wind's dropped off. It's a dreamy day for the girls.
How much did that play into your success at Sunset, actually knowing what the different angles of swell did to this place?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time out here. Like, Kelly the last time he probably surfed out here was last year in the contest. You get what I mean? He spent all his time at Pipeline, and look at his success at Pipeline. So wherever you put in the time kind of thing, I hated surfing in the crowds at Pipe, so I never really put in the time there. But out here, I love the open water thing. It reminds me so much of home and stuff, so I loved it. Bigger boards, 2 feet on the tail pad, you know how it rolls.
I know how you roll. As we watch live, Joanne DeFay coming off her second scoring ride, had a 4.33 before that. Great time for Joanne DeFay to be enjoying pro surfing with Sunset coming back. I feel like a wave like this really suits her power game. Flick.
For sure, I think her trademark maneuver is that forehand carve, and she's just so physically strong. So this one here is a bit of a smaller wave, but kind of just speaking to what you were saying, Jake, just sort of keeping busy and a bit of a wave catching contest. I really liked how she was able to lay really into that first turn. I feel like technically it's probably the best turn we've seen from her so far. I just think this wave height's probably going to let her down a bit, but yeah, really speaking to what you were saying, just keeping busy.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a great lead already.
Yeah.
Now she can work on it. The girl's got to chase her now, so that's a big thing at Sunset. No matter if it is a kind of a small lead, but a total of 7.5, but that's value. It's in the bank already,
What an advantage for this event to have a coach or a caddy right there with you. Love Hodel is probably would have a hard time adding up how many waves he's ridden out here. I think when you think of one wave on the North Shore, you think of Sunset when it comes to Love. He absolutely enjoys it, no matter what the size. Still tries to put his name in the mix in some of the regional events just to feel that competitive energy, which probably helps as a coach, to kind of feel it again, even though you're kind of beyond the highlight of your career competitively. You can learn a lot to pass on to the surfers that he's coaching as we look at Lakey Peterson really connect well before that wave shuts down, Snake.
Yeah, that was a nice turn. I mean, that's what I reckon the girl's got to do. Even if it's one big turn like that, I think that's going to be the best score of the heat so far. So, Sawyer's got a little, hands full. That priority is a big thing right now as well because it's so clean. As we saw with the guys the other day, the priority didn't really matter because there was wave after wave after wave, and there were so many wouldn't say mistakes, but you didn't really know what a good wave looked like the other day. So right now, when a wave like this comes, you kind of know you're going to get one nice turn at least.
How'd you like this one, Flick?
For sure, I loved it. I think I've just got to agree with what Snake said. It just one big, beautiful turn. It was really well timed, and this wave actually had a lot of steepness to it, which meant she was able to go for a maneuver like that. And yeah, it was great surfing by Lakey. She's actually got a chance to speak to Brit right now. She's on a 6'2" CI Pro. And she actually is really loving a 6'4" at the moment. She was obsessed with it, and we were actually talking and joking. I wonder if she's going to take that 6'4" out. And the guys were saying, no, surely not. She must be on the 6'2". So she's on the 6'2" now. But they were saying if she advances through to this afternoon, we start to see that swell fill in a bit more. She might want to jump back on that 6'4" because the 6'4" is turning like a 6'0". She reckons she's got it dialed.
Turn look magic. Snake, you got a lot of fans out there. You mind taking a question?
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. Strider, what do you got?
Hey, Snakey, why aren't you out here? You're supposed to be in the lineup with me. What is going on? I thought you were coming out. We were going to do some interviews in the water and talk about, what's going on with the boards. Now, Snake, I do have a question for you, my friend. I am a fan, by the way.
Thanks, Strider.
All these athletes are amazing. They all have crazy talent. Just can you talk to us on the mental side? I mean, look at you. You've had victories and you've been successful in competitive surfing. Everybody's a great surfer, but there's a lot won upstairs, I feel like.
Oh, definitely, Strider. It's a really good point. Like everyone's got the ability. It's the mindset that you've got into, especially surf against the top seeds. For myself, like beating Andy, like I think I was the only one that had a winning percentage over Andy, and my thing was to always keep those guys honest. Go out there and surf my heat, and if they make a mistake, I'll eat them up, kind of thing. I'll just keeping them honest. They had to outsurf me, kind of thing. So if I just was always the guy that would always banked a couple of 6s or a couple of 7s, and if I got outsurfed, I was fine with that because they all, I didn't think I had the best ability, but I always had the best game plan, I thought. So which makes me a pretty good coach, I reckon.
I love that. But when I hang out with you, Snake, it's like you come off as someone who's comfortable in their own skin. You doesn't seem like there's a lot of self-doubt creeping in there. As we'll get back to this, we've got Lakey with a super clean arc. That release out of that turn was really easy to watch. 4-2-3 was the single maneuver on her opening ride, and that might get her into first over Joanna Fay.
Well, I'd say so. I really love that turn. I feel like she's looking, to me, super in control of her board. And we've seen a few girls take off this morning, and it looks like their board's sort of baubbling under their feet, and they don't really have proper control. But she just had really nice control through that one maneuver, and I think it's going to be another good score.
Solid score coming in for Lakey. Those turns look solid. Let's catch up now with Brisa Hennessy with AJ.
Brisa, congratulations. What a way to start off your Sunset campaign with the first excellent score on the women's side of the day. Walk me through that 8-3-3, what you saw, how you picked it, how you took advantage.
Gosh, that was just the wave. I just tried to do my best. No, I was really lucky that that wave came to me and I had priority. It really is like a cat and mouse kind of chase out there, and I feel like one thing for Sunset, for me especially, is just to go in with like no expectations, like arrive with no expectations and leave with no expectations, and having that freedom I think really opens you up to opportunities you never saw before. So that was like my frame of mind. I'm like, there's not that many opportunities, but if I keep an open mind, maybe one will pop up.
Well, and speaking of having to have an open mind, you had to with your board even today, because you broke the 6-4 yesterday that you'd been riding. So took this one out in a heat for the first time today. Walk me through how it rode and what you're going to like learned from surfing it in this heat.
Yeah, it was really, really sad. It's always a sad day when you break your board. But I'm super grateful for my family at the TNC Surfboards and Glenn Pang. I've been riding them since, gosh, I think I was 14 years old. So we have a really close relationship, and yeah, it's super cool to kind of pick Glenn's brain and see his equipment, change through the years, and now just bring it into Sunset.
Well, it did well in this opening round heat. Congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 16. Before we let you go, anything you want to say to friends and fans in Costa Rica?
Thanks, AJ. Sí, estoy muy emocionada. Muchísimas gracias por el amor. Estoy muy, muy feliz de estar acá en Sunset. Una ola increíble y sí, vamos con todo. Pura vida.
Well done to Brisa Hennessy. Big win there, 14.83 combined total. And moving on to the round of 16 with Tyler Wright, Alyssa Spencer into the elimination round. And towards the end of that catch-up with Brisa, Joanne DeFay caught her third ride in the matchup. Just to get you caught up, Lakey's last wave did get the lead. And now DeFay looking for it right back, chasing a 3.43. And we'll see what happens here on the replay in a moment. Sawyer, meanwhile, the rookie holding priority. Walk us through this one, Snake.
I don't know why Sawyer's not on this wave. I mean, geez, she had first priority, and it looked pretty buttery to me, like two big turns. This is going to be the best wave of the heat by far. So, I don't know, a little mistake there from Sawyer. I mean, she was right there. She had a good look at it. Maybe she saw something out the back, but I don't know, on your backhand flick, do you reckon?
Oh, yeah, I reckon. Especially on a wave that has that steepness, you're going to be able to get so critical. And sort of the backhand's a point of difference in this heat, right? Like Sawyer's looking, she didn't even really look, actually. She just kind of let Joanne go. But, I mean, this was a great score for Joanne. She really laid the board on rail. It was critical. But on your backhand, I feel like on these sections, you're going to be able to get more tighter in the pocket and really hook it. Whereas on your forehand, you're sort of forced to go a little bit more out on the face. And Joanne's still going to get a great score for this. I mean, this score's just come through, a 7-point ride, But Sawyer, I mean, on her backhand, here she goes.
Sawyer Lindblad now making a move here. Nice stylish bottom turn, just a little tap there, trying to go a little higher as the two sections collide, almost making it impossible to ride away. So incomplete there, missed opportunity on the wave previous. Snake, are you going to be working with Sawyer for the rest of the season once we leave Hawaii?
Yeah, I am. So, yeah, I'm kind of
you're already going to work. You're already going to work.
Yeah. So, yeah, after we're at Portugal, we start. So
cool. How did that relationship start? Have you known her for a while? Did she reach out to you?
Well, she's from St. Clemente, and I've coached pretty much half of St. Clemente back in the Snake Tails days with Griff, and I'm working with Cade. I think Tommy was asked, and she doesn't ride for Oakley, so he goes, the Sawyer might be interested. And then Mitch Colapinto hit me up because he knows Mark really well, Sawyer's dad. So heard that I was coming back to coaching and asked if I was interested, and Steph having a year off, and so, yeah, I'm on.
Excited for you. Last the Sawyer flick, what'd you think?
Just the wave selection for me wasn't really there.
She should have been on the one before.
For sure. And it had a funny bend in it. The read was a bit funny. Obviously going for that sort of carving cutty, and then going up when there was two big converging bits of whitewater. I just don't think she was ever going to get right out in front of those two bits of whitewater. I think just comes all back to that one wave that Joanne went, and Sawyer just let her go, and Joanne really converted, dropped a 7-point ride.
Wow, what a heat. Just getting started, really. 12:45 is a long time for all these three to get really involved in heat number 5. We're going to have to take a quick break. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach continues, and we'll still enjoy our conversation with Jake the Snake Patterson right after this. It's time to check out the pulse, which just focuses on the major highlights of the day so far. Let's go back to the first heat of the day. Picklum opened up with a 6-3-3, but didn't get a solid backup. It was all about Isabella Nichols getting the 2 mid-range scores, taking the heat win, and Gabby Bryan, who's had back-to-back semifinals out here, just couldn't find the score. She goes to the elimination round later on today. Then we saw heat 2. Lulu flexing on her local break. Luana Silva looked super smooth. It came down to a nice 2-turn combo. Even after the rest of the wave shut down, it was enough for her to take the win over world number 1, Katie Simmers. Katie and Silva straight to the round of 16. McCulloch with a wild wipeout goes to the elimination round. And then heat 4 had Alyssa Spencer leading this matchup. And then about 10 minutes to go, Tyler and Brisa took over. Brisa Hennessy ended up getting that 14.83 combined total. Tyler Wright in second, going straight to the round of 16. And Alyssa dropped all the way to third, and she will have to deal with the elimination rounds. Brisa looking sharp, a former champion at this venue. Been surfing Sunset Beach most of her life, as we see Luke Swanson caddying for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Actually, might later today.
Betty Lou has Tatiana Weston Webb, and they're in the same coach's corner of Ross Williams, and also India Robinson there. India, team rider for Paizel Surfboards, and John's been on hand making sure all the equipment looks perfect. 9:10 on the clock as we're still with Snake. Flick also just representing hard for WA right now as we go right into this one with Lakey Peterson. That clean first turn has been really reliable in this heat, and a cool looking down carve version of it as she's looking for her lead back. As we went to break, the scores did come through for Joanne DeFay. That interesting moment where Sawyer didn't go with priority. DeFay turned in a 7 there. And now Lakey looking in form as well. This is going to put a ton of pressure on the rookie once that score drops, Slick.
Oh, for sure. In my eyes, that was almost possibly best wave of the heat. In my opinion, I really believe that they were just 2 really well-timed turns here. As we have break it down, nice little fade back, beautiful clean face there, really hooks it in the pocket and gives a bit of variety here, just jamming that layback. There were just 2 really beautiful time turns, and she liked to do that 6-2 CI Pro looking really good under her feet.
So things happening so quickly. We just got the intel that Sawyer did lose priority before that wave came through. So that makes a lot more sense because that was probably the wave she was hoping for, but a loss of priority right before that came. Joanne took advantage of that to get the 7.0. And now, you know, the future coach for Sawyer can kind of relax a little bit, but this is the air, and just turning like that lost priority.
That's pretty heavy. geez, that wasn't even a paddle. It wasn't a committed paddle.
I like your reaction there. It didn't look like much. So, yeah, loss of priority as we saw what it ended up doing for Joanne Defay.
Yeah, I've got to err on the side. I'm sort of erring on the side with Jake. Obviously, priority judge seeing something different, but I didn't even see her take a paddle.
It was the drone angle, so we got to see if we could have a look at the. She lost priority. Who cares?
No, it's a good point. Angles are everything, and so yeah, from the sky, it didn't look like she was making any commitment to that wave, but from the front on, it could have been a different story. So Sawyer, that would have been painful for her. Even if she feels that she didn't even make a move, she's got to have short-term memory and move on and still try to get back in the seat snake.
Well, that last wave of Lakey, 8 points, and that's, as you said, Flick, it was very nice surfing. I love the carve down with a bit more power and oomph into it, so that's where the bunch of those points were for, I reckon.
Yeah, that looked beautiful. And that's been Lakey's program. And she was so young. It was all about airs. Even when she qualified, she was focused on progression, and everything just switched. It's been all about big carves, big body torque, wrap type turns, and improving in bigger waves as well. Strider, Lakey's in the lead now.
Oh, man, we saw that big two-turn combo. We saw, we knew the score was going to go up. We didn't know where it was going to go. Went to the excellent range, and then she's just paddling by, telling me how much fun she's having out here right now. She's just eating up every second of it. And look at this. Sawyer finally found herself a good-looking wave. Let's go.
Sawyer, big hack there. Nice connection. Love that cool style that she brings from San Clemente. Back to the lip again and crushes it. Remember that gem of a wave she got at backdoor. She can provide really cool moments even on waves she doesn't have a ton of experience on. Did so well at Snapper last year. We saw a lot of great versions of that backhand attack. But this is a cool test for a rookie. After, losing priority, whether she thought she committed or not, she's got to move on. That's the whole thing. Move on even if the call doesn't go her way. And I think that was a great example of that.
Be a goldfish, Joe. Yeah, that was this wave. This is going to put her back in the heat for sure. I mean, it was pretty nicely surfed. A little snap there. Flick on your backhand. What do you reckon?
Well, I think she did something really smart here and just waited for this second section, because there's been a few girls this morning sort of try and go up and hit it a bit early, and yeah, it kind of just looks like that wave hasn't been properly finished. So I think it was pretty nice. Couple of turns, scores come through, and 5.83.
I thought it was a little bit better than that, but yeah, maybe they thought they missed that middle turn. I mean, she had done that snap and then got up on the lip line, maybe floated that, and then that finish could have gone into the excellent range. So it left a little bit of meat on the bone there, I reckon.
I like that, Snake. Talk us about your coaching role, because every coach is a little different how they lead up and then what they're actively doing as the heats are progressing. How do you take that on?
Oh, I like doing all the work before we get to events. Like for each different place, there's different games we play and different strategies we try and work on before. Say Bells and is completely different to say Snapper or Margaret's even. So we kind of do the work before and get the equipment. I'm really in tune with equipment, what each athlete's riding. And then when we're at the event, it's like we try and do a little bit of work at the spot, but not overdo it, because you kind of lose your mind surfing with the crowd at the event. Like at, say, Bells in the morning, you get half an hour of light before they start the event, and there's, the whole tour on it.
So true.
The mindset's got to be better than just being eggy the whole time. Here's Joanne.
Rolling in and throwing a section away. Those sections are pretty hard to read at times. It kind of breathed and had some backwash once she got to the lip, so incomplete, still second. Lakey still with her lead out front. And now Sawyer goes to second priority. We really enjoyed the CT Shaper rankings last year. Jake, in your opinion, should there be a coach's rankings this year?
100%.
Oh, yeah, no question.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the deal. Like all the top guys have coaches these days. It's, it's same with the board thing. I mean, you can have your top girl, your top guy for each event. I don't know.
And we could get you keep points quarters on. That'd be great.
Why not?
Yeah.
And make it more interesting for everyone. 100 grand for the winner or something. Why not?
And talk about the relationship with Tommy Witz, because we know you guys are best mates, but also work together in that coaching role. Are you guys separate this year, or do you kind of share coaching responsibilities? How does that work?
No, we're separate. We coach different people. we travel together forever on tour. Like, we're best friends, and we have a good amount of banter. But like, when it comes to his athlete against my athlete, it's game on.
It's on. So that'd be a good battle towards the end of WSL Final 5 if you guys were involved. And that'd be exciting. Run us through your crew that you're coaching this year again, just so we're up to date.
So I've got Kanoa and Kate Matson, and then after Hawaii, I've got Ethan and Sawyer. So, yeah.
Game on.
Yeah, I've got a nice little posse there.
Hey, congrats with Kanoa into finals day. Looking great. How would you break down what he accomplished?
Well, it's just his mindset this year kind of thing. Like, I was texting more last year, and he just didn't look like the same guy I'd coached previously. You know, I've been out of the game for about 4 years, and, you know, I made him do all his homework, made him go back through all his heats and go, this is not you. Why are you surfing like this in your heats? This is not what we've built up over the years to get you to like a top 5 surfer, and you've kind of gone back the other way. So it's good to see him back doing the snaketails way.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of your highlights from the vault, which are incredible. What would you say your best coaching highlight would be at this stage? Just one standout over the years.
It'd be the Karamis event with Kanoa and Steph winning both the men's and women. We just had a vibe going, you know, staying at the commune, right? Yeah. And just like, you know, had the same routine day after day. It was just working, you know, and everyone was comfortable and happy. The whole thing is making them happy and enjoying themselves, so they make easier decisions. You know, the decisions aren't hard; it just all happens. And both of them were just on fire, and yeah, it just felt like that was a holiday in Bali for 2 weeks. Walked out with a pocket full of money.
Oh my gosh! Well, took care of your tab. I'm glad that worked out. 45 seconds on the clock here. Lakey Peterson with an 8 and a 4.23. Solid position with the lead, with priority. Sawyer Lindblad had that moment where she lost priority, and then Joanne paddled right into a 7. Sawyer was able to get a 2-turn combo in, 5.83, left chasing a 5.51. She does have priority over Joanne DeFay, so see if that helps her out, but Lakey might just shut the whole heat down.
Yeah, she's going to run out of time.
15 seconds, couple of lines out there, not looking too promising. Remember, third place here has you surfing again in the elimination round. There a taller peak starting to pop up. And this one will come up just a little bit. Too late. This wave will just take Lakey in, but the scores are all official. Nice, solid wrapping turn for a victory lap as she'll be reseeded into the round of 16. She was used to back-to-back thirds at Pipeline to kick off the previous seasons. This year, knocked out early, so an important result for Lakey here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, as she will move on with Joanne DeFay. Sawyer in the elimination round with another great heat coming up next. Tatiana Weston Webb, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on India Robinson. We'll be right back, and we'll continue our chat with Jake the Snake Patterson. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Opening day of competition for the women continues. Heat number 6 getting ready to go on a nice, cool Tuesday morning here on the North Shore of Oahu, coming off the President's Day holiday. All the kids are back in school today, but I'm sure they're asking their teachers politely if they could watch the action. Tati taking on Betty Lou and India Robinson. India Robinson from that Bells Beach region. Super powerful act. Loves Sunset Beach. Betty Lou's been dominant out here since she was a little kid. And Tati, representing Brazil, but growing up on the island of Kauai's, had a lot of reps out here on her backhand. Here at Sunset now, stop number 2 of the season. Kind of interesting. Our top 4 seeds in the opening round did not get heat wins. So no adjustments to their seeds heading into the round of 16. As we'll get caught up with what just happened during the break.
Oh.
Over the falls. Wow.
Whoa.
What the hell happened there?
That was radical. Then Tati got this wave. Happy to have a little more room there, Flick.
Holy, there was not a lot of space. Wow, okay. That was so hectic. But, you know, both these girls, and I know both of these women are really assertive in the lineup, right? And they were just kind of going for it. And all of a sudden, just both too late. Betty just going head first down and out. Both far out. That was really gnarly.
Betty swore she was going to miss it. That's why she was backing her up so much. She was in the chip, but then she realised she'd got it, and then she just went, I've got to pull back, and she was already in the lit.
Yeah,
Holy moly.
Wow, a little excitement. We love the start of heats, just like that.
Going over the falls. Wow.
Gosh, and we've heard how much fun Betty Lou has really battling her competitors for the start. That one just took her by surprise a bit. Now recovering into her first turn. Throws a little fade. Chips it off the top for a completion. And now fades on this inside section. Betty Lou getting a start. One of the heroes from Finals Day at Pipeline. Amazing at backdoor. Got some gems on her backhand as well. We'll be celebrating Betty Lou's performance for a long time for sure.
Oh, for sure. That semi-final that she had with Molly, in my books, is probably one of the best ever women's heat in competition, just for pushing progression and how much they empowered each other to go bigger. I've actually got a question for you, Snake. What do you do in this situation if you're Ross and you have 2 competitors in the same heat? Is it like you're playing a game of chess against yourself? Do you give them a different gameplay? What do you do?
Oh, yeah, I've had this situation many a time. Like the US Open had Kanoa and Griff when I was coaching them both. And I just say, take the gloves off, boys. You both know what they're kind of, you're coaching them both. It's pretty hard in this situation when there's a third wheel involved. So,
or do you take advantage of that?
Well, not really. Well, you kind of can because 2 go through. So,
exactly.
But the seeding for this hit round, so you both want to win this heat, so your seeding jumps up for the next round. But it's a tough one. But if you're coaching them the same kind of way in the same strategies, they kind of should know what each other's going to do. So I kind of let them ask questions, and instead of trying to coach one more than the other.
Yeah, it's a good call, especially at Sunset specifically. I mean, if you are in the water and they're both paddling by you, you kind of want to have equal treatment for both of them, right, Flick?
For sure. I guess that's all you can do, right? But I thought maybe it's funny, maybe it's like a chess game, you just one trying to beat the other.
Those moments can get awkward, but very exciting when you bring up that Kanoa Griff moment at the U.S. Open, both wanting every bit of that event. As we have 24 minutes on the clock here. India Robinson holds down priority. Expectations on India as her comeback to the tour, Snake?
Yeah, well, this wave should suit her surfing. This is kind of like big bells kind of thing. Same kind of open face, and you can ride the same equipment pretty much for big bells for you can at Sunset. So I'm expecting her to do some big old hacks.
How much has the equipment changed from your 2003 win we just got to watch? Because I talked to Parco the other night about his victory when he was riding that 7-2 Takoro. And he was just going, it was so thin, the leash plug was 6 inches up from the tail, and he had to do that big foam climb in the final because he said he didn't know where to put it at the time. I mean, what have you seen as far as the changes in the last 20 years?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, Kanoa's biggest board for out here is 6'8", and we had 7.6s back in the day in our quivers, I was riding a 7-foot board in that final against Andy and Taj and Shane, and I don't know. They just don't ride bigger boards. They put themselves in heavier spots, but they don't maybe turn as hard. We can really lean into bigger boards, and you have to turn them hard. Hence the 2 feet on the tail pad. You can throw them around easier.
I love that. Would it be worth your while to pack a 7-foot plus board if you're on tour this year?
No. No way.
We moved on.
Yeah, we've moved on.
All right.
You know who rode a 7.2 though? Was Italo that day at Pipe.
That's right.
When we were debating, is it on, is it off?
Did you hear what he said though? It's the biggest board he's ever ridden in Hawaii.
Yes, I heard that.
You get what I mean?
That
That's
was
crazy.
That was standard procedure back in the day.
Yeah, that's like your shortboard almost for back in our days.
Lakey Peterson was amazing in the last heat. She's with AJ.
Yeah, she certainly was amazing, Joe. Lakey, I know it had to feel so good to just get your feet in the wax here at Sunset after you left Pipe earlier than you wanted to. Walk me through how you stayed ready so you could perform in this moment.
Yeah, it felt good. Pipe, I honestly don't feel like I even started my season. I feel like this is the first event for me, just with how quickly that ended over there and the situation. So, yeah, it's just so nice to have some fun waves at Sunset and to have the lineup cleared to actually ride some waves. And yeah, I've got a great batch of boards this year, and just I feel really good. So it's just nice to have opportunity to at least give myself a chance.
Well, and one of the ways you gave yourself the chance was on that excellent wave. Walk us through it.
Yeah, I knew just 2 nice turns out there is going to probably be a good score, and if you can surf it up a little bit, it would likely go excellent. And that wave was just, it's so groomed, the winds have kicked in, and it's really clean on the face, and yeah, just had a really nice wall, and yeah, I just kind of, I guess my motto is kind of just try to surf to win, not surf not to lose and hesitant. So yeah, just trying to be on the attack mode and trust in the process.
Well, and speaking of attacking, that's one of the things that you and I talked about before the season is just how ready you felt for this 2024, all the work you put into the off season. Walk us through your mindset towards competing in this 2024 season, how ready you feel.
Yeah, I do feel ready. I definitely put so much work in the off season, and I'm as prepared as I think I can be, which feels good because then, you know, whatever way the chips fall, you got to just trust that process. But yeah, I definitely, I feel great. I think this year I'm just working on being a bit more consistent, and you know, especially before the cut line, you just want to get those results going. So yeah, just trying to do that, and then also just enjoying the journey. It's a fun year ahead, and yeah, I feel really good. So hopefully I get more chances.
Well, excited to kick it off here with you at Sunset. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Lakey Peterson has provided some big moments in her career, officially became a world title contender right around that 2018 era, getting wins at Snapper, and then started getting more and more wins to really compete with, which was Steph Gilmore that year. And she was so thrilled to actually be in the mix and getting said in the same sentence as the GOAT in that world title race season. But Lakey's kind of on this comeback track. You know, she's been a little left out of the WSL Final 5, dealt with a couple of injuries and recovering well from an early loss at Pipe as she's sent into the round of 16. Beautiful playing field today, 19:45 to go. A lot of heroes that surf out here on the normal days, but when the competition's not in town. One named Emmy Erickson, the daughter of big wave legend Roger Erickson, and Emmy's been out there with you, Flick, on some pretty wild days, not just at Sunset, but Waimea Bay.
Yeah, Emmy and I have shared a few good ways. We see Tachi just having a look here on her backhand.
Tati now rolling into a kind of a setup turn, nothing there, so not much of a score. Betty Lou's start 3-6-7, and India holds priority. Yeah, hard not to mention the Erickson family when we're at a place like this.
For sure. I think Emmy brings a certain sort of grace to big wave surfing. I mean, Emmy's wave is Sunset. She absolutely surfs this place all the time. She knows it like the back of her hand. And there's a real common thing that happens in big wave surfing. It sort of looks like everyone's just trying to survive when they surf. But Emmy just has this really beautiful style. And yeah, it's a nice point of difference to watch her out here in waves like Waimea, where she obviously has such a special connection. She was part of that first women to ever surf out there in the Eddy, which was really cool to watch, and especially for her where she spent so much time.
And just dedicated to the single fins most of the time as we look at India Robinson getting her opener of the heat. Wow, what a great turn to start for the Australian. And now jamming it under the lip on that open face arc. Well-positioned second turn, reading the wave brilliantly and She's off and running, Snake. What, you giving her the lead?
Oh, definitely. That's going to be almost in the excellent range. I think around a 7.75, maybe close to an 8. Like Bell's bowl right there. Like nice and clean. She's riding a bigger board and she just laid a couple of hammers. Very impressive.
Abe Lerner on the ski there, the Red Bull ski for the Hawaiian Water Patrol. He's got the most interesting golf swing. We'll get back to that in a moment as we go to India's wave here, Flick.
Yeah, this had a beautiful bowl to it. And she just really hacked into that first turn, threw so much spray, waited for that little section to bowl, kind of cut that second turn a little bit short because she kind of got up there a little bit late, so just choosing to snap underneath the lip there. But this first turn here, this is where so much of these points are going to come from. And yeah, just what you said, Snake, just sort of similar help.
Similar.
The Bell's bowl.
Look at that. Crushed it, huh, Flick?
You and me both this morning.
Oh, yeah. It's been one of those days. As India comes through with a two-turn combo. 7-3-3. Well earned, Snake.
Yeah, as you said, Flick, she cut the second turn a little bit short, but it's probably because the board was a little bit too long for that sucky bowl section. I mean, if it had have stayed a little bit not so steep, she could have done 2 huge hacks to go into the excellent range. But there's the bowl style for look out for India at Bells.
Guaranteed. 16:50 on the clock. More waves on the way here. Priorities with Tatiana Weston Webb. Nice patience. Now a nice swing into the pocket. Almost looked like she was going to go down, but read it well as it breathed underneath her feet. Didn't really have a critical section as it changed gears right when she was trying to time that off the top. So still a wide open heat just led by India's 7-3-3. We always like talking to the fans and hearing from you on who's going to win all the big matchups on tour. I always love getting Snake's theories too as we go into the barrel with Betty Lou. She makes it off the bottom and an absolute hammer of a finishing move.
There's an excellent ride for you.
Look out. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson getting the barrel and then absolute hack to finish. Little slide in that too. The judges are going to eat that up.
Local knowledge there for sure. The way she read that wave was really tough. I mean, there was ones that stretch out like that, and she had to be in the barrel to make it to the end to make the turn. So, wow, that's going to go huge, I think.
Well done for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, putting it all out there. Let's see what happened on this wave, Flick.
Yeah, this was so sick. Just what Snake said. She really had to be in the barrel if she wanted to. There was nowhere else to get around this section but through the barrel, and then lays it straight up into the lip and sort of resembled that wave that Griff got, you know, in those dying seconds of that heat against Cade. Just, okay, Cade isn't going to go, I'll go. And just, yeah, beautiful serving here. Read that barrel really well. It's the only way through and just hacked it under the lip. It was super impressive.
One more look here, Snake.
Wow. And it's like it's such a hard barrel to read on the bowl here. It's like it doesn't, sometimes it goes really hollow, but sometimes we call it the breathing dragon because it's got so many different like lumps and bumps, and sometimes it drops out. But that's really well surfed.
And having that tail drop there just shows her commitment. She couldn't even see.
I love the hair flick.
That wasn't just for style. That was actually that was part of it. Well done for Betty Lou, anticipating a massive number. India Robinson is laying down an open face hook, and the lip lands on her. Still has control, but she's just forced to straighten out there. So India had the 7-3-3. But probably heard the crowd light up when Betty Lou went to town. So we're still waiting for what could be one of the best numbers of this opening day for the women. Now it's in 9.17. Well deserved for the local hero.
Wow. So similar to that one that Griff took off on, just straight into the tube. Put it all on the line for that last turn. It was just amazing read on that wave, and that was a really, really tricky barrel to come out of as well. It sort of crumbled on that end section, so she did really well to sort of muscle her way out. And then even when she landed that second turn, just that wasn't an easy drop to land, and just becoming so compressed over her board and really hanging on to it was, yeah, it was amazing. 917.
Are you bringing up that comparison as well? Because, you know, Tommy coaches Griff and Snake had Cade. No, maybe not.
Yeah, I did think about it when I said it. I was like,
kind of ate me up. It was killing me.
13:20 to go here. Betty Lou just put on a show. 917 and the lead. We'll be right back. Great day to be kicking off the women's event in just glassy, rippable conditions. Big 8s and 9s are going down, especially if you're Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, as we're anticipating a massive day. Let's hear from Kaipo in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
All right, I'm over here at the Beach Marshals area. This is where all the surfers get their jerseys, but also you get some sun protection from Shiseido, Ultimate Sun Protection. New product out there. It is a 50 UPF, 80 minutes of waterproofness out in the lineup, and the packaging made from plant-based recycled material. So this is the Ultimate Sun Protection. Shiseido is the choice of the World Surf League.
Makes great decisions. He also made great decisions in fantasy in the past and won the regular season, which was very impressive. Since then, he's taken a break. I don't know if he's nervous to kind of go back in there or just wanted to drop the mic when he was on top of the world. But speaking of picks and choosing surfers to win, we love hearing from you on the Pacifico fan picks. 42% went Tati. Majority went 54% with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and just 4% with India Robinson. So Snake often has a fantasy clubhouse that he works out. Are you doing it again this year?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
And can anyone join your league?
It's open, mate. It's Snake Tales 2024. So if you want to join,
perfect.
It's pretty fun. It's really hard. Here's Betty.
Betty Lou during the break.
Oh.
Going down swinging, so that score is still yet to be put in the system. And then Tati on this one, Flick.
Yeah, Tati on this wave that looks really good and bowly. Sort of regains there, but just something's just looking a little bit off for me. It kind of looks like she just hasn't got the ability at the moment to really crank it the way she wants. For me, it looks like she's got a bit of the wobbly boot on. I'm not sure if it's equipment, but yeah, we were talking in the break, Jake. What do you think?
Oh, I just noticed when she stood up, her foot was way over on the side of the rail on the front foot. So that might have hindered her bottom turn there, like it went too sharp on her. So I don't know. She didn't probably, because Sunset's pretty hard when you take off in the wind and everything, like to get your feet in the right spot. But then they all use foo wax these days, so you can't move your feet. They're stuck to your board.
There's so much traction in that. People have their technique just to light graze, depending on the individual. Some of the younger surfers are just coating it now because they're so used to almost picking their board up with their feet. Interesting, though, because Tati's so sure-footed on her back end. Think big wins, Margaret River, where she just has no hesitation and can use all that power. Any more on, you think, her rhythm out here, Flick?
Yeah, it also, I think, might be coming down to wave selection too. She's having a look here at this one. She's so late into that one there, and kind of looked like that was actually a really sick wave. It looked like it peeled off beautifully and it actually had probably that nice scoop she was looking for. But yeah, with a little bit of wave selection too, just going these waves that isn't allowing her to get really tight and critical in the pocket. But every sort of wave, there's sort of been a bit of a wobble moment, or yeah, like you said, got to speak to those moments. You just think about her at Margaret River on her backhand on the right. It's just looking so incredible and so crisp, and just feels like at the moment she just can't quite click into that.
Right. Also, Belle's finals in the past, she's got such a strong backhand. It just feels a little off at the moment. We'll see if she can recover. And 8 minutes to go. What happened here, Snake?
Well, I just think its equipment's really short, and as we saw, India with a longer board can get into those waves quite easily, and she got held up. Look how easily she just got into this wave here.
Roll in for India Robinson, and there's that big arc on the open face. Little stumble there, but she'll recover into a wrap. She does have a 3.8 at the moment, so she's really trying to hang in there.
Only looking for a 5.5 to take the lead off Betty, so still 7.5 minutes. I want to see all the, straight onto the ski. That's sick.
Gosh, that's always feels like a win, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, definitely.
Good execution.
I think it's also been, positioning before they even took off. Like, obviously, India's riding that bigger board, a bit more paddle power and easier to get in, but looked like she was maybe sitting a bit further out. Tati was just so underneath her wave that, here we go. We'll look at this one here. India just off the bottom, carves again. It was a nice opening carve. The wave just went a little bit fat here, so I'm not sure if this is going to be that 5.52 that she's looking for to go up into the lead.
But right there, I think, right around it.
Yeah.
One more look from this angle, Snake.
I like this first carve. Just high and tight. Love it. And then, yeah, as you said, if she had just got one more section here, she would have gone to the lead. But she'll go close, I think.
Just maybe a slight disruption of flow after that first carve into that second maneuver, but definitely lost a lot of wave height. So judges will think about that one. India Robinson back on tour, worked so hard last season to get back to 100%. Her brother shreds as well. So a nice surfing family representing the state of Victoria. As numbers in now for India Robinson, 4.5. Not enough for the lead, stays in second. She does use that as her low score, so that means Tati now needs a 7.14 to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, she just made that job a lot harder for Tachi at the moment. And, I mean, there's 6 minutes on the clock. Tati's out there where she's got second priority. But I feel like at the moment, just looking at the form she's currently got, unless she can sort of snap out of that or maybe get an easier entry into a wave, I feel like it's seeming a bit hard. But we obviously know that she's so capable. She's got such a lethal backhand. And when I think of her surfing, I always think of her as someone who she's either going to go out there and get an 8 or she's going to go out there and get a bunch of 2s and 1s. Like, that's how hard she goes. You know, it's just she's either going to pull it off and it's going to be this incredible score. So, I mean, it's definitely within her wheelhouse. At the moment, though, it's just looking like things aren't quite flowing for her.
So interesting back 5 minutes of this heat as we look at the event's top scores. We just saw Betty lose 9-1-7. Brisa in the heat previous, well, heat number 4 to be exact, 8-3-3. Lakey in the last heat had the 8. And then India Robinson in this heat as well with Betty Lewis, 7-3-3. So we've had a lot of big numbers in the last couple of heats that we've had in this opening round of competition. All just setting up some big matchups in the elimination round, like Alyssa Spencer taking on local wildcard Zoe McDougall coming up next. But I think, Snake, the big topic's been since Pipeline is a generational shift like we haven't seen before since we saw the era of, you know, Steph and Carissa and Tyler, and then you'd add Sally, just always, you know, top 4 surfers for so long. That was such an impactful move in surfing history, and now we're kind of looking at right now a similar type of momentum shift on tour.
Oh, full hats off to what the girls did at Pipe that day. I was so scared for the women's surfing that day because I was going, this could be really embarrassing because it was pumping Pipe, and Pipe's really, really hard, and those girls charged. You know, oh, here goes India, just trying to get that lead, needs a 5.5.
Now setting up off the bottom, big section. She hits it with some speed. Went over a step there, but had total control as she's looking for that 5.52 on that one maneuver.
Yeah, that's not going to be the score for sure, as we see Betty
Lou, Sakura Johnson just getting a little bit lost on that first section. We'll see if she can recover here. And this will just send her way down into a nice top turn. She was still able to fit that one in before even passing the Hawaiian Water Patrol there. But some support on the beach for both Betty Lou and Tati. They spent a lot of time together, sparring partners in the camp of Ross Williams.
Yeah, going back to the Pipe event for the girls, as we watch this replay, Tati even packed some crazy waves that day as well, so we can't forget about her in that quarterfinal, I think it was, that she lost in. But so, you know, we were all talking about the top 3 girls that day, but like Tati had a really good dig as well. So pushing the women's surfing to a whole nother level, as you said, like, you know, not just on their forehand either, which was critical. You know, forehand so much more comfortable at backdoor, but a couple of those girls charged some crazy waves on their backhand.
Oh, so true, Snake. That's a good call. You know, you can run away with the highlight reel and the success, but sometimes there's more of the story to tell when you're just charging, putting yourself in scary positions, like Tati continues to do every season at Pipeline. Betty Lou out in front, waiting for her last score to come through, along with India Robinson. And Tatiana's just been out of sync in this heat. A couple of awkward little moments where you kind of mind surf with these athletes that you watch so much. And for Tati, just having these little stumbles, that definitely has been standing out to us in this heat.
For sure, because in my eyes, Tachi's this is a wave that I think could be her strength. You know, she's just got so much power, especially on her backhand being that point of difference in this heat. And I was actually just talking about it before, but on your backhand, you have the ability to go a lot closer to the pocket and a lot tighter in the pocket. And, you know, a lot of these women, they're on the majority of these women are on their forehand out here. Their trademark turn is that carve, which means that you're going that bit further out in the face, whereas on your backhand, you've got the ability to be so much more critical. So I guess I'm just waiting for that moment for Tati because, yeah, we've obviously seen her do it so many times before.
Down to minute 30 on the clock All these surfers were out here yesterday getting a nice warm-up in similar type conditions, maybe a bit more size on the sets today. Snake was ripping, and I was stoked to see that because Tommy was saying you were more golf fit coming into this season, and we saw you lay it down. What board was that? That guy looked great under your feet.
6'6", Glen Pang, glass on fins, Joe, little swallowtail.
And was he someone you relied on when you were competing out here in Hawaii?
Yeah, definitely. I love Glen Pang boards, and we saw Brissa talking about it earlier. She's been riding his boards since she was a kid, so... And you saw Sally's riding Pangs as well, I think. A couple of other girls. I just think, coming to Hawaii, it's such a unique place and waves and everything. And for having a local shape is pretty important, I feel.
So smart to just dive into the local knowledge. You get such a contrast of equipment out here on a normal day. It's really cool to see the surfers that come here from different places and call up local guys like Pang. And we've got 40 seconds now. It's Tati with priority, which is a good thing for her, but she needs a 7.34. That would have to be the second best wave of the heat, a touch better than India Robinson's best score that she had on her opener. Betty Lou got her 9.17 on her second effort, so those scores have been there for a long time. Tati trying to find some space, and everyone's going with her. Flick, what are your options when you don't have priority, but you're still kind of following your competitor down the beach?
Oh, I'll maybe ask Jake. He'd have a better idea than me. I think he's got a higher success rate competing in the water.
Well, it didn't work out for Tatiana in this one, but she will surf again. Shinobu happy with Sakura's performance, as we'll reseed them into the next round. Betty Lou pulled into a nice hollow section and got one of the best scores of the day. And Jake, we can't thank you enough for coming in, getting some great waves, doing some great coaching, and gosh, how many hole-in-ones have you had recently?
3 in 3 months, mate. It's been pretty crazy. But,
wait, and you'd never had one before?
Never had one. Had 3 in 3 months. It's crazy.
So that was real news. Those weren't, because I saw the celebrations, but you got 3 in 3 months.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know, dude. It's like I've waited 35 years for one. I've been playing golf for 30, but never had one, and then went bang, bang, bang.
Wow. Teach me everything. Well done, Snake. We'll be joining him throughout the season and throughout this event. Elimination rounds coming up next. Tati, Alyssa, and Zoe McDougal. We'll be right back.
I first got hired on the Triple Crown as a production assistant. At the beginning of the show, they needed someone to run the roving camera, and I just put my hand up and was like, put me in, coach. I want to do this. It's been such a joy to be able to be a camera operator for my favorite sport and not only be present for some of surfing's greatest moments in the last 15 years, but to also be a part of them, to have the world see through what I see. The ocean is always moving and is so dynamic, and it really requires us to come into the present moment. Surfing always brings me like right there.
Leah Dawson, our camera person, and camera number 2 here at Sunset Beach. Paumalu day of the opening round is done for the women. So the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach will continue on. We're taking some time right now to reseed the elimination round. So, hey, I'm Kuiper Girl, Felicity Palmentier. So we're taking some time to reseed the elimination round. But this is when things get real when we talk about the elimination round.
For sure. I mean, it's do or die. You definitely need to be in that first or second advancing position. It's going to be interesting for Tachi because she literally just surfed a heat. She finished in 3rd. She's in this first opening elimination round heat. Obviously, probably going to have a few words in the channel to her caddy, Ross. And we'll see if she can turn things around.
Yeah, speaking of Tatiana Weston Webb, she's riding Sharp Eye surfboards. Sharp Eye surfboards, where we look at the CT Shaper rankings, Sharp Eye in the number 2 position right now. So coming off of Pipeline, we'll take a look at the CT Shaper rankings right here. Channel Islands out in the lead. Sharp Eye at a close second. DHD, he's got some riders in the quarterfinals already on the men's side of stuff. We'll see how he adds up. Lost Mayhem now in 3rd. And Katie Simmers, the lone rider for Chris Borst Designs in 5th. So all that starts on the quarterfinals. Shaper rankings. It's another conversation for another year. You got a favorite shaper?
Well, I think obligated to say Mayhem Lost Surfboards, considering I've been riding them now for 5 to 6 years. But Channel Islands is right out in the lead at the moment, 14,000 points. I mean, that's a really good lead.
I was giving you a chance to really bump up Lost Surfboards. Like, give them a plug. Matt Biolis, you make wonderful boards. You won last year. We love you, Matt Biolis and Lost Surfboards. Okay, I did it for you. Let's set the next. Let's set the heat. You talked about it.
Wow.
Let's set the heat. Tatiana Weston Webb, you said with a quick turnaround. She was in the opening round, the last heat of the opening round. Now she's in the first heat of the elimination round. She's warmed up. Is this an advantage or a disadvantage for Tatiana Weston Webb?
I think this is an advantage. I think she's already been out there. She's probably, here she goes already.
Tati. Nice carve. Like you said, she's warmed up. She's ready. A little under the hook. Under the lip hook there for Tati. Just sticking with this one. And just going to ride right up onto the sled for a ride back out. So first score is going to go to Tatiana Weston Webb.
Yeah, back to what we were saying, I think it's an advantage that she was just out there. She's probably had a few words to Ross, can clean up a couple of mistakes from that last heat, and already from that first wave, I think I'm already seeing an improvement from Tachi, just the way she attacked that first section. She's looking more sure-footed, and kind of got to echo what Jake was saying when he was in the booth, that, you know, it's a wave catching contest out here at Sunset. He was saying you just got to get waves on the board, and with long lulls today, you know, anywhere up to 8 minutes, you just need to be taking those opportunities when they come through.
Yeah, there she is, paddling by Ross Williams. Take another look at the replay of Tatiana.
Yeah, so this already, in my eyes, is a better looking turn. She's looking a lot more sure-footed. Gets it back up for a second one underneath the lip there. So yeah, 2 turns already on the board for Tati, and this is Zoe on her opening wave. Zoe's one coming through at a 1.83, so just a small score there for her, but Tati's score starting to come through and looking to be around that 4.5 mark.
4.33 for Weston Webb checks in. Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas, California, a rookie on tour. Glides through that bottom turn and on her way to a good number, but a failed attempt. She goes incomplete, and that's going to be a tough start for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, what's interesting in this heat is we've got, looks like leash snap, or is she still attached to that board? No, she's not. So I think her leash, looks like her leash has fully come off. It's not, one part of her leash isn't even actually attached to her foot. So I'm going to go with possibly her leash snapping right there as she's just...
Yeah, sometimes the cuff just comes off. So we'll take a look. And she's going to get shuttled back out. Sometimes also, you know, when you're on the ski, it'd be good to get in the saddle.
For sure.
I mean, yeah. Your strategy, you can tell us, what's the advantage of being in the saddle rather than the sled on the ride? We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what happened here and what went wrong.
Yeah, so, I mean, she's just staying really high right now because that wave's peeling off without her really fast. And it was one big turn, but she didn't quite get up there early enough. And just coming down with that full explosion and brunt of that wave is super powerful. And obviously, here we go, Zoe up and riding.
Zoe McDougall, our wild card in this event, sponsored wild card. And just really kind of having to negotiate a bunch of bumps in there for those cutbacks. McDougall, she opened up with a 1.83. And we take a look at, she had a wild card last year at this event where she had an equal 9th finish. So last year she did, you know, make it into the round of 16. This year she's probably set her sights as at a minimum to make it out of this into the round of 16. Ski on the way to pick up Zoe McDougall.
For sure, I think Zoe's a great surfer. She surfs so well. When I think about her strength, as we'll get back to that in a second, as we see
Tatiana, nice carve there. The wave gets a little steeper here, and she kicks out. So the bump, the lump, all coming into play right now at kind of mid-size Sunset Point. And Tatiana Weston Webb on the paddle back out. Let's hear from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She went excellent in her last heat.
She did. Kaibo, excellent. Seems to be a range that you're finding yourself in quite a bit here on the home court here between Pipeline and Sunset. What kind of work in the off-season did you do to be ready for these waves when they come?
Yes, in the off-season, I mean, it was mainly just focusing on my injury, just rehabbing and training, and then just knowing that I had the confidence still to be able to surf the way I can still surf. That was kind of just the big drive for coming towards these events, and then kind of like hustle down and get as many practice surfs before the season started.
Well, all those practice surfs paid off, especially that 917. Walk me through that wave and how you just navigate it from the barrel to the turn, everything.
Honestly, that was my first barrel I've ever really gotten out here. But yeah, just taking off on that wave, I kind of had a feeling I didn't know if I could even fit a turn in the beginning because it was kind of just running down. I was like, oh, I'm just going to tuck in and then hopefully like punch out. And then there was an end section and I like reacted really fast and got a turn in and hung on my tippy toes to complete that wave. But yeah, that wave was a dream.
It certainly looked like a dream, and now you're on to the round of 16 with the heat win under your belt. How much confidence does that give you moving forward?
Yes, that's a lot of confidence. Honestly, like the practice surfs here have been really, really difficult. We've had big swells and it's been hectic crowds. And yesterday was really like my first surf where I felt like I got into a good rhythm out here practicing. And yeah, today I kind of just brought that in today.
It certainly paid off. Congratulations, Betty Lou. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Sakura coming off a shoulder injury that she sustained last year at the J Bay event. Has been working on it, and I've actually been in physical therapy with Sakura 2-3 times a week. I was working on my knee. She's working on her shoulder, thanks to Physiotherapy Hawaii, Bart and the crew over there who put on a tremendous program, getting a number of surfers back into shape. Leo Fioravanti, another surfer that's been doing some time over there in the facilities for Physiotherapy Hawaii. Great group. Numbers are all in now. Tatiana Weston Webb with the only substantial number of a 4.33. Weston Webb out in the lead. She is going to, that was a paddle. Yeah, okay, there we go with the priority.
Lost priority there. Bit of an error, I'd say, for sure. We see, maybe not. Maybe she's going to convert here. She looks like she's going to go this smaller one.
On the inside here, but a steep wave for Tatiana, but just the feeling that one out. She's going to reposition herself away from the rest of the pack. She's sitting in last priority, so maybe just trying to create some space there. Here we go to Alyssa Spencer. Good looking wave here. Oh, And the wall stretches out in front of Alyssa.
Wow,
and it may be time for the surfers to consider moving off of the point and more to the bowl. What do you think, Flick?
Yeah, I think that was a couple of errors there. It seems like both of those waves were actually, I mean, Tachi's was a little bit small, had a bit of foam through it, but Alyssa's wave, that one seemed like it was a really, really nice wave. It just was shifted a little bit wider on the reef, and yeah, Alyssa just being that little bit too deep. I actually turned around and had a cheeky look at what that wave looked like, and it just ran off, and probably had the ability to get a couple of nice turns on that, so a little bit of a mistake there. And yeah, so we'll see how this all plays out. We've got 20 minutes on the clock and some pretty low scores so far. I mean, Tachi's, obviously got that lead with that 4.33 with that her opening wave. 2 turns on the backhand, but I think we're yet to see Tachi really, really open up just yet. So, yeah, hoping that she gets another opportunity in a wave with a little bit more bowl.
Weston Webb, the veteran of the crew with 8 years on the championship tour. Remember 2021, she was a runner-up for a world title, came really close. 2022, she was still able to make the final 5. Last year was a disappointing finish for Tati at 8th in the rankings at the end of the year. We talked about her out there also with her coach Ross Williams. And Weston Webb with that number 9 on her jersey. Quarterfinal, she's already has coming into this event, quarterfinal finish over at Pipeline. And let's take a look at her career at Sunset. Both of them, both years here with a loss in the round of 16 to Luana Silva in 2022 and to Katie Simmers in 2023.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that Tachi hasn't had a better result here. When I think about her surfing and her strengths on tour, for me, they're the bigger, more powerful waves, the more challenging ones. As we see Zoe.
So Zoe McDougall with first priority, just had a priority error. That first priority is going to shift now to Tatiana Weston Webb, who was just moments ago sitting with third priority. So there's been a couple of paddles and waves not caught, so the priority continues to shuffle between the 3 surfers.
For sure, one thing I'm noticing too is those trades are picking up a bit more. It kind of looked like to me that Zoe was got this shot just right there. You can see the spray flying off the back of the wave this morning. When we first got down here, it was really glassy. There was hardly a breath of wind. It was, really dreamy conditions. But now those trades are starting to kick in, and Zoe just kind of got hung up there at the top and couldn't really get down. So definitely a bit of an error there. Tachi's now got priority, and they're sitting quite far out the back. So we'll see if anyone goes this one.
Here we go. Weston Webb with priority. Steep drop there. On the heels to this beautiful section. Gets up into the lip. Catches the outside rail and goes down.
Whoa.
So the wind and the waves, I feel that the surfers should start considering riding a little longer boards. I've just been seeing that in a number of heats where you see the surfers with basically short boards. Which you can surf the wave, but it's about catching the wave and controlling it, with all the wind out there.
For sure. I mean, you know what? This afternoon, I think there's a little bit of swell that's supposed to start pushing in as well. So you're going to think it's supposed to be, I mean, you can see Tachi there kind of just laughing to herself because she's had a couple of funny moments. It seems that she's okay. She's kind of just touching her shoulder there a little bit, but that was a really, really good looking wave that she took off on. If I'm really going to analyze it, I feel like she was a little bit late in getting into it, and maybe to speak to your point, Copes, just maybe that little bit extra length on her board, she'd be able to get in a little bit easier and she wouldn't have been so late there. As we have a look here, she's just right underneath it, and it forces her to drop straight to the bottom instead of being able to have a bit more of an angle on the takeoff, right? And she got up to and then here again, I mean, another little bauble. You could see that's why she was kind of shaking her head, laughing to herself. I mean, you just kind of have a few of those moments in a row and you're like, what is going on? Like, I've just got the wobbly boot on.
And here we go with Zoe McDougall. Zoe lining up off the bottom, eases through a cutback there, and that's what she's going to get out of that wave. But Flick, on this wave too, it is at this size, like pretty rippable on a standard shortboard or a small step up, but paddling in, and the wind is way windier out there than it is here on the beach. You could use a longer board, and there's enough push out there that you can turn a longer board.
Oh, for sure. No doubt about it. We saw India Robinson do it in that last heat, as we see Alyssa.
Spencer Nice slash off the top, keeping it smooth on the rails of the CI. And that wave just dissipates into that deep section there. But she did get a nice turn on the backhand. Alyssa Spencer, a 3.26 will take her into second and advancing position. Remember, third place in this heat, eliminated from competition, taking out an equal 17.
Yeah, I think you're just going to speak to what Jake was saying before, and when we had him in the booth, and you know, he was saying it's a wave catching contest. You really just, obviously you got to surf to get through these heats, but there is quite, you know what, the consistency has actually picked up since this morning. So those lulls aren't as long, but yeah, here we go. Tati again staying super active.
Weston Webb. Nice carve, taking a high line there. Patient off the bottom. Another backhand cutback. And that's going to do it. So similar waves between Alyssa Spencer and Tatiana Weston Webb. We'll see what the separation comes as far as the scores.
Yeah, it's interesting this heat. I feel like there has been a lot of opportunities come through. I think maybe, I mean, it's hard to tell just looking here from being on the broadcast and looking at this screen, but I feel like they might be slightly out of position. You know, they've taken off on a few waves and had a look behind my shoulder, and those waves just ran off and sort of looked like there was a lot of steepness to that face. So I feel like there has been a little bit of opportunity out there, but maybe with this like ever so slight increase in swell and those trades kept picking up, women just not exactly in position or maybe confident on where they're sitting.
Well, we're halfway through the heat here, 14 minutes and 50 seconds as we fly by elimination round heat number 1. We're going to step away and we're going to take a Bonzoy brew break. I'll froth up some Bonzoy, add it to the coffee, come back energized. Gabby Bryant, she's going to be in elimination round 2. Ahead of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, WSL1 Ocean, Shiseido, and Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii gathered at Kahuku Beach Park, where we were shifting the sand for microplastics. An occurrence that happens here in the Hawaiian Islands on the trade side of the islands where microplastics blow and pollute the sand. Great job. Thank you, Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii, Raphael and the crew, and Mananalu Water. Thank you, Jason Momoa, for keeping us hydrated. Looking at saltwater now. The shoreline of Sunset Beach and elimination round heat number 1. Kaipo with Flick Palmentier, who's giggly as ever.
Always. Always having a good time.
We are having a good time. So when we went to break, we were waiting for the score, Flick, between Tatiana Weston Webb and Alyssa Spencer. Really similar surfed waves and real similar scores, a 2.4 for Tatiana and a 2.93 for Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa Spencer still in that dangerous 3rd position in this heat.
For sure. I mean, we're splitting hairs though here really because, I mean, the only one with a substantial score right now is Tachi, and I guarantee that she probably doesn't feel safe herself either. I think there's going to be some movement happen on this leaderboard in the next 11 minutes. I feel like there's going to be another set come through, at least maybe 1 or 2 sets, and all girls are going to catch waves. There's such small scores that basically a takeoff for Alyssa and a bottom turn is going to get her the score, you know, 1 turn.
Yeah, and to your point, we're yet to see the breakaway scores, and we know the numbers are out there. We saw Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a 9.17 in the opening round. We saw Brisa Hennessy with an 8.33 in the opening round. We saw Lakey Peterson with a flat 8-point ride in the opening round. So we've had 3 excellent scores already put up just in the first round. So what that tells me is that there's excellent numbers out in the water right now. It's just a matter of, you know, the set and the performance matching together to formulate that excellent score.
For sure, and positioning as well. And it's interesting just looking where these girls are now. You can see Alyssa, she's got that second priority, but she's sort of making a little bit of a move right now, opting to sit a little bit wider on the reef. And I almost think that could be a good plan, because a lot of these girls have been taking off and they've been too deep and sort of only getting that one first turn, and then the wave runs off without them. And it's also smart, you know, creating a bit of space between herself and Zoe, because obviously if you're in that second priority, I mean, there's not much you could get. Here we go. We'll get back to that.
Scratch it into this one. And unable, and that wave does actually run off pretty fast, so I don't think there's going to be any error on Tatiana Weston-Webb's part. She's still in the lead and just taking a look at that one.
Yeah, well, back to what I was saying before, I think because Sunset's such a big playing field and there's a couple of different takeoff spots, obviously maybe with that bigger swell incoming, if you are sitting out there and you've got second priority, like, you could almost afford to get a bit of space between you. I mean, Alyssa's going to afford to get a bit of space between herself and Zoe, because, I mean, it's just, why would you sit right next to the person who has first priority, and you could have like another chance a little bit wider. As we've seen, there's been sets starting to hit that peak a little bit wider on the reef, so not a bad strategy from Alyssa to sort of gain a little bit of space there. But you can sort of see Zoe sort of creeping on in, getting a little, just not letting her get away too much.
Yeah. Well, Alyssa being a goofy foot, it is smart for her to sit a little bit wider, because as a goofy foot, she probably needs a little bit more room on a wave, because she's not going to be able to really get the initial down the line speed that a regular foot, someone who was facing the wave. So I like the positioning for Alyssa Spencer here. She just needs a set and some opportunity.
Yeah, it's just because while there's this lull, right, I think it can get easy to get lost out there. Obviously, these women have definitely got lineups, but when there's a break in the set and, you know, time's ticking down, there's such small scores, it's really easy to get dragged into sit deeper, to be sucked into going a smaller one, because you're sort of out of desperation, and then all of a sudden the sets come through and you're out of position, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how this end of this heat plays out, because I feel like all of these women are probably going to get another opportunity.
You can see them up on the point here. You can also see some lines starting to show themselves on the horizon. And this is when a couple of the P's come into play. Paddling and positioning, and then picking the right wave. Of course, the fourth P, Flick, is you have to perform so that you can get that number. But you got to get to the first 3 Ps first before you get to the fourth P.
There's 3 Ps when it comes to making fire. Do you know what they are?
No.
I would know from surviving.
You're surviving. Yeah, you're a survivor.
Preparation, preparation, preparation.
Ah. Dry kindling. Here we go. Priority with Zoe McDougall, and she's going to get going. The Sunset Local. Nice snap there. Foam climb. Gets bounced off of that. McDougall looking to improve upon a 1-point ride. She did get a nice snap in.
I think she'll definitely improve on that 1.83 with that first turn. However, and there we go, the scores just come through, 2-point ride, 2.03. So ever so slightly improved on that, and I mean, makes that requirement a little bit harder for Alyssa. But Alyssa still only needs a 1.6, you know, that's literally just a takeoff and 1 turn. Or even just I just feel like this heat is just so open. This wave here was a little bit smaller, had a little bit of wong to it. She gets this first carve here, doesn't really lay into it that much. She just tries to get up there for that second turn, but that was a smaller wave. Sort of ran into the channel, went really fat, was a little bit wonky. Yeah, they're definitely going to be wanting, I mean, she's just trying to make something happen with the opportunity that came through, but I have a feeling that there could be some sets on the horizon where it's been a while since we've seen one, so got to be thinking that Tati and Alyssa are going to get another crack here.
Well, Alyssa now in third place. That's a dangerous position, but she does have first priority so this wave's hers if she wants it, and she's going to go. Spencer off the bottom, controlled hook off the top, and oh, that was unfortunate. That was one of those mirage waves that stood up, and look at the second wave in the set for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Much more of a wall on this wave, but too much of a wall for Tati. So one wave, just so in the channel. I mean, one wave just tapered from the takeoff, and the other wave just stretched out, and that was a two-wave set. Here we go. Alyssa with one more chance. Off the bottom, hooks off the top. That's much better for Spencer. Gets this bonus inside section where she puts it back on rail for a controlled carve. Calling for the Red Bull jet ski right now. Alyssa likely will take that second position off of Zoe McDougall.
Yeah, for sure. I think she's definitely got that second position. It was her best time turn, that first turn on that wave. She only needs a 1.6. She's definitely going to get it. I think, to speak to what you were saying before, yeah, it was a funky set, but Zoe's one that came through first was very small. So it just sort of didn't really hit the reef right. Tati was just very deep on her one too. I mean, she had, here we go, have a look at Alyssa. Straight up here, really nice arcing turn on her backhand, and she really waits for this section just to get that second turn in there. She's definitely got the 1.9, but I mean, Tati had the right idea. I mean, she took off, she got into this wave a lot earlier, Tati did, her last one, but that wave just ran off without her, just down the line, so.
Spencer on the paddle back out, number 8, with Kobe Bryant's rookie number on the back of her jersey. Rookie herself, and her rookie who's looking to move into the round of 16 and avoid a 17th place finish. Alyssa did make it into the round of 16 as stop number 1 over a pipeline. And this is the test for every rookie, is an elimination round. This number comes in, that's a good one. A 4.83 for Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa goes from third to first. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. There's the spread of the numbers, Flick.
Yeah, highest wave of the heat, and two really well-timed turns. I think it's really nervous times for Tati right now because Zoe still only needs a 4.24. This is her now taking off.
Zoe McDougall slashes off the top, fighting with the wind there, gets back to the bottom. Wave stands up a little bit with some long. She controls a carve in some tough water.
Yeah, I think wave selection, maybe a bit of a mistake there. For me, I don't see a 4.24 in that one. It's so easy for me to sit here and say that was a mistake now that it's done and dusted, but with still 3 minutes on the clock, maybe you got to hope that there might have been a bit more of an opportunity. She could get that in one turn, that 4.24. I mean, we've seen girls get, anywhere from basically 5s for one turn this morning. So I think possibly a little bit of an error, a bit of a wave selection error there for Zoe. She'll definitely know that, and we're hoping that the women get one more roll of the dice here. And I still feel like this heat's wide open. I mean, all it's going to take is one big wave, one good wave, one good score, and that person's going to run away with this heat. It's still wide open.
Weston-Webb in that precarious position of holding on to second place. She is 4.24 points away from losing that second place if Zoe McDougall on the paddle back out here is able to score that number. The advantage for Tatiana is that she is holding priority right now.
For sure. And I mean, Tati is, she's still so young, but she's a veteran, right? She's been on tour for so many years. You've got to be thinking she's not going to let Zoe run away with this. As we see some lines, Zoe's out wide right now.
Yeah. This we talked about, the wide paddle back out, and for these ones that have swung further down the reef, that could be opportunity. Not only that, with 90 seconds remaining, there's multiple waves in this set. So we could come right down to the wire as far as advancement out of this heat at this moment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting positioning. You could sort of see Tati looking in, like, where do I go? Do I go with Alyssa, or do I, go and play a bit of defense on Zoe? So then letting that first wave go.
Interesting. Both surfers, Tatiana and Alyssa, both looked at each other and neither of them flinched. Tati with first priority, Alyssa with second priority. Now Tati's closing in on Zoe.
For sure. Just let that first moment go by, and both Tati and Alyssa both didn't go that wave, so there we go. Tati just going to be on Zoe like glue right now. Got to be thinking that she's so experienced. I don't think she's going to let this one run away now with priority.
No, not, yeah, this is going to be the play, and she'll have a smart play in these last 30 seconds with priority to hang on to that second and advancing position. Basically, she's just going to be a roadblock for Zoe McDougall. Here comes the wave. And there's the block.
There's one behind it, though.
So maybe opportunity. Alyssa Spencer now. Will she get
funky?
Yeah. And Alyssa, looking at her watch, realized there's 5 seconds left. She's safe. Tati's safe. And Zoe McDougall will be eliminated from competition. We can take a look at the numbers here for Alyssa Spencer. 7.76 heat total was enough to win this heat and move on into the round of 16. Tatiana Weston Webb, we'll see her in the round of 16. And our sponsor wildcard, Zoe McDougall, out of competition. Stay tuned. We have more of the elimination round. Heat number 2 coming up after this break. Gabriella Bryant, Sawyer Lindblad, Sophie McCulloch. WSL Fantasy, pay attention. You want to set your team before the start of the round of 16 for women. Lock them in. You got about 27 minutes to do so because this is the last heat before that round of 16 begins. It's the elimination round. Heat number 2, Gabriella Bryant, Sawyer Lindblad, Sophie McCulloch. Third place leaves Sunset with the equal 17th Kuiper Girl, along with Jessie Mendez on the call here. And Sunset is showing some shifting peaks that we saw in the last heat. We'll see if that's going to be the same playing field that we see in this heat, Jesse.
Yeah, man, to tell you the truth, Sunset doesn't get that much better than what it is right now. It's like beautiful offshore. amazing peaks. Their girls on the previous heat had a little bit of a hard time positioning themselves. The waves are picking up pretty quick, so it makes it tricky. You kind of position yourself based on the heat before, and they didn't adjust so properly, but I hope this one, it's a banger for us.
Here we go, Gabby Bryant. Gabby, two-time semifinalist out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that. Looks like she's angry at being in the elimination round. Gabby Bryant, 21 years old, out of Kilauea, Kauai. Sophie McCulloch up, out, and they're going to hand over first priority to Sawyer Lindblad.
Wow, what a start for Gabby. Polar opposite than the heat before. To tell you the truth, in my opinion, those are the two best turns we've seen so far in one wave. That was impressive. The second turn was so on rail all the way through. That was above, like way above average surfing from Gabby. That was excellent surfing. As you see it right here, first turn just straight, not wiping any speed off, just beautiful off the lip, and right there just engaging the rail and driving all the way through. It's so hard for you to keep that rail engaged the whole time, and she did it so well right here. A little bit more vertical, and then this second one is money right there. Like, beautiful style, beautiful approach.
Just violent. A couple of violent turns from Gabriella Bryant, beating up Sunset. Call the police, because this feels like it's going to be excellent when the number comes through. Catching up, Sawyer Lindblad. She's on her heels, looking for some open space. Still searching down the line before she punches out. So Gabriella Bryant with a well-surfed wave. Gabby's back up again and has to navigate around Sawyer Lindblad there. So she had to change her line a little bit, but Gabby's going to be happy when she hears her first wave number from our on-site commentators.
Yeah, definitely. Opening up with a 9-point ride in a day like today doesn't feel bad, but she's no stranger to getting huge scores here. Her surfing fits this wave as good as possible, and you see here, that's a big issue right there. Sawyer had the opportunity to actually paddle deep and get caught, but she chose not to and go and not get caught and actually make it out to the other side. And it completely stayed in front of Gabriella Bryant. The judges are going to have a good look at that, guys, because that was a scoring potential wave for sure for Gabby right there. If she had came out of that barrel, pulled in and came out.
Yeah, one more time. There was a precedent set on an occasion like this in 2019 in the final with Jack Robinson and Ezekiel Lau. Robinson on a line. I mean, I think it was Zeke. Zeke had the wave. He had the line on the inside, and he felt he had to alter his line in the barrel to avoid running over Jack Robinson. It was a no call back then. People talked about it in 2019.
And they actually changed the rules to have a closer look in those situations, because it's the surfer's choice right there. Sawyer, you see it on the screen. She had the choice to either paddle deep and get caught by the wave, or to stay on track and be in front of Gabby, but make through the wave. So it's up to the judges now.
And that's just not competition, right, Jesse? I mean, that's even free surfing etiquette. Like,
yeah, totally. Totally.
Paddle into the whitewater if you see someone going down the line. But, you know, in the moment, you're just making split decisions. But right now, Gabby Bryant's it's got to just be giggling inside, because she's got a 9-point ride to her credit. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, Kaipo, you mentioned Alyssa's rookie number, the number 24, partially for Kobe Bryant, and you needed that Mamba mentality in that heat to get the win, go from third to first with less than 10 minutes to go. Walk us through how you got it done.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty challenging heat out there. It was hard, to start the heat with a couple of bad waves, and I fell on one, and it was just pretty frustrating, but I just tried to talk myself through it and tell myself, all I needed was one wave. So just tried to stay positive and just keep alert for that one wave. And I ended up finding it at the end, luckily, but yeah, it was definitely pretty challenging out there.
But you made it through the challenge, and in your rookie year, how important is it for you to have moments like this where you can say, okay, it wasn't easy, but I got it done? How much confidence does that give you as you continue through?
Yeah, I mean, at this level, there's no easy heat, and every heat's going to be a challenge in its own way. So I think just coming into it with like an open mind and just being super excited to learn from everything is kind of my mindset. And, you know, it's going to be hard no matter what. So to just have fun in the process and try to enjoy it. And yeah, I was stoked to make it through that one.
As you should be. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Talking basketball, Alyssa Spencer has number 8 on her jersey. That was Kobe Bryant's rookie number. Alyssa's a rookie. Later in Kobe Bryant's career, I think 2006, 2007, Kobe changed his jersey number to 24. And we got bigger news also that has just popped up on our scoring screen that, as you said, with the new rule in effect, Jesse, there has been a interference on Sawyer Lindblad. Now this, I believe, should be a paddling interference, not a priority interference.
That would be a good question. I am not sure on that one to answer you, Kaipo. I'm sorry, but it rarely ever happens, this situation. She's even baffled. She might not even know that that's a thing, you know? Look, she's looking at, and she was like, I didn't paddle for anyone's waves. I didn't drop in on anyone. How did I get an interference? So she's very young. She probably didn't even know what happened back in the day with Zeke and Jack Robinson and doesn't know about this interference.
So that rule has been a new rule, fluid. So that I have confirmation from the judging tower that that is a paddling interference. Now the difference between a paddling interference and a priority interference is priority interference, you get the whole wave score taken away. In a paddling interference, you get your second wave score cut in half. So it's not as severe of a penalty for Sawyer Lindblad, but it is a penalty.
Totally. And that's all because of her choice right there on the paddle. She was in control of her destiny, let's put it this way. She could have chose either way, and unfortunately for her, she ended up miscalculating a little bit and was in front of Gabby. And yeah, let's see how it rolls out though, because today is a very tricky day, and we've seen a lot of second places making the heats with low scoring heat total. So she's still in the game. Like Sophie only has a 0.2 right now, and the door is wide open.
Yeah. So so thanks for explaining the rule. Paddling interference on Sawyer Lindblad. But with Sophie McCulloch, just with small numbers, Jesse, like you said, this heat really it's a battle for second place. That's the easiest way to put a synopsis on the situation at 19 minutes right now. Gabriella Bryant, she just needs to stay out of trouble. She's got a 9-point ride. If she backs it up even with a 4 or something, she's looking good. It's going to be really the play between Sawyer Lindblad and Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think she doesn't need much anymore. She just needs to, like you mentioned, stay away, play safe, get a backup as fast as you can, and then build on it. The gap is very big right there right now, in between first, second, and third. So Gabby's sitting in a very good spot, and well-deserved, because that second turn was beautiful.
Gabriella Bryant, she's been very vocal and expressing that this is one of her pet events. This is a wave that she loves. This is a wave that, you know, she has confidence in. She loves to surf it. Her past record here has been really good, 2 semifinal appearances. Priority here with Sophie McCulloch. She wants to secure her place in the round of 16. Couple of turns there on the tapered shoulder, and we'll see what that score comes in for Sophie McCulloch. Sophie, 25 years old. She's a replacement on the championship tour. After Carissa Moore had exited after Pipeline, Sophie took the next spot there available as an injury replacement wild card. So we're going to see Sophie for the remainder of the tour before the cut. She was also our 2022 Haleiwa Challenger champion. That's how she got on to the 2023 championship tour. She did not make the mid-season cut on the 2023 championship tour, but with that wild card, she's going to get another chance. And still, you can see Sawyer wants an update really bad.
Yeah, and the problem when those situations happen, and you're that young as Sawyer is just fresh off the Key West, and even on the Key West, she doesn't even have that many years of experience, you know? Like, sometimes it can get in your head, those situations, so you really have to try and blank everything out, breathe, and reset, because she's totally capable of making this heat still. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, and Sophie did not capitalize that much on her last wave. It was only a 2.83, so she needs to let what's fast behind her and just focus on riding a good next wave. That's all she needs to do.
Yeah, and I guess the point you're making is that Sawyer Lindblad, she's just 18 years old, and you as a former competitor, you know that feeling right there, but you don't want to get emotionally involved in it right now. You just turn to surfing. Not anything else that's happening around you. Just ride waves is the best thing that she could possibly do right now.
Totally, Kaipo. And that's hard enough when things are going your way. So when something crazy like that happens, it's easy to get lost. Mostly out at Sunset, which it's very tricky always. Like, the playing field is very big. But she really needs to reset right now and just remember she's not needing a huge score. She only needs a 2.85 to actually make the heat.
Gabby Bryant. Nice slash again for Gabby. And eases a cutback. That wave dissipates into that deep water there, but that's going to be the backup that she needs to ensure her advancing out of this heat.
Yes, that was crucial for Gabby. Getting that backup with that nice first turn, very critical. Once again, laying down the rail better than anyone out here at Sunset. That's at least my opinion so far today. And as you see right here, great bottom turn, wiped off the speed just enough to get in that pocket right there. And beautiful turn. And just Como it up, the wave died out, but the smart surfing for her, you know, like, just needs a small backup and then to build on something, so she's not sitting on a 0.93.
And we got Hawaiian Water Patrol, Kamalani Ohui, piloting the jet ski. Gabby Bryant in the back, getting a tow back out. And that's going to be actually valuable for someone like Gabriella, you know, with the jet ski assistance, because she, at the end of the day, will have surfed an extra round. Because we're going to go right into the round of 16 after this heat, and we will be overlapping heats in that round of 16. So stick around, because the action is going to get fast and furious when we get into those overlapping heats.
Totally. And you see Rich Dog Marsh right there having a chat with her, probably saying, hey, job is pretty much done. Just be smart right now. Be away from your opponents, and once it's your turn, go ahead and blow it up. That's all you need to do now, Gabby.
Is there a time where, knowing that you got to surf another heat later in the day, Jesse, that you would kind of pull back and ease off and kind of cruise a little bit more?
I think that would happen a lot if you know it's going to be a very long day with plenty of heats. In her situation, actually, if she makes this heat, she's actually going to surf 3 times in a day. So
yeah.
For out at Sunset, it's a lot. So yeah, it would be smart for her to just, she now sits on a 14.33 total.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was alluding to for sure. Because like 9-point ride, 5.33, 14.33. Likely she's going to make it out of this heat, and I'm determining that with 13 minutes on the clock. There's a lot of time on the clock, but I'm just doing the math right now because top 2 advance out of this heat. So even if Sophie and Sawyer were to go absolutely ballistic at this point, it would be a lot to not have Gabriella Bryant with 14.33 in that top 2 situation to move into the next round.
Totally. Sawyer, in her situation right now, she needs at least a 10 and almost a 9-point ride for turn the heat on top of Gabby Bryant.
Yeah.
So
you made it real simple that way, right? Because Sawyer's going to keep her high score. She'll keep that high score. So say she gets a 9. She's going to keep that 9. But then if she gets another 9, she's only going to get a 4.5.
Correct. And she knows that. Gabby has done this plenty of times to know that. And so probably Doug mentioned to her in the channel, which is her coach. And as you see right there, she's keeping her distance.
Yeah.
Hey,
Stay out of trouble.
Stay out of trouble.
12 minutes remaining, and it's been an interesting heat. We've had excellent scores, a 9-point ride by Gabby Bryant, and we've had this interference on Sawyer Lindblad. We'll be right back after this.
Before each event, there's an electricity that builds. Having grown up in Hawaii, I can feel it like the change of seasons. Everybody's thinking about the surf, surfers are gathering, and everyone else is getting ready for the madness. Hawaii's a wild place, and usually I'm traveling all over the islands this time of year, seeing friends, checking spots, talking about the surf today, tomorrow, and what's to come. Whether you're catching a wave, driving down the line, or driving down the road, it's all about taste and style.
It's a nice driving car, the Lexus GX. Welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach Elimination Round for the women. Top two moving on into the round of 16, which will start straight after this heat. And we've seen a lot in the first 20 minutes of this heat. Kuiper along with Jesse Mendez. We saw an excellent score, Jesse. We saw a paddling interference. I believe the first one we've seen of this calendar year for sure, this season. And a different type of paddling interference that's been pretty rare to come by, not paddling for possession of a wave or blocking for possession of a wave, but choosing a line paddling out and diminishing the potential of scoring on a wave by the surfer paddling out.
Yeah, you explained perfectly. And in my opinion, interference are usually pretty simple to separate themselves if it is or if it's not. The name says itself. If you interfered in someone's wave, it's an interference. So that's what it is. Like right there, she had the potential of turning that wave into a great score. Even though she already had a 9, it's her priority to use it whenever she wants. So, but right now, like, it's been such a slow heat since then, and second place still so open.
Second place is being held by Sophie McCulloch with a 2-wave total of 3 points to give numbers to that observation. So it's certainly like Sawyer's still in this game right now. Sawyer's got priority. Sophie only has 3 points on 2 waves. Sawyer can have a brilliant comeback right now. She gets a good wave. She gets an excellent score. Could be lights out.
Totally, and I'm even going smaller than an excellent score. If she gets an average to a good score, she's going to be in a good position, because with 7 minutes and 30 left, if you're thinking about Sunset Beach, like, it's going to be hard for her to back up that 2.83. Sometimes there's just not enough time out here at Sunset. And looking back, we see a few lines, like there might be some action going on, but the clock's running pretty quick.
Sawyer trying to center herself. And she had some moments where she was pleading to the on-site announcers and the judges for more information. She seems like she's gotten back into her game, gotten back into her headspace, centering herself. Like Jesse, like you said, some lines approaching here. Sawyer with first priority. And second wave of the set. Looking like it's lining up nicely, but it's so hard to tell when they're coming in, which is a good one.
Totally. Very hard for the surfers, even hard for us here on the beach. She's going to have a look. That wave might actually dissipate and go into deep water. I don't think that wave is even going to break.
Yeah, it's not.
Man, this is like this situation is so nerve-wracking.
So nerve-wracking. Let's get a recap on what's happened so far. It opened up with a violent assault on Sunset Beach. Gabriella Bryant, 2 vicious hacks for a 9-point ride.
This was money right there. That was the best turn of the event so far on the women's side. Just so much rail, engaged the whole time. And right here, it was that decision that she could have made it to get stuck, and Gabby was smart, just kept her line, and then all in the end just kind of kicked out.
Brian got that 9-point ride then. Smart surfing for Gabriella. 5.33 backup. And Gabby Bryan, as we come back to live action, good looking wave here. Sawyer Lindblad gonna fight her way out of this interference situation that she has, waving at the ski. And Sawyer Lindblad, I hope she has her not give up mindset right now, because she's right back into this game.
Totally right back in, and she's sitting in a very good spot actually right now. She's going to have the best wave out of them two. As you see right here, beautiful wave for her. Smart, kept her pace the whole time, and right here went very vertical. That was very dynamic. Nice turn and combo it up as well. The wave went a bit flat right there, but still, that's going to be a nice score for her. Great bottom turn too, just held her line nicely. A lot of spray, powerful, and smart surfing overall, because that's all she needs to do right now. Like, the heat's way too close for you to commit any mistakes.
Look at this. This is committed rail work by Sawyer Lindblad, making it happen when she needs to. And this brings her right back in the game. Look at that, 6.83, Jesse.
To tell you the truth, I would like to be sitting in Sawyer's spot right now.
Yeah.
Even with an interference, the better score of the two surfers, it's so much higher that you have a big advantage even in your backup being cut in half.
So Sophie McCulloch now with priority, 4 minutes on the clock. McCulloch needs a 4.38 to turn the heat. That is the number that Sophie needs if Sawyer doesn't catch another wave. Smart play for Sawyer Lindblad. She's got to get on another wave. Even if it's only worth half of the value, she's got to get on another wave right now.
Yes, you're right. Like, she has to get a backup as soon as possible. But look at this. Lines are stacking. Probably the biggest set of the heat so far.
This is exciting.
You can see the lines coming when you're out there. Heart starts to beat.
This is exciting stuff in this final 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Lines coming through. 3 minutes on the clock. Priority with Sophie McCulloch needing that 4.38. Oh my goodness, we're going to go for a quick hit right now from Travis Logie explaining the interference. Explain it, please.
Yes, absolutely, Kaipo. So Travis, walk us through the interference call on Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, so it definitely affected Gabriella's scoring potential on that wave, probably the best wave of the heat. Sawyer got right in the way. All five judges called it unanimously interference on Sawyer. They didn't believe it was intentional, otherwise it would be a harsher punishment. So only half the second scoring ride gone.
All right, there you have it, Kaipo. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, paddling interference is half of the score versus a priority interference, which is a full wave taken away. So we saw Gabriella Bryant use her priority. That actually puts Sawyer Lindblad in a better position because Sawyer now has second priority. Sophie McCulloch has first priority. Waves on tap here. Gabriella is secure in her position, and here comes Sophie Rolling through here. Looks like she's going to take this whitewater roll in. Sophie McCulloch to the bottom of this wave. Short turn there, needs a little bit more, and falls off. Here we go, Sawyer Lindblad paddles. No harm, no foul for Lindblad. She's the only one out in the lineup. She'll remain in first priority. She's got 90 seconds. Sophie McCulloch needed a 4.38. Jesse, you think that was a 4.38?
I think she needed that last turn. If she had that last turn, for sure, it's going to be up to the judges to actually, I would like to see it again on replay and really break it down if she got out enough before she fell. As we see right here, she pulled the trigger right on the perfect time, and that was the wave she needed to catch. She was smart, identified that the wave was going to close out in junction on her, so she went early. And as she was coming out, she kind of leaned too much forward on her front foot. As you see right here, it's putting pressure on her front foot. A little whitewash hit her in the back, and she fell backwards. I don't think that's going to be a complete, unfortunately for her, but that was definitely the score.
Yeah, well, if she gets the 2-point right, she does not get the score at all. 45 seconds remaining. Sawyer Lindblad with a paddling interference. Sawyer Lindblad in second position right now. Sawyer has first priority. She can add something to the table if she just gets to her feet.
Yeah, I don't even think she's thinking about getting to her feet. She just wants to get close to her opponent. Sophie might be too far from her right now, just paddling back out.
15 seconds. Okay, well, the clock's going to decide this one right now as we're 5, 4, 3 seconds down, and it is going to be official. Tremendous performance by Gabriella Bryant, and never give up attitude from Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer Lindblad on to the round of 16, along with Gabriella Bryant. Sawyer, with that interference, overcame that obstacle, and we're going to see her in the round of 16. Good stuff.
Very good stuff. That was a dramatic heat, to say the least. And unfortunately there for Sophie, just the motion went slow, and then when she had the opportunity, she ended up not making, but that's how the game rolls.
Up next, we got the round of 16. Stick around. Molly Picklum up against India Robinson when we return.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill. Welcome to the round of 16. Molly Picklum, India Robinson kicking things off, and then we'll rotate in Lakey Peterson and Luana Silva. coming off a dramatic elimination round where Sawyer Lindblad still advances even with half a low score. Gabby Bryan just threw down so much rail in that last heat, 14.33 combined total. And reminding everybody that she always makes finals day out here. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez for the call, a Triple Crown champ, and a CT Ripper to call the action. What a beautiful day at Sunset. Groomed conditions. We've seen barrels, big power turns, and conditions are remaining stellar for us today.
It's just, it keeps getting better. I know we had a kind of a slow heat on the last one, but the swell was posting, as you can see, is probably 2 or 3 foot bigger than it was this morning, and it's just a beautiful direction. Trades are blowing, it's all groomed out there, and it's as good as pretty much it gets.
Welcome to paradise. From the North Shore of Oahu gets busy with traveling surfers throughout the winter months when these big, powerful swells hit this part of the island. Things get real quiet in the summer. It goes completely flat, gets really quiet. And it's a really amazing community here. All those houses there, everyone really looks after each other. And definitely takes care of each other in the water too, and shares some great waves together when the tour isn't in town. As we look at Gabby Bryan, happiness. After a frustrating showing in the opening round, came back and brought the house down.
Yeah, the first round doesn't translate her surfing out here. Just kind of a shocker for Gabby. And this elimination round, she really laid down some massive turns, and that's the Gabby we usually see out here at Sunset.
So now kicking off the round of 16. Tough loss in the last one for Sophie McCulloch, as we lost 2 names from the draw already. Winners out of the round of 16 will move on into the quarterfinals. And with this overlapping format, it's going to move by quickly. So basically you look at your heat, and it's a 40-minute heat. Sometimes finals aren't even that long. So the advantage there is having more time to still catch your top 2 waves. But maybe the challenge or the learning curve would be sharing the lineup with a heat when you don't have priority.
Yeah, and that plays a lot in your strategy, because you really, the heat with priority really can take waves from you, but also you can capitalize sometimes with good timing and letting them catch waves, and then in between set comes very quick, and you're out there sitting with priority. So it's a tricky but fun game, and very fun for us to watch because a lot goes on.
So look at these beautiful conditions. Molly versus India, a great one here. Robinson looked fantastic in her opening round matchup. Got into the 7s with some good, powerful connections. This definitely looks like a serious strength. This wave on tour for India Robinson. This one, Bells Beach, main break rights at Margaret River. It's got some great moments throughout the year that are real obvious standout events for her skill sets.
Totally. This first half year, there's 3 events that she could go all the way through, because her rail game is so powerful. She showed in the first round, actually she was picking the right waves as well in that heat. She was very smart, selective, and it's going to be such a great heat, because Molly also is probably the most dominant female in the last 2 years out here.
So you can see all these palm trees right above the homes. These trees can be significant to remind you where you're positioned in the lineup. Sometimes there's boils too that you can pick up on the surface of the ocean to make sure you're in the right spot at the right time. I've seen a lot of surfers get caught behind today on certain moments. It can be a bit shifty, even though it has been very, very consistent throughout the day, especially where the sets have been breaking on the reef. Right now, Molly looking like she's deciding to go deepest. India opting to ride a 6'6" Next Step. That's the model name. Next Step, shaped by John Pizell, who's been pretty busy today, actually. Oftentimes it's just about John and Tyler. You know, now he's got India back on tour. Usually keeps his team pretty small. And he also made a board for Betty Lou that she rode to a 917. That was a ghost, a 6-0 earlier. So Pizell's getting pretty busy today.
Totally, and I was by him on the competitors' athlete zone right there, and he was, he was keeping his calm, he was keeping his heart calm. I was actually impressed, because a lot of the shapers get very, very involved, and they translate it to that. You can see it on their eyes that they're kind of freaking out, but he was like pretty composed.
Picklem on the Darren Hanley shapes that she's been riding for a long time now. Really trusts her equipment, really confident in her boards this year. She's finding a bit of magic in a lot of them. As she checks a look and holds back, so are they pushing themselves up the point here, Jesse?
Yeah, and I actually I don't mind it. Those kind of underneath, kind of deeper waves, they tend to hold a little bit better. Maybe a little bit less energy on the takeoff, so it gives the girls a little bit more time for them to come around and lay down some rail. I think they're sitting in a good spot right now. I don't mind them sitting there. There might be a big stat that they're going to maybe get cleaned up or, like be out of position, but the positioning is great. But yeah, they're kind of battling right there. Like India's not giving it up for her.
Nice competitive battle before we even see a wave. Speaking of waves ridden, though, Gabby Bryan went to town in her last heat. She's with AJ.
Yeah, she did, Joe. Gabby having to surf the elimination round here at Sunset. It's a wave that I know you absolutely love, calling it your favorite wave potentially on tour. How did you use that emotion of having to surf in the elimination round to your advantage?
Yeah, that obviously wasn't part of the plan, but I think I needed it a lot just to get out there, get my feet like in the wax and just do the surfing that I know how to do out there. I kind of had a rough first heat, and I'm so glad it switched for me in that one, and that just gave me a lot of confidence.
I should think so, especially with a 9.0 in that heat. Walk us through that wave.
Yeah, I think Sophie was just a bit too far out, but I barely got into it, and I just saw that it had a section that I could open up, and I was like, if I can just open up on one of these waves and just do one of my turns, I'll be rewarded, so I'm really happy it worked out.
How do you get ready for the round of 16 now?
Yeah, I'm not sure what heat I'm in, but I'll probably just go up, drink some water, have a snack, and watch the waves and go give it another good shot out there.
We'll see you then. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Heat 4 of the round of 16. Gabby, you've got Brisa Hennessy. That is going to be a heat to watch this round. Brisa's won this event before. Gabriella's had back-to-back semifinals, and she looks so much better than even last year. Gabby always rips, but she definitely is bringing more to 2024, especially when it comes to power.
Definitely. It's very exciting to watch those girls. Mostly, Gabby is one of my favorite. I watched her surf for the past few years, growing on the Challenger Series as well, just laying it down. And I always looked at her, and you could see the potential and how good she was going to be once she got in the water in the big league. And this wave suits her very well, and she's delivering.
Absolutely delivering on the biggest stage in the world. It's right here in front of you to perform on. Being part of the top 17 is such a crazy number. I mean, that's so small when you think about all the surfers around the world, and then it gets cut to top 10 to compete for the world title. I hope every one of these surfers on tour can just really look in the mirror and realize that they're one of the best on the planet, because it's 17. And in the draw, we've got 18 with one local wild card.
Yeah, and it's crazy. And mostly on the women's side, you see a lot of very good free surfers, but I feel like the best surfers on tour are actually right here. On the men's side, you have a few crazy free surfers that might not be on tour, but these girls really, they are the best living in the planet right now surfers in the world.
Yeah, you could say that with confidence. Now, even, I got to give credit to all the free surfers that inspire us with their movies and their photos, and then you add just the extra element of having a clock ticking away and performing on demand round after round, where sometimes when you're making a movie, you can get keepers throughout a whole season, save your best, maybe you have a shocker session, throw it away. You have a shocker at the CT level, it's like your job might be on the line.
Yeah, it's gone. You have 30 minutes, 35 to perform. On dual heats, you have 40, and that's about it, and it's game on. There's no joking around. That's why you see them, the frustration sometimes, the happiness sometimes, it's just reflect all the hard work and how much pressure they're being put on right there.
Any funny things happen to you when you were battling for position for a wave and there's no waves ridden? You ever start singing songs to people? You ever start trying to talk about something completely out of the ordinary?
No, I'm not really good at that. But people try to talk to me before a few
Has that
times,
happened to you?
Which I don't mind if they talk to me as well. I'm not the type of guy that would get bumped if someone's trying to get in my head or anything. I didn't play it that way. but I wouldn't talk to other people just randomly. Sometimes, every once in a while. But I remember one time we were surfing Haleiwa. It was a QS event, and me, João Chumbinho, Wade Carmichael, and a huge set was coming, and we were sitting for about 10 minutes. Everyone was kind of scared because it was huge, and João looked at everyone, started just doing a funny kind of scream, and he came to me after, was like, hey, it was just to break the ice. Everyone looked so nervous. I was nervous, like, just to make everything more friendly.
So good. I love that. As we look at the first wave after quite some time being ridden, it's India Robinson, and it's up and out. So you'd say Molly winning that battle just to start the heat, because India just handed priority to Molly Picklum.
Yeah, all that kind of mind game played is just went out to the window right now. It's easy to pick waves today that have not much opportunity. We've seen a bunch of that on this very northwest swells. The wave speaks and sometimes have no wall in front of you, so you really got to identify the wave that has more energy down the line so you can get a better opportunity.
Brand new round, so we got to keep you posted on these matchups. Gabby just found out about hers with Brisa Heat 4. Heat 3, Katie Simmer, Sawyer Lindblad going right into Lakey versus Luana coming up next. Heat 5, the reigning world champ Caroline Marks has Alyssa Spencer. Joanne DeFay, Tatiana Weston Webb. That's a Vets heat right there. Tyler Wright, two-time world champ, has Isabella Nichols. Nichols looked sharp this morning. And also Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, 917 earlier. She has the Aussie legend Sally Fitzgibbons on her comeback to the tour. And when Brett Simpson went to Huntington Beach High School, he was never late for class. He was always on time. But, come into the booth anytime you want. Brett, thanks for joining us, man.
Don't lie, Joe. Don't lie. I got some tardies here and there.
A couple, but they're
the waves
excused.
were good.
The surf team was bigger than the football team, right, at Huntington Beach?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's changed a bit, but it's still big. It's still big. I tell all the local kids, you got to go to school, because everyone's trying to do the homeschool thing, but we have the killer, format, that being able to surf before school, go to school. Coach Verdone always made it easy on us. I mean, it's like cheating.
Gosh, you guys had some battles. Talk about the San Clemente versus HB days. Oh, my God.
They've taken over. We're trying to get back, but they've won a lot of national titles the last, 10 years. So I would say it's a rivalry, but they're kind of smoking us right now.
But it's kind of cool now with the board riders action happening now in Southern California.
You guys are smoking us there too, but it's like the way it's brought the community together. All the groms, we have killer up and coming groms right now at home, and I think it's just that has helped boost it. And our 50s are super competitive. They're probably watching right now, but they're crazy. But we love them.
Who are some of your 50s?
Oh, you have Jeff Deffenbaugh.
Wow. Diva.
Jason Hoey. You have I don't think maybe Jay Lar just cracked the code.
Oh, late night.
I mean, it goes deep. Bobby Lockhart. I mean, you have a lot of good guys. Marcel Guinaldo. There's a whole list. I'm sure I'm missing a few, but they're competitive.
Gosh, learning so much from the Australian tradition of the board riders that India and Molly grew up in. Up and out again on a bomb. You could definitely see in a lot of size this afternoon.
Yeah, and with all that, I think Strider mentioned, the buoys were reading 16, 17 seconds, so it's a lot of energy. Very hard for you to get in the wave here, so the girls are really going to play that positioning part very well right there, because it's so easy for you to be a little bit behind and just not make it around.
Yeah, before I came in, I was watching, and the girls had pushed each other super deep, and I think that was the starting heat for this round. And when you have two, strong competitors, they're not going to give each other an inch. And the next thing you know, they were pretty deep from where the really good waves were coming. So now that it's opened up, we'll see if Molly's kind of probably got back to where she wants to sit, and India's going to have to just kind of play that card where I'm going to get a few waves under priority.
We were talking earlier, Brett, because when they're pushing themselves deep, I was asking Jesse about funny moments and people start singing to you. And because I know Molly, remember the final at Bell's last year with Tyler, she was just letting it go. And Tyler was looking at the Grom going, are you kidding me? And there's just some classic banter. Molly likes playing that game a little bit. Were you similar? Did you kind of
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was super quiet. I like to kind of chat it up and
see how people are feeling.
I will say that was not my favorite part. Obviously, you as a surfer, like you want your surfing to do the talking, but this is probably the most important part to win heats. And if you don't do it, you're going to lose a lot.
Gosh, interesting. Just the start.
Oh, it's ginormous. Like if Molly gets a 6 or better, her chances to win this heat are pretty darn good. So if you play those odds and the percentages, she's got the upper hand. She's gotten India to break, and now she's going to sit where she wants to sit. And if she capitalizes, it's going to put a lot of pressure on India.
Remember in 2010, I sat in the competitors area, and Damien Hobgood just said, hey, watch the start of these heats before anything happens. Sometimes that's the most important part, and it had so much meaning. Jesse, when you were preparing, did you put that much importance on the first few minutes?
Totally, and also you can predict what people are going to do it. Like you have a few guys that you know already that you're probably not going to get the inside unless you go to way down to V-land right now. And then you have other ones that are going to kind of let it go, but it's all very important for you to identify what's the best for you and put the effort into what works best for you. Some people sit deeper, some people were just like, okay, I'm not going to fight, I'm just going to let him start and I'll capitalize on my opportunity.
And that's totally just like, I mean, I guess any other sport, you do your homework or you have your game plan, and you need to know who your competitor is, because what do they do well? Are they goofy foot, regular foot? Are they going to battle at the start, or are they going to maybe let you have it? So not many in this realm are going to just kind of let you have it. I think you're going to have to fight for it, but it is probably one of the most important parts about competitive surfing.
There's so many cool moments when surfers kind of can give away their tells, like they maybe don't have the best poker face if they're down and out or they're losing confidence. When I sat down with Felipe Toledo right after he just sealed the deal on the second world title, he's been in so many heats, over a decade. He's a world champion. And once he won that exchange in that title match one, saw Ethan in the second match, and he looked at him, he's like, I got him. He just could tell, from just knowing, the confidence of your competitor, just looking at their demeanor. And he just was like, yep, I'm going all the way. That was his turning point where he knew that it was all over. It's amazing when you see that as a competitor, when they're at that kind of height and that kind of winning consistency, where they know when they've got their competitor in a corner.
Yeah, and you think about it, like, what did Ethan do wrong? Absolutely nothing. Yeah. He surfs so good, and someone beat you. You're going, what am I going to do next? Like, how I got to get the better waves. And then you sit out there, and the waves don't come, and Felipe's going, doing. You're like, all right, I'm screwed.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely get Ethan's side of that, because there might be something to that where you did everything you could have, and you realize that you're going to get ready for next season. But, yeah, Ethan was a warrior last year, number 2 in the world. He's already getting prepped for Portugal, as these two are still just enjoying the lineup to themselves. It's just a .43 and a .27 from India Robinson, as Molly's still waiting with priority. Molly Picklum, winning this event last year, made some really great decisions, but has gotten so much better even from last season. We're expecting her to fire up very soon and get things started. We'll take a break. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach continues at the round of 16 right after this. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Things kicking off here in the round of 16 with India and Molly, as it's a great time to check in with Kaipo Guerrero in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Hey, Joe. You know, you ever need like a pickup while you're surfing? Well, Kokomo's the answer. It's coconut peanut butter, 100% organic, 6 grams of protein in each one of these packets. It's the official recovery snack of the WSL. You can take it out surfing, zip open the packet, get some Kokomo in you. It's delicious. You gotta try it. Check out snackkokomo.com, and you can find Kokomo on Amazon as well. And it's really good on top of bananas.
Gosh, good man, Kaipo. Good looking out. I've actually tried some of that. It's amazing, especially if you plan on surfing all day long. Throw a couple of those in the trunks, and you're surfing all day. Love it. That the athletes have been enjoying that throughout the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And India Robinson and Molly Picklum have been doing just that since we went to break. You guys haven't missed anything. Holding down their position there. You're going to see a blue jersey, though, approaching them. That's Lakey Peterson getting ready to compete against Luana Silva. Their heat will start in about 25 seconds. And then we'll start this overlapping format. Molly paddles and throws away priority.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, I guess ball's back in India's court. I was wrong about the percentages right there. If that happens,
then that's surfing.
That's it right there. But you know what? It was weird because it was like she was committed, but not. India wasn't even real. Like, she kind of looked at it, but wasn't right there. I feel like she was second guessing herself on that decision, and then that's what happens.
Ooh, hard one for Picklum. Loses priority. Hasn't even caught a wave yet. Now down to 19:42 on the clock, and we officially start heat number 2. Lakey Peterson looked brilliant in her opening round. Really some great looks at 2-turn combos, some variety in there as well. And Lulu on her home court, representing Brazil, but born and raised right here on the North Shore, Jesse.
Yeah, that's going to be a great heat, both on their forehand. They're going to open up. It's a beautiful day, beautiful canvas for you to do big carves. I think Lulu knows this wave so well. Like, she has a dio, so she might have a little bit of a local knowledge advantage. And Peterson on the other side, just 10 plus years on tour, the veteran. Let's see how it's going to play out.
Exactly, as we see the two paddle up the beach and try to set things up under priority. Lakey Peterson trying to find something. Nothing happening there. But Brett, how does Molly recover from a mistake like that?
Well, I think she's just, you obviously have to, or else you're out of luck. But she's, you know what? She's so young, but she's a stout competitor. And I think, the next wave that comes, she's going to try to sell India or go if India doesn't go and just try to get rhythm. There's been no rhythm in this heat. They out-paddle each other, out-position. They actually missed a set or two. So that starts playing in your mind. And now it's an 18-minute heat, and it's kind of clean slate. You'd obviously put the ball back in India's court with that priority when that good wave comes, but we've seen some mistakes happen.
We certainly have. Molly Picklum didn't make any mistakes at pipe and back door to kick off the year, number 2 in the world, and acquired the most points, was the most productive as far as numbers are concerned, getting excellent scores in every single round, including a 10-point ride. So this one just a little bit different. She's had a lot of reps at Sunset, even throughout the pipe waiting period. Just watching both venues. She'll see if she can recover from paddling and missing a wave. Meanwhile, could we get this one started? A paddle for Lakey Peterson. She will get into this little right-hander here. Whitewater's going to slow her down, so haven't seen a turn in a while. Deep on this one. Finally get things rolling now. Coming around the corner, nice first turn. India Robinson on her 3rd attempt. First 2 were just kickouts. And that'll go into her keepers for the moment with 17 on the clock, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to build on. I don't think that might dictate the whole scenario of the heat. Molly now sits at priority. If she doesn't commit a mistake and comes on the clear wave, she might have an advantage. But it's a tricky one. Both of them are like trying to make decisions, but the way the heat's rolling. It's not making it easy for them.
I think that was a good idea. I think she had to go, even though Molly really wasn't there. She kind of had to go on this wave. Gets a really nice slash right there. Then this thing stands up through the bowl, but it's hard to do anything right there. You touch the lip and you get chucked to the flat. So she gets a 4.5. I mean, I'm taking that. I think it ups her percentages, you know. And it looks like Molly's still a little bit deep. She's trying to get back to that peak.
Wow, and that's a 6.6. Doesn't look like a 6.6. Looks just nice and clean and almost like an extended shortboard by a little bit. But yeah, using a nice solid next step from John Pizell and got down the line. 4.5 is the big number at the moment with 15:45 on the clock. Another opportunity here. Priority now with Molly, and she'll see if she can capitalize on this right-hander. She is just trying to find a section to work with. Hangs onto that rail a bit. Fading cutback, goes off the top more, and nice clean carve to get her second completion on that wave. And that'll be compared to the 4.5 from India Robinson. We're starting to build, Jesse.
Yeah, both of them putting a score on the board that it's actually pretty solid, mostly for the situation of the heat right now. Molly finishing it up pretty nicely. As you see it right here, she takes off, she gets behind a little bit, but she was able to regroup right there. Nice carve, a little bit too tight, so you couldn't really see it much, but right here she was able to unleash and actually hold the rail for longer than I expected. That was a very nice turn for her.
This finishing move is kind of reliable, especially with your body positioning, Brett. We see a lot of that kind of lean back carve energy here at Sunset Beach.
Kind of like that armchair. You know, you're dropping your chair back, the recliner.
Why is it so reliable on this wave?
Make sure your core's engaged. Don't throw your back out.
Here comes Lakey, non-priority heat with Lulu. Just kind of feeling her way on the first point. Now she's got a ton of speed to burn here. She just throws it off the top, incomplete.
And that's exactly what Brett was saying. Like, as soon as you hit the lip on the inside section, it's so hard, so tricky for you to do it, like to land it. So.
Yeah, you feel like it should be easy because it's not like, sometimes it's not super steep, but just the way the wave like breathes, it does these things where it rides just a lot bigger.
As we take another look at Lakey, what happened here, Jesse?
Yeah, exactly what he mentioned. The wave breathes here, right there. And like she just disengaged, and like that little bump when it hits your the bottom of your board, it kind of gets out of control. It's too powerful. There's too much going on, and yeah, that's basically it.
And I think that's why that turn we were just talking about with Molly is reliable, is because you're staying over your board. You're not leaning or twisting too hard. You're kind of coming at an angle and you're dropping it back and kind of just engaging that inside rail. And it looks nice, and as long as you hold it long enough and you push. Sometimes if you just guide it, it can look a little bit soft, but if you push hard, it turns out really nice.
Simpo, nice barrel in the free serve coverage yesterday. Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Here goes Molly. That was that beautiful finishing move.
And I like where they went with that score. I think it's fair that, like Jesse said, the first cutty was a little bit tight, more of a setup, and then this turn was done on the inside bowl, comparative to like where India did her turn on that first wave. That's more the meat and potatoes part of the section. I think they did a good job. It was fair, and yeah, every dog has their day out here too. I got a little tube.
Did you know we were covering that live?
Well, I heard like paddle out. Everyone's Groms were paddling out. I was telling all the Groms to paddle out, and then I'm like, I'll go out, and I was like sitting with the Groms, and everyone just kept paddling. And I'm like, this wave looks like one of those little John Jack Robbo waves. I'll just stay here.
Yeah, you're trying to help the young team, and next thing you know,
fell into it.
Simpo gets shocked. Lulu was out there in the free surf yesterday. Were you taking some notes from everyone warming up?
Yeah, they were all going pretty deep, like catching those little rolling northies kind of into the bowl. I was just, when I'm not on tour, I'm not trying to battle. I don't want to take anyone's wave, so I was just trying to roam around the inside whatever bits and pieces nobody wanted, I'll take.
You should still get incentives, though, right? remember those old photo incentive contracts?
Oh, those are killer.
What did those look like? So a
little,
cover was worth a lot, right?
A little mail-in stamp. You got to cut it out and put it on your resume. Send it in.
When you'd get a quarter page
I
shot.
get $35.
No, exactly, right? There's a difference. There's a quarter page.
For
you
sure.
get paid for a full page.
Yeah.
A spread was more money. And then the cover, you're
retiring.
You're retiring.
That's what we did.
Do you remember any of those checks? Like, what were they like, Brett?
I mean, yeah, there was a crazy breakdown. There was used to be 2 pages of how you got paid from your, incentives, but you had to, cut it out. Obviously people saw it, your sponsor saw it, but you still had to kind of send
Turn it in, right?
Yeah. Where now it's obviously completely different.
Yeah, everyone's rate was a little different depending on who they were and what their deal was like. But
yeah, well, if you got a lot of money up front, you might not be getting. That's kind of your job.
Yeah,
right.
You're a little younger, Jesse, but you probably had photo incentive when you kicked off.
Totally. I remember you come here to Hawaii looking for one cover. That was kind of the goal when you were Grom and surf all these waves. And now with Instagram, you basically got to do a cover every day.
Yeah,
it's way more work.
Hard work.
You are your magazine.
You talk about the kids of the old days we used to have to do this and that. It's way harder now. You have to have content for
sure
years ahead of time.
You haven't posted something in 2 days. It didn't happen. What were you doing?
It was 30 foot.
Molly off the bottom. Oh, how about that down carve?
Wow.
A lot of face to enjoy on that one. Another whip, still some size in front of her. See if she can sneak in a third. No worries. There's another wrapping turn for Molly Picklum. At the 417, basically on one maneuver on her start. And that is going to be solid. She'll be out in front of India Robinson here at the 10-minute mark, Jesse.
Yeah, and there's a difference, big difference on the girls. Some girls here at Sunset are able to hold the rail for longer than the usual. Most of them are kind of snapping and sometimes feel like they're surviving because there's so much water moving. And right there, she showed the opposite. She was able to hold that rail for a few seconds, and that's very critical to do. She's going to be looking to a good score.
Happiness for Molly as world number 1. Katie Simmers gets her Apple Watch to prepare for Sawyer Lindblad coming up next. That was the pipe final. Molly, though, on the screen on the Water Patrol assist on the Red Bull ski. And that bright yellow jersey walking down the beach with Tommy Whitaker, who was Mr. Consistency when he was on tour. Back to Molly's wave here, Brett.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty right here. What Jesse was saying, nice arc right in the pocket. Holds her line. Then she kind of holds it again, elongated cutty, nice little bounce off the whitewash. And then this one carves it back. Doesn't really complete it, but it was going to all come off that first. This first carve is the meat and potatoes of this score, and it's a 7.5.
Boom. Nailed it right there. Well done for Molly getting this 7.5. What'd you like about it, Jesse?
I think just the cleanness of the rails right there. She was able to engage them, and as you see it right there, bringing it all the way around. It's not easy to do when the wave's that powerful, and just how synchronized. Look at the arms, bringing it back around, looking at the right place at the right time, just
that's
surfing.
That's definitely an Instagram post later today.
It is.
She's getting content.
That's a thing of beauty, that carve right there. We'll see it later.
Gosh, we definitely will see that posted. Hey, it might even make the 805 post show. We're always looking for the Cup Noodles wave of the day. Betty Lou, 917 earlier on the 6.0 Ghost. That might be in the running right there.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of Griff's wave the other day, where got going super fast, like, oh my gosh, all I can do is pull in. I got to pull in. She pulls in, kind of doggy doors out, and then just hammers the end. And it's like, where do you go? It's excellent, you know?
Oh, it's exactly what Felicity Palmetier said. It was a direct reference to that moment. Griff got the 9, and then he ended up going down as we have the quarter set for the men. But the event top scores been happening in rapid fire today, especially as the swell's been increasing just a touch. Betty Lou's 917 barreled a hammer. Feeling super good on that 6.0. She's kind of shopping around for equipment at the moment. We saw her on a bunch of Channel Islands at Pipe. Seen her on the Pizelle today. I wonder who she's going to sign with.
Yeah, and she also rode Slater Designs on that.
She did.
On that 9 point something she got for backdoor. So she's kind of having a sniff at whatever opportunity she get and whatever feels best for the next few events, she'll take it.
I might shape her a couple boards.
You should.
I've never shaped a board in my life.
No, you should ask Tim Stamps to do
Yeah,
that.
Stampsy, he would.
What do you think about that, Brett? I always wondered about being at the highest level. I'd always think you wouldn't want to not know what's available.
100%. And that was kind of always me. Like I've ridden, I don't know, I feel like I've ridden everything. Timmy Patterson, Hamish Graham, Super Sticks, Mayhems, JS's, DHDs, now Stamps. I felt like you have to kind of get outside the box and try. It is nice to create that relationship because all these athletes are giving them feedback. So they're obviously producing a lot of boards for the world's best and they're learning. But I will say everyone's surfing's a little bit different. So what I may like might be a little bit different than what Jesse may likes. And so, or you know, so it's kind of like, yeah, I think trying different equipment is important for the mind. You just don't want to get, I think you can get over consumed and then you're it's board confusion, you know, very confused.
Jesse, did you kind of mix it up a lot, or were you one to stick with one shaper as we get back to live action? Molly Picklum finding some space out front, and she kind of feels her way through that one, recomposes off the bottom. A little more engagement on that, but the wave's running out of energy. That was a tough one to really find the connection with, and now India Robinson looks paced and ready. Cool hook to get this one going. Nice and hollow behind her. Wraps it. Gets out front for a nice fading cutback, and Robinson will finally get another score to go with the 4.5. She was chasing a 7.18 to get the lead off Molly.
Yeah, good, well surfed wade for her. I think maybe not as dynamic as Molly's turns were. We'll see what the judges think, but I think she had to pull the trigger right there. Looked like a clean wave, looked nice. She surfed well, and yeah.
Loving it. This battle was so interesting to start. Remember, 40 minutes in these overlapping heats, and Molly and India were going deep. India tried to get started, wasn't effective. Molly threw away a priority, then got her 7.5, and back to last to Picklum, Brett.
Yeah, so a nice little pocket jam. I think in hindsight maybe would have waited, and because India definitely picks the better of the waves right here, and this turn's really nice. Big carve, holds it a little bit longer. It goes a little bit soupy here, but another good cutty, and then this thing kind of dies out, and she carves it back. So really well surfed. I mean, I don't know if it's going to go the 7-1, but it's going to really help her cause. She's going to need a lot less.
Now chipping in is Lakey Peterson. She's trying to get around the corner here. Successful in getting there. Just a redirect, and now lighting up that lip section. Comes down with it, stays on her feet. Her best so far in the non-priority side of the matchup with Luana Silva. Speaking of Lulu, as she fades on the open face on her home break. Nice water moving off the rail for Luana. That's got to be her signature move, huh, Jesse?
Totally. When she opens up, that's her best turn, and you can see in the previous results, like she's done good here. She's done good at Ericeira, Ribeira Gilles, which obviously way less power than this wave, but it's a right-hand point break with a lot of face in front of you. I wonder if she did something before as well, because she looked very stoked on that wave. Let's see it right here. She's taking off. No, I think that's what she had, that nice cutty, just setting up actually for this moment right here, just bringing it all the way around. Very composed, looked very solid in her foot. And Brett.
Yeah, this is a good one. Lakey, I think with her too, she wanted to just, I think when you're under priority, you want to get the ball rolling. If you can get a 5 or, you know, even a couple 4s, you feel pretty comfortable. Yeah, that exchange should be a little bit close. I will say Luana's was maybe a little cleaner. That second turn was probably the best turn out of that exchange, so she'll probably get the nod. And it looks like India gets the 6.5, so just under, you know, what she needed, but now only looking for a 5.18. And we got a little paddle right here. That thing stretches into this, little more north, kind of stretches into that bowl. Makes it tricky when you're out there. You're like, it's hard to take that risk. You really got to know like what it's going to do. Maybe under priority you can go on those waves, but with priority you can't afford to make those mistakes.
And we've seen that a few times today, that exact thing happening where you're just in that spot where it stretches out in front of you and there's no chance to make it. Critical time for Molly and India to tighten things up in the back end. It kind of just flowed into their start, waited for things to really open up. It's 7-5 to 6-5, just focusing on their best waves. And Molly still out front with priority. They're the whole pack moving together. If Lulu or Lakey want to wave, they just have to make sure they're not in the way of Molly and India.
She's letting her go on this thing.
Here we go. India Robinson looking for the score under priority. Nice power whip to start. Only needs a 5-1-8. Second turn, little whitewater climb before the wave just dies out on her.
She had to take that moment right after that turn. You got to kind of prepare that it's going to do that. And I think you've got to capitalize on whatever's there. If you can go boom, boom, it can be the score. It's just, I know how hard it is when you're on that wave and it's kind of wally and wonky. It's like this turn was nice. Wrap. And then right here, if she goes up and kind of hits that, I think she might get the score, be close, make the judges think about it, you know?
I'm right with you because this waves here, when they're like in the medium size, they hit that deep part of the shelf and they just die out and it gives you no opportunity. And that first turn was great. Great setup for just going straight back at it and yeah, kind of going around. It didn't help her.
She had tons of speed, and obviously it was a smaller wave, but the judges love when you're going fast, and it was like a check carve. And I think if she clicks it right there, you never know.
It's a good thought process there, Simpo. I like it. 30 seconds to go. Picklum will take this wave. Setting up off the bottom, knifes it,
wow.
Tail drops. A huge maneuver to close out her heat in the round of 16.
She likes it.
Meanwhile, throwaway score for India Robinson at a 3.0 was really just that first turn. And so Picklum, one, making a good decision, letting India go on the wave previous, and then just throwing a hammer down to probably increase her second scoring ride.
That might even be as good as her 7.5. It's going to be right up there.
It's that tail dropping type move at Sunset we've been loving today that shows so much risk and commitment.
Yeah.
Numbers are coming in for Molly Picklum, 7-1-7 on one big move.
Yeah, I like it. I think we saw that the other day with John. Like, he got 16 points. Has anyone ever had 16 points off 2 turns? That was pretty crazy.
We're going to have to look that one up. Probably John's done it a couple times.
Yep.
Molly Picklum, well done. 7-5, 7-1-7. Moving on to the quarterfinals. We're going to let Jesse take a quick break. We'll bring in Felicity Palmatier to continue the call here in the round of 16. When we come back, world number one's in the water.
Quarterfinal.
Katie Simmers, Big Cave. Katie Simmers is your champion in Pipeline.
Pipeline for the girls.
World number one in the lineup now, Caitlin Simmers, and she's looking to look at a familiar face with Sawyer Lindblad out there. Growing up in Southern California, Sawyer, San Clemente, Katie, Oceanside. That's about a 20-minute drive on the 405 freeway, or is it the 5 by then? It's been a while.
It's the 5.
It's the 5, that's right. Jeez, I can't believe I forgot the freeways. But gosh, Oceanside, beach breaks. We got lower trestles for Sawyer Lindblad, and Gosh, this is a classic, the next generation type heat as we bring in Felicity Palmatier for this battle with world number 1.
Oh, wow, what a heat. And I think you just said it in the break, but they've probably had so many heats. I wonder how many they've actually surfed together over the years, just obviously growing up so close to each other and close in age as well. It's going to be a real battle here. And even just, you can see the girls now just paddling, staying really close to each other. So obviously priority isn't established in their heat yet. And they're really jostling for it at the moment.
Sometimes you see that familiar face and then everything's out the window. All of a sudden it becomes a little bit more personal, doesn't it, Brett?
Yeah, well, these two girls, I will say, like when I was coaching the USA juniors, they were in their prime of their junior era, and they still are, actually. They're like 18 or 17. But Katie obviously got she won a lot, but Sawyer was the one that kept her honest at the time. Not a lot of girls can beat her. So here they are, battling right here.
Look at that, out positioning Katie Simmers. Paying attention to Brett's advice probably during those coaching days of how important the start of these heats are. I mean, she got the wave, unable to get a turn off, but you could tell she was very focused on getting that opener.
For sure, but I mean, she was definitely too deep on this one. Here you can just see her signaling for Hawaiian Water Patrol there. She's going to jump back on the ski, but yeah, she was definitely a bit deep, and Katie was like, you know what, yeah, you can have that one. I'm just going to go back out the back and I'll sit here and get priority. So, I mean, I was super impressed with Sawyer in her last heat. I mean, from going from, here we go, we'll just have a look at this moment here. And Lulu decides not to go, so Sawyer swings around on the inside there. But yeah, just definitely too deep. But I was so impressed with what she did in her last heat and being able to turn it around after that interference. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do, and you could see how shocked she was that it had even happened and sort of questioning. And I actually heard her when she came in. She said, I didn't even know that you could get an interference for that. So
it was, I asked one of the judges, because I was like just wondering how that works, and because sometimes you see guys like that happens and it's not called, just because. But for the instance of that one, it was like such a critical moment, and Gabby had nowhere else to go. It was just about to slab, but neither did Sawyer. Like, she ditches her board, or it's a tough one,
And it's a relatively new rule that was actually created at Sunset Beach. Remember the Zeke Lau, Jack Robinson moment in that final? That rule was created then, but I had never seen it called before in that instance. And there's two versions of it. There's, the rule number 1 of that rule that is an unintentional, which is what Sawyer got. It was unintentional. But there's the 2 part that's intentional.
Which is probably your whole score, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so then you lose a whole wave if it's deemed intentional and you change your path to actually disrupt the line.
Because it is, to be honest, we know it is easy to do. Like, if someone's flying down the line and you don't go behind them and you go in front, you're going to be right in their way. Go to lower trestles. Have a dig out there.
But, I mean, first time I've seen it called. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
In that fashion. So, on the CT level, at least, I can't think of another one. But, yeah, for Sawyer to kind of go through that, have her score cut in half, but still advance. And then even in her opening round heat, she lost priority, and then Joanne got a 7. So she's gone through a lot of different things in a short period of time today as we go through a nice first turn from Caitlin Simmers. This thing's getting full quick, but she'll start off with a lead over Sawyer Lindblad, just getting the completion there. I talked to Taj Lindblad after that priority shifted, because we had kind of a drone shot of it and we didn't really see a clear intent from the sky. Then Taj, Sawyer's brother, is like, oh, I called it. Like, from where he saw in the channel, this is Sawyer's brother, he was like, oh, yeah, they'll flip it on this one. And so he kind of gave that feedback to Sawyer. And that was kind of cool intel from what he saw closer to the action as we send it to the WAS.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah, just checking in on the surfboards for Katie Simmers. Simmers went from a 5.9 this morning to a 5.11. Tommy Whitaker, her coach and caddy out here, saying that there's a little more wind on the face, and they wanted to step it up so she had more paddle power and be able to drive around in the little bit choppier conditions. So, and I think it's, she was on a Pang this morning. I think she's on a different board now. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but she's got a brand new 5.11 under her feet at the moment.
I love it, Waz. It'll come to you for sure. Board's looking good. Smart move with a couple extra inches now.
Yeah, she looks great on that board. That first turn, you saw her kind of lay into it, so that was the hope, was that board will settle into the water a little bit more and get a nice big turn out of it.
You got company out there? Who's in the channel with you?
We got Shane Dorian, and I've got Lindblad, and we've got obviously Tommy Whitaker, and it's an Arakawa. That's what's under her feet. Sorry.
Oh, you got it. Yeah.
Got it. It came back.
Of course. There's so many different boards you could choose from. Erika Arakawa, really awesome human being to catch up with. And you could see Taj there on screen and doing the catting for his sister Sawyer. Back to Katie's wave here, Flick.
Yeah, this is a smaller wave, but she really got going on that first turn there where it really stood up. But this one just running into that big channel and just getting fat pretty quickly. But Lakey, on the other hand, actually heard that she's stepped it up now just with that increase in swell and a little bit of wind to her 6'4". And I was talking to Britt earlier today, and he was saying that this 6'4" she's on now, Lakey believes that it surfs like a 6'0". She can fling it around, and this morning she really wanted to ride that 6'4", but it was that little bit smaller. She was on the 6'2", and so now she's opted for the 6'4". It's a bit bigger, and the 6'2's in the channel.
Out at Sunset, to me, a 6'6" feels like a shortboard sometimes. There's just so much going
so
on.
tall,
Yeah, but it just feels like that. I love that number, but it looks good. It looks sturdy. I feel like out here you want to be sturdy. You don't want to be too wobbly. And if you do go up in the lip, that helps you a bit, kind of manage that extra water.
I always think if you're confused, always lean towards longer at this venue.
Yeah, I think the same goes for, I just think back to home in Margaret River. You never go astray having a couple of extra inches, with that board. It's just for paddle power, it just makes a lot of difference. And it for some reason when you watch someone surf a longer board, it just visually looks very impressive to me. I like the way it looks.
Yeah.
Last heat winner was by Molly Picklum, the defending event champion. She's hanging out with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, and we'll start with that question because Molly, you are the defending champ here at Sunset. Do you feel any pressure with that title?
I think defending champ, it just adds another story in your brain, and I think it's not pressure, but it's just like more noise in your head. But nonetheless, it's just add that with the rest of it. So it's all good. Honestly, it obviously means that I can surf this wave and I have the ability to take it out. So let's do it again.
And with you having that confidence that you know how to surf this wave, it was a very slow start to the heat for you before you got that 4, and then you backed it up with that 7.5. How did you stay calm in those moments and rely on all your time here?
Yeah, it was a really slow start to the heat. Being the first heat of the overlapping, you're like 40 minutes with priority. This could be really fun and put on a performance, and the ocean decided not. And but then obviously I lost priority, which was, I guess, a mistake that I didn't get too punished about because Indy got a 4 and then I went and got a 4. But then after that, there was just some waves and I just rolled the dice, tried to stay patient. Like, we can't control this ocean, so I can only do what it gives me, and I'm happy that I got a good, nice wave to do some turns.
Well, and you're going into the next round with a heat win under your belt here at Sunset and with 2 very solid scores. How much confidence does that give you that you've gotten the ball rolling, you got your momentum back?
Yeah, I think that first hit I didn't really connect on any turns, so I feel like I am slowly edging towards, and it feels similar to what I was doing last event. I felt like I didn't have such a good performance, and then I started to get some rail engagement on waves, and then hopefully each heat it just keeps getting better and better.
Well, great job on this one. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
No worries. Thank you, Molly, for ripping and getting into the quarterfinals. Thanks, AJ. And you'd kind of think, like, Katie being around, especially in the overlapping format, seeing Molly get through, just, when you look at the rankings, Katie's obviously always inspired to win, but the title race is always fun, even if it's stop 2, Flick. I'm sure Katie's going, okay, I've got to match Molly. I got to stay in yellow heading into Portugal.
For sure, there's no doubt that Katie's going to be so fired up to keep that yellow jersey, but I just think when I think about the tour this year and the level of performance and sort of this newer, younger generation really, taking a stand at Pipeline and Backdoor at that last event, I think this yellow jersey is going to get handed around to a few different names this year. Over the last few years, we've seen, Carissa really be super dominant throughout the whole season and coming into that finals in that number 1 seed. And I just feel like the level of surfing is just getting so good that as much as Katie's going to want to hold on to it, and there's no doubt that she can, I just think everyone is so hungry to take it off her.
Brett, give us some insight on Katie's just personality and her growth, because you know the world's getting to know her now, but through those early amateur series runs and being a part of the USA Juniors team, has she really changed much?
No, not at all. She's just always been like a real raw, surf-stoked Grom. I think obviously she has some crazy funny interviews, and she just says what comes to her head and comes out. And I think that's, to me, it's kind of a blessing to see that. It's just like she is so young, and she's just coping with it how she goes, and she's obviously dealt with it, I think, a lot better over the last year or two. And just like her little quote out at Pipeline, like, I don't think she thinks about this stuff until it just hits her. It's not like she's preparing any of it, you know? So I back that about her. She's so raw talent and gifted, and it's fun to see her do her thing.
You see a lot of different, parents, the way they support their kids, and I always heard this story that I thought was rad. For Katie's mom, I believe she's a hospice nurse, and then her dad's an electrician, and they're super supportive. However, it's not like they were getting carried away with contracts or her decisions or micromanaging her every move. Someone told me, they're like, hey, what's Katie gonna do? Is she gonna accept her spot next year? And her dad was like, oh, I don't know, she's over there. Like, maybe, but I just love that, because usually, around those really heavy surfing circles, like, the parents are getting very involved, and like they've already planned out what their kid's going to do, and I think Katie's just free to roam.
They seem to just be very honest with themselves, and you just allow these opportunities for her to grow and learn. And I think that's the best thing. Like, I don't know, I'm going through it now with kids, but that's the best thing you can do, is obviously just try to put them in the best possible situation and let them, they're going to make mistakes, they're going to do things right, but that's part of life, and
ooh, fun wave here, late drop, controlling it, Lakey Peterson, and pulls up and has to avoid the lip, didn't really allow her to pull in, so a long way to go just to step off. She still has her lead, but now 5:15, and she'll leave Lulu with priority, just chasing a 4.34. Non-priority heat, Katie Simmers gets held up, but of course she's going to pull that.
She loves a late drop. I just love, their new mentality. Just go for it, I thought she was just going to pull in.
For sure.
But she would have if she wasn't so hung up on it with these offshores.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw. I think she just got a bit hung at the top there. Those trades are actually starting to pick up quite a bit, even in the last sort of, I don't know, I guess maybe hour. I think we've even seen it pick up a couple of knots, few knots even. So I think it's a smart decision that the women are taking out those bigger boards. I know Lakey's on that 6.4, and I think it's a smart decision. Yeah, maybe a little bit of an error for Katie, but I mean they're in the non-priority heat, so may as well have a swing.
And that's the tough thing about Sunset. You're anywhere, but you're like 10 feet from being out the back, and then you just get smoked. Ditch your board. Next thing you know, you got to paddle all the way around. And when Joe, you remember like 10 years ago, we didn't have the skis or whatever out here. So it was like you got washed in, you were done. If you got two waves, you were like so stoked.
Oh, this is such a treat. Yeah, great job to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, doing us all favors. We get to watch more surfing, less paddling. Some people's heats would end on their first wave back then, and it's a true story. Sometimes caddies were breaking their boards in the channel on
the caddies were more scared than surfers.
Yeah,
because if they broke a board, they got to swim in. The channel's brutal.
Sometimes the boards would break in the shore break, just trying to run out. That was half the entertainment.
Yeah, dragging two boards, you're like, oh, the shore break hits you, one nose breaks off.
Yeah, someone's like, you want a caddy for me? Let me check the forecast real quick.
I'm gonna go surf Holly.
3:30 to go on the priority heat. Lakey out in front. Lulu still holding down priority, only needing a 4.34 strider.
Yeah, only needing a small score, but you know what? The message from Shane Dorian to Lakey Peterson just now was make her take a bad wave, get in her face, put some pressure on, make sure that she's has to be forced into decisions. So there's a little bit of a mental game going on out here in the lineup with these surfers. They're already, always pushing back and forth on the peak, but trying to sell waves, trying to get them to take waves, trying to, basically take a bad wave is what Shane said. Make her take a bad one.
I love that, Strider. For the love of the game, Shane loves every part of it, and that's why he's still involved in it. 50-plus club these days for Shane doesn't look like it. Looks like he is just so surf fit. It's crazy, but I think he's really enjoying passing all this knowledge down, keeping his athletes really engaged in all the things they can do, even in between the set waves.
For sure. I mean, he's just got so much experience at so many different types of waves, and obviously when you think Shane, you think big waves, obviously. You think waves like Jaws and having absolute iconic moments out there and pioneering in the safety aspect as well when it comes to big waves, but a great person to have in your corner and, yeah, super focused too.
USA head coach heading into Tahiti this year.
No way.
Yeah.
That's big news.
Which is, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guy. I mean, going to Tahiti, guy that has been there pretty much from day one obviously been there a lot before it was even a tour event. So, yeah, super cool. And this is a critical part right here where here goes Lakey. She's in second priority, but this other heat, there's always these moments where there's a minute 40 to go and Sawyer has priority, and you want to kind of hang on to that to the next heat, because then you have ultimate priority. Right now, if she were to go on a crummy wave, you hand it over to Katie in your priority heat. It makes it really tricky. So I think unless it's a perfect wave, she's probably not going to get it off Lakey or Luana. So she needs to stay by Katie and make sure she doesn't get a score with this next minute carrying over into their priority heat.
Really cool insight, Brett. I love that. Especially when you're focusing on this overlapping format. A lot of surfers are trying to understand it on the fly, especially if they're rookies on tour. We're seeing it at a lot of events in the last few years, but it used to kind of only be something we enjoyed at Pipeline in the past. But now it allows us to really maximize the time on a swell window. And if you know those little subtleties, like Sawyer having the non-priority heat, holding on to her priority for the next 40 seconds, she'll be in a really good position to choose the wave she wants, Flick.
For sure, that was great little insight. I mean, you learn something new every day. I just learned something. Thanks so much.
I just see it a lot where if you go on a wave with 2 minutes and all of a sudden it's a crummy one, but you're like, I'm in non-priority. Next thing you know, your heat goes into priority and you're like,
yeah,
I should have. I mean, trust me, I made that. I made many of errors.
You grow from your mistakes. That's exactly it.
At least I could pass it on. Like, I can't have it back, but I could pass it on.
10 seconds to go in the heat with Luana and Lakey. Lulu, important ride, big closeout hack, but she can't hang on.
She has it 100%. She pulls that turn, she's into the quarters.
Oh, and she knows it too. Left chasing a 4.34.
She had to go for it. She had to go for that move. And, I mean, we've seen girls get, basically 5s for one score today and you see sort of disappointment on her face there. She'll know it, I think what you said. I mean, she makes that. She's getting
She did everything right. Cuts it a little early. Goes up there. Lip lines it. Almost could have done a little grab rail for stability. And then right here, clicks the tail down. It's good. And then maybe a little on the toe side. And It's surfing right there. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Oh no! And
she's
got
getting
flipped
rolled.
upside down. That's tough. Poor Lulu, especially with this event being one of her favorites, being at home. She's thinking at least a quarter before she's moving on to capitalize on points before the mid-season cut approaches. She'll bounce back as she heads to Europe, and Lakey Peterson will move on into the quarterfinals. Great control of that heat. And more action to come in the round of 16. Brett, always a treat, my friend.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Finals day, hopefully.
We're going to keep you booked all through finals day. Brett Simpson, 2-time U.S. Open champ, longtime CT standout. Enjoying the conversation. Flick's going to stay with us here. We're going to do some rotations in the booth, bringing in Kaipo, and more action from the round of 16. We'll be right back.
And we're back at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. It's the round of 16 overlapping format. We got a new heat out in the water. Former champ Brisa Hennessy up against one of the event favorites, Gabriella Bryant, Kuiper girl, along with Felicity Palmentier, Flick on the call here. And this heat has a couple of surfers that surf Sunset very well.
Oh, this for me is one of the best matchups of this round of 16. Just two really powerful surfers who really have been standouts out here. Obviously, Brisa, she's won out here before. Gabby's just dropped a 9 in her elimination round heat, just looking super powerful. So and for me, standout surfers, I'm really looking forward to seeing them match up here.
Yeah, Gabby Bryant in her elimination round heat, got a 9-point ride. Opening round heat for Brisa Hennessy, she nearly got there at 8.33. So these two women dropping substantial scores in the non-priority heat. Priority heat, just a couple of teenagers up against each other. 18-year-old Sawyer Lindblad, San Clemente, California, up against 18-year-old Caitlin Simmers out of Oceanside, California. And Katie with the early but slight advantage as this heat rolls into the priority position, priority section of their heat.
Yeah, for sure. I think something that Brett was touching on before was that it was really smart of Sawyer to hold on to priority as they flipped over into the priority heat. So Sawyer still maintained that. And there's a few small scores on the board, and I feel like this is totally open. Basically, they're about to surf a 15-minute heat now. And with that swell sort of starting to fill in more, I think we're going to see hopefully some more great action.
So Sawyer Lindblad had a little bit of a mishap in her elimination round heat. A paddling interference on Gabriella Bryant, but she was able to overcome that penalty and still earn her way into the round of 16 Flick. So do you think that gives Sawyer kind of a bit of a confidence, because it feels like the worst already happened and she made it through?
For sure. I think even if we go back to even the opening round heat, I think she had a couple of moments with priority, one where she actually lost priority as well, and then Joanne DeFay actually converted on the next wave. And so I think today she's had a couple of obstacles to get over, especially that one in the last heat. I actually heard what she was saying when she came in. She didn't even know that that was a rule or that was a thing. I heard her say that. And so big learning curve, but also a test to her sort of resilience and being able to reframe in that situation, because being so young, being on tour, rookie year, I mean, it's a big mistake, and sometimes things like that can be really daunting. We saw, her facial expressions, we saw her throwing her arms up in the air, so she definitely was confused by that. But being able to turn it around and, convert on that wave that she did, and going so vertical on her backhand, she got such a great score, and here she is now. Sorry, this is Brisa, but yeah, she's back.
Brisa Hennessy with one big turn to open up her account up against Gabriella Bryant. Bryant already with a 6.33 on the board after her start. We got 33 minutes in the non-priority heat. So let's look at some replays. This is the 6.33 right here, Flick.
Yeah, just that trademark hack straight into that first section. So my thoughts are that 6.33 is basically coming from that one first maneuver. I mean, she obviously got 2 turns on that wave. That second one was quite small, so it was a beautiful first wave.
I love this shot from high up above. You can see the bathymetry of Sunset Beach, and it's a lava reef with a little bit of live coral, but mostly a lava reef with these fingers that go out into the ocean. And you can see some of the holes and so forth that create boils and some of the flat sections. You can see the deep spot in between some of these sections that when the wave kind of goes tapered or flat, it's because of that change in depth out here. So this is a beautiful shot showing you what's going on beneath that makes the waves happen the way they do.
For sure. I think obviously it's a very clear day. We've got some great clarity as well, and see where that blue hole is, right where that wave's about to break there. You can see that wave it's not really going top to bottom. On those smaller days, you can actually sort of paddle out through that section there because of those bigger holes in the reef. It actually sort of acts as like a little channel. And so you can actually sometimes, if you're lucky and those sets are coming through, you can actually punch it out to the right of where the girls are now, if you're lucky and you don't get cleaned up by a set.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many things, right, that you learn about this break, and this break has so many different personalities. Sometimes, those really
west-northwest ones or those west ones, you would think, hey, paddle to the channel, paddle to your left, looking at the screen, paddle to the channel. But sometimes it's better to paddle to the right, paddle to the left that's coming through, because all that energy is actually going down the line.
For sure, on those bigger days when you get those big West Peak bowls, those big West ones come through the lineup. I mean, I've been caught when I first started surfing out here being like, oh, paddle to the horizon, paddle out to the big deep channel. But in reality, you actually start paddling more towards the east, out that way, out more towards the northeast.
Yeah.
You're actually going to be in a way better position.
It's an interesting thing to learn because it's counterintuitive. It's not where you think you should go, but actually the water's more settled there, or the white water's not as strong. Here we go. Gabby Bryant open up with a 6.33. That hooking turn she's been relying upon one more time. That one not as dynamic, but smart just to get a backup and put more pressure on Brisa Hennessy. Brisa, she opened up with a 4.1. 31 minutes on the non-priority heat.
I've just got to go back to Gabby's first wave.
Yeah.
She really got that 6.33 for one turn. I mean, there was maybe, half a point that came from that second turn, but call it a 6 for one turn. And the 0.3 for that other, the other carve. It was just super impressive, and shades from that. I just saw shades from that elimination heat. This is that 6.33, and this is the turn I'm talking about. She's just got such great technique, and half of her board has been literally buried into the wave on that. She's got so much power, and really great technique. Here's that other little turn that she did at the end there, but I mean, all the points came from that first maneuver. So she does 2 of those. I mean, look out.
There's been talk about the changing in guard in women's professional surfing. I feel like when we have these overlapping heats, this really is a testament to it. You have 18-year-old Katie Simmers, 18-year-old Sawyer Lindblad, Gabriella Bryant, she's just 21 years old. Brisa Hennessy, she's the oldest out there at 23 years old. Next up, we're going to have Caroline Marks. She's 21 years old against Alyssa Spencer, who's another 20-year-old. So we're stacking heats, and the eldest surfer in the next hour that you're going to see surfing is a 23-year-old Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, and it's just a testament to what you were saying. I mean, that's what happens, right? I mean, one thing that is inevitable is time, and everyone's aging. And I think it is super exciting. We are seeing that next gen come through, and it's really evident in this last hour. But I think it doesn't mean that this older generation are any less hungry. I think, especially after watching the women at Pipe and Katie and Molly, I think they're even more fired up.
Yeah, well, don't count out the establishment, the older guard, because one of those surfers who's established on the championship tour, Lakey Peterson, she just won her heat, and she's on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, she is, Kaipo. Lakey on to the quarterfinals, and I know this last heat was grindy, is how you described it to me. How did you stay calm in those moments, rely on all of your experience on tour to stay in the moment?
Yeah, it was not grindy in the sense, like there was waves to be ridden and scored and surfed well. I just kind of made it grindy on myself, I felt like. But yeah, I was hoping in that first 20 minutes there was so many waves, and I was thinking, okay, I'm going to get hopefully like a 5 or a 6 or something mid-range on the board, and I just kept falling, and the best I got was a 3. So I was a little frustrated going into the priority heat. And then it picked up a little bit, and I was thinking, oh, should I be on a bigger board? So got a little bit in my head, but yeah, I'm really happy to make it through that round. It's a scary round, that one, and Luana's so solid out here. She's out here every single day and lives right here. So in the end, she's so capable of getting that score, and I was definitely trying to find something to better my backup just to make it a little bit harder on her. But yeah, I got lucky, I guess, and I'll take it.
You'll certainly take it into finals day and the quarterfinals. We talked about this morning how you felt like you really hadn't gotten a chance to surf. Now back-to-back heat wins. How much does that feed that confidence going into the finals day?
Yeah, it's great. It's really nice to get a contest going and make some heats and get some reps up, and just to be into a finals day, into a quarters, and yeah, it's just momentum and confidence is so huge for at least me in my headspace. So feels really good, and I'm super excited for tomorrow. I think the wave's gonna be really fun and some great surfing, and I think I have Molly, which will be so much fun. We're like such good friends, so yeah, I'm excited for that.
The good friends thing, how does that work out in quarterfinals?
Oh, we just go hard or go home, baby. We take no prisoners for sure on each other, which is what makes it so awesome. She's so fierce and into it, and I got to show the Grom what's up sometimes too. So
you show her what's up. We'll see you tomorrow, Lakey.
Awesome. See you guys.
I like the quote. Got to show the Grom what's up. We talk a lot about the new guard, but we still have the establishment there dominating, hanging on to it.
For sure. And sometimes you just can't beat experience. And
No.
a lot of these women have been on tour for, close to a decade. And a lot of these waves have so many different intricacies and different faces and personalities. And you only get that with experience and time spent at waves like this. And as much as this new guard is coming up, I think it's also fired up this. I know, I was speaking to a couple of the girls who had been on tour for a long time, just watching that finals day at Pipe, and I know that they would have loved to have had a chance to be out there. And as we see Gabby just having a little bit of a look at that one, possibly some movement out the back.
6 minutes remaining in the priority heat. Caitlin Simmers on top. Caitlin Simmers with that yellow jersey and priority. Here we go with Katie. Oh, unfortunate. Slips off the back of her board while winding up down the line and gets caught in the lip.
Wow, that was an interesting wipeout. Got to think that. I thought that was looking like it was going to be quite a good wave too. Something funny just happened on her board there.
Let's go down the strata. Did you see what happened?
Oh, man, that was a bummer. Back-to-back mistakes in my book. We got, Sawyer holding priority for that long and then catching a wave that didn't give her anything, a 1-point ride. And then Katie, first wave that came was a great wave, and she pulled back and didn't go. Second wave, she goes, and then the board is just fluttering in the top of the bowl. She went to try and kick out of the wave, seeing Sawyer trying to get back out for priority because realizing that wave was going to run off, and the thing just sucked her over the falls. So 2 mistakes by both these youngsters. We'll see what happens. There's not much time left.
There she is. So we could see she was attempting to get out of there in a paddle battle for priority, but then 100 pounds, 5'2", couldn't punch through there, went over the falls.
Yeah, it was an interesting wipeout. Well, the girls looking a little bit fired up here. Looks like someone's maybe going to take this one.
Gabby Bryant. Smooth off the bottom. And the gaff back into the whitewater finally emerges, turning so hard on that Mayhem surfboard. Looking to better a 2.83, just one turn. We'll see where the judges go with that.
Yeah, my thoughts are I think she will. I think she will improve on that. It was just, she did get a little bit caught there in the foam for a while, but yeah, it was just beautiful technique and just displacing so much water there.
So waiting for the score for Gabriella Bryant. And that will set the situation. She does have the head start right now on Brisa Hennessy. Let's take a look at the head-to-head matchups between Brisa Hennessy and Gabriella Bryant. Here we go. 3 wins for Brisa Hennessy, 2024. Pipe, round of 16, Brisa beat Gabby. Brisa beat Gabby, as well as 2022 in Tahiti in the elimination round. 2022 at Pipe, Brisa got the best of Gabby in the round of 16. Gabby's one win over Brisa happened 2022 at Margaret River, where Gabriella Bryant went on to her best career CT finish, runner-up there in that 2022 competition over at Margaret River, Western Australia. Matched up again in the non-priority heat. Go ahead.
I just really think we've obviously got Brisa, she's sitting out there. She's being super, super patient with her priority. She hasn't really had a look at too many waves yet, and already know that she's dropped an excellent score already today. I think it's going to be interesting. They've kind of got sort of 2 different tactics at the moment. Brisa just being super patient, Gabby just getting the ball rolling. So contrasting sort of strategies here, and be interesting to see when Brisa decides to roll the dice.
Yeah, she may, if she's in the non-priority heat, we'll see. We've had Brett Simpson's giving that advice, like hang on to priority until you get into the priority section. But really, speaking of priority, the priority heat right now, we're under 3 minutes. Sawyer Lindblad has that priority actually over the entire field. Lindblad just needs a 2.25 to overcome Katie Simmers. Simmers with some small numbers on the board, just a 3.17 and a 2-point ride. Neither surfer in Heat 3 of the round of 16 really, excelling or getting any meaningful numbers. So I feel like it could just be the last strike on either end that are going to determine the outcome of this heat. And here we go with Sawyer Lindblad. Finds open face. That was a nice carve on the backhand. More dynamic second turn. And fits 3 turns before the wave hits the channel. She's going to get the number, and now it's going to be up to Katie Simmers to mount a comeback.
Yeah, wow, pressure's on. Pressure's on for Katie, and got to be thinking, I mean, there is a couple of lines on the horizon, I think, so Katie's probably going to get one more roll of the dice, and I mean, that was really, really well done as we see Gabby just having a look at that one. But yeah, I think Katie's probably going to get one more roll of the dice here, so pressure is on. She paddles over that first one.
And Katie Simmers gets eyes on this second set wave. She's lost in the trough right now between the 2 waves. There she is from above. Her positioning on this wave. Looks like she's in the pocket. Here we go with Katie Simmers. Screams down the line. Yanks the rail there. Nice mid-face carve. One more time for Katie Simmers. Larger wave than Sawyer's. Will that impact make the difference when it comes to the score between the 2? The judges owe us scores for both Lindblad as well as Simmers. Brisa Hennessy wipes the spray from her eyes before carving on her Glen Pang surfboard. Couple of turns up there and finds room for one more carve into the channel. But the important numbers at this point, as we're down to just 40 seconds, Flick, it is how the exchange between Caitlin Simmers and Sawyer Lindblad went.
Yeah, I think, here we go. Let's break it down. Sawyer sort of waits a bit here just to get this first maneuver, but this one was timed pretty well. She cut that one a little bit short, but I think most of the points will come from that second turn there. She was really able to get critical. So finished with a little carving maneuver there. I think she's going to get the score, but then behind her, Katie takes off, and this was a bigger wave. Clean face, taps the rail there, and then she could see that one was going to close out. So she got up there nice and early, was really controlled.
I mean, Katie yanked the rail on that first turn, so that's a detail. We'll see if the judges picked up for that, because Katie's pretty far out to sea right there. We get the benefit of great camera work. She's going to talk to Tommy Witz for a download right now. Numbers, we're still awaiting those numbers.
Yeah, I think Sawyer gets the score. Obviously, we shouldn't have needed a 2.25. It just, Katie's wave was big. It had a lot of open face. She had variety too. Obviously, grabbing the rail on that first turn, dropped straight down, was able to see that, hey, this wave's going to have a really heavy end section.
So Sawyer gets a 4.17. Katie Simmers now needs a 3.94. Katie Simmers, there's the scores right there for Sawyer, 4.17. The need for Katie, a 3.41, and Katie gets the number with a 4.4. Strider, take it away.
Katie, you got the number right on the end there. That was a wild one. You paddled by saying that you thought you should not win that heat after your performance.
I definitely feel like I deserved to lose after that. I made a lot of poor decisions, but dude, I don't know. I drank like a half a gallon of salt water. I was almost puking half the heat, coughing up water, and I don't know. I just took a lot of it to the head, but
well,
I don't know.
You're still going. Let's see that jersey on your back one more heat, all right?
Wish I could have been on better terms, but good to see you, Strider.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Strider. Congratulations, Katie Simmers. She's on to quarterfinal number 2 for finals day. Who's going to meet her? Who's going to meet Katie? We're going to find out when we come back. Is it going to be Brisa Hennessy or Gabriella Bryant? collaboration with Shiseido, Blue Project, and Hawaii Sustainable Coastlines had a great activation event in Kahuku where we were sifting and getting through the problems of microplastics in the sand that plague the windward shores of the Hawaiian Island. Thank you to Shiseido, Yeti, and everyone over at WSL One Ocean. Clean sand here at Sunset Beach, Paumalu. And we have a new heat out in the water. The round of 16 matchup between Caroline Marks, our reigning world champ, and tour rookie Alyssa Spencer. Kaipo girl, along with Jessie Mendez. Your thoughts on this all goofy foot matchup?
This is actually a great match. When you're facing another goofy, you're gonna have someone to kind of compare against yourself. You know, when you're having regular goofy type of match, it's a little different. Mostly in a wave like Sunset Beach, and obviously you can't take down Caroline. She has done damage here before. She's come off a world title win, so she has a lot of confidence, more experience than Alyssa. But not to mention, Alyssa is just very smart competitor. Times her turns very well, gets critical, not easily, but she knows how to get critical today. Out here today, nothing will be easy, but yeah, it's going to be a great match.
Both relatively young. Yeah, I mean, Caroline Marks, her 6th year on the championship tour. She made the tour at a very young age, at 14 years old. But she's just 21 years old with a world title. And then we look at Alyssa Spencer, just 20 years old, out of Encinitas, California, in her first go-around on the championship tour. So I like your assessment, and let's take a look at the some of the rides that happened during that break. This is Brisa Hennessy, and Brisa went to town.
Wow, that looks like a beautiful, clean wave. Critical section right there. Yeah, just nice rail surfing. What I really like that differentiate from most of the girls today, you see her setting up right here, and she had a very small, tight transition. She was actually able to get vertical. A lot of girls, you see them going around, but see that one right there getting very critical in a tight transition and not actually wiping off the speed, going around, and just doing that carve. So I think that's what the judges identified right there and gave her that big score. I'm not saying the girls haven't done it, but a lot of times they were going around that critical section. I thought that was very smart and technical for Brisa to hit that second turn.
Well, Brisa in attack mode there, 7-point ride. So really, and Brisa waited a long time. She basically only caught one wave in the non-priority section of this heat and let Gabby Bryant, her competitor who she's competing against there in the white jersey 77 on her back, you know, really kind of have a lot of goes at it. But now Brisa, patience paid off for Brisa Hennessy, and she took the lead in the priority heat.
Yeah, like for me, in my opinion, that's the most stacked heat of the round so far. Brisa and Gabby, like they're both amazing out here. Brisa, I think, previously won this event before. Their strain are very similar, even though their abilities and technical are a little bit different. But yeah, it's good to see them in the match.
Yeah, our event's top scores for the women, you can see Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a 9.17, Gabriella Bryant with that 9-point ride, and right behind her, Brisa Hennessy. So the two surfers in Heat 4 of the round of 16 really have been the women that have been putting up the big, meaty numbers in so far in this competition. So to your point, this is probably one of the more competitive or challenging heats in this round of 16.
Totally, and previous to the heat, I know both of them and their coaches already know that. So they know they have to be very selective and be on the best waves in order to win this heat because, yeah, the level of surfing is going to be very similar. Very similar and very high mostly for these conditions, you know, like it fits their surfing so well.
Caroline Marks. Nice opening snap for Caroline. So has to get busy with some S-turns as this wave really kind of flattens out into the channel. That's going to be the opening number for Caroline Marks in the non-priority heat. And an easy pickup with the Red Bull jet ski.
Yeah, it takes with the ski assist, it helps so much. You know, if she had to paddle all that, she'd probably lose about 4 minutes. So that gives those surfers chances to actually put themselves in opportunities more and more. And as you see right here, just a pretty flat wave. She was able to put some carbs down there, but just nothing critical. Everything was pretty flat because of the wave. And she's going to get back there in a little time and ready for another one.
Marksy on the paddle. 3-point ride dropping in for Caroline. So still a tight heat between Alyssa Spencer and Caroline Marks. Almost neck and neck at this point, but 30 minutes on the clock for that non-priority heat. More waves coming through here. Lines across as we anticipate the swell to continue to build through the afternoon. The winds are staying in a favorable direction, and Brisa Hennessy is scratching into this one. Brisa lines this up. Gets a full rail car, but then you can see that wave just went into deep water right away.
Yeah, and that happens a lot out here at Sunset in this size with this swell direction. If we had more of a north swell, probably see that bow lining up a little bit more, not so much deep in the shelf, but as it is right now, it's as much as it's very good out there, it's easy to select the waves.
Katie
Sorry, it's hard to
Simmers.
select.
Yeah, Katie Simmers. Kate, what do you have to say, Katie? What's Katie got to say, AJ?
Well, Kaipo, we heard her tell Strider in the water that she felt like maybe she didn't deserve to win that heat, Katie, but you did get the win. You get another chance to surf in the quarterfinals. What did you learn in the water today that you want to carry into next heat?
Yeah, I don't know, didn't really have the best heat. I knew Sawyer wouldn't be afraid of me because we've had so many heats together growing up in like NSSAs, and I don't know, it's honestly 50-50 on those NSSA heats. She always got me. She always can manage to in the heat before she had an interference and she still friggin' has a mean backside snap so she can get her way out of a lot of bad situations. But I don't know, I guess from my heat before today, I made a lot of mistakes too. I didn't really get a backup, so I was pretty bummed. I was happy I made it, but I was still super mad at myself for how I surfed. And then just now too, like I told Strider, I literally a win is a win, like you were saying, but I don't know. I really want to do a good turnout here at Sunset because, I don't know, I was feeling pretty good surfing here the days before, and I've been the trick here, I feel like, is to try to convince yourself it's a really fun wave because you can have fun just getting around, kind of have fun with the challenge that is, because it's such a difficult wave and it looks so fun right now from the webcast, but when you're out there you're like, where the heck am I? And then it's all bumpy on the face, and so you're just pretty lost, but kind of having fun with finding the challenge in it, and hopefully in my next heats I can channel the better parts of that and not let Sunset beat me. So
well, that's what I was going to ask. How do you move past this feeling of beating yourself up for things that you wish you could have done better and move into the next heat with more intention and putting that emotion behind you?
I guess just learning. That's what me and friggin' Beeve have been saying. We've just been joking about learning and just friggin' just been learning a lot, and I feel like these last two heats have been quite a lot of learning.
And another opportunity tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Yep, thank you.
Detective work there that I've uncovered that Katie Simmers is off her Bourse design board for Sunset and on to an Eric Arakawa, which is interesting, and maybe in the future we could ask her why she did that equipment change. This happened during the interview.
Nice tight turn there for Gabby.
Yeah, that was a 4.47 for Gabriella Bryant. So still trailing Brisa Hennessy. Needed to hit the mark of a 4.78 in the priority heat. Priority heat down to 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of momentum shift. Like Brisa had priority. They both sit on a good score. It's just their backup. They're pretty similar situation right now in the heat. Brisa kind of lost priority on a pretty bad wave, and then felt like the momentum was shifting to Gabby, but we see Caroline up and riding.
Strong bottom turn, accompanied with a strong top turn. Does it twice. Caroline Marks. Marks is going to ditch a fractional score that she's holding on to her score line, and maybe her best number so far in her heat. Red Bull Jet Ski with a quick pickup.
Yeah, just getting a second score on the board. Like you mentioned, probably maybe it will be her best wave. The only factor right there is just a very small wave, and the closeout section, she rode out pretty clean, but the wave was already kind of dying out, dissipating into that big channel. And as you see right here, smaller wave for today. She was able to get nice and vertical and tight right there. And right here, as I mentioned, like it was nice and clean, but just the wave was dissipating, not much power. And yeah, if it betters, it's her best score. It's not going to be by so much, which she probably will better. But let's see.
Caroline Marks with 4.33, and Caroline continues to slowly pull away from the rookie Alyssa Spencer, but Alyssa with plenty of time to strike back. 24 minutes 45 seconds on the non-priority heat call. The priority heat, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty between Brisa Hennessy and Gabriella Bryant. Brisa Hennessy with heat control. She's got the lead. She's got priority. She's controlling the tempo out there, but there's going to be multiple choices coming in right now in the reef at sunset between Brisa Hennessy and Gabriella Bryant. Bryant just needs a mid-range score of a 4.78 to turn the heat. And here come the waves.
Looks like they're going to get caught. Out a little bit of a position. That wave ran more into the bowl.
So we're anticipating that transition from the point more to the bowl area of its sunset as this swell increases. And in that particular instance, it did happen. So yeah, this is just going to eat the clock. And that's a good thing for Brisa Hennessy. She's happy to duck dive waves and let the clock wind down. That's a bad thing for Gabriella Bryant.
Totally. Like, she's so happy with that situation because both of them getting caught, she had to make no decisions. She knows she wasn't going to get, that Gabby wasn't going to get an opportunity, and now the clock's running down. Looks like there's a little bit of that break in the sets, and they're probably going to reposition. Right now, it's like time for Brisa to reset again and pull off the best wave of the next set, sitting with priority. Just keeping a very close eye into Gabby, because at 4.78, we've seen Gabby getting huge scores with only one turn before on tour. And in a day like today, she doesn't actually need much. She just needs a nice open clean wall in order to better that to get that 4.78.
But I guess the other trick is to kind of escape the shackles, or the potential shackles that Brisa Hennessy is able to put on Gabriella Bryant right now with priority. So yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Looks like we got lots of lines out there, Jesse.
Yeah, it does look like it's a long period swell, so you can see them stacking up way out the back, and they look pretty clean and nice. Sometimes they miss here. They won't hit where we wanted to hit, just on the shelf. They'll go a little bit to the side, and let's see what this kind of, it's like a mid-sized set's coming. And it's going to come in time for those 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's just matter of fact to how good that wave is going to be.
Well, Brisa Hennessy gets through this heat. She is off to a great start for the championship tour this year. This is going to be, if she's able to get through this heat, she will go back-to-back with finals day, first 2 events.
Yeah, that's impressive for her. but expectable. Like, she's that good of a surfer, that good of a competitor, stepping it up every year. And it's a nerve-wracking, nail-biting heat right now with 1:40 left. See, like I mentioned, that set. Oh, it's still kind of approaching. You see it. It's peaking way up there at the point, deep in the point even, kind of like a northy, more leftover swell. But it might also hit here. Let's see what the surfers are doing.
Okay, so Gabby forces Brisa into this one. Brisa takes it. Now her mission is to better her score line. She needs better than a 4.1. That one's going to be on the line. 1 minute of opportunity for Gabriella Bryant, needing a 4.78, needing a mid-range score. Jesse, looks like there should be ample opportunity, but the angle of the swell may be eluding her.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how it rolls. You see the set stacking out the back, and you're hoping it's going to come your way, but it hits a different part of the shelf. And let's see, she's starting to paddle deeper because she probably identifies something. Actually, now coming in, it's just, yeah, it's just so hard to make a decision right there.
She's deep on this one. She's going to have to get going. Here we go, Gabby. One hack there. Needs a little bit more. Oh, and does not get it. She needs basically a 5-point ride. Is that a mid-range score?
Yeah, I don't see, I actually, I don't see that coming into that score. And also, I feel like Brisa's wave was better than her, so Brisa might even better and protect herself a little bit more. But as you see right here, just nothing against her. Beautiful carve right there. Just the wave got flat very quickly, and there's nothing left right there for her to hit it, and needed something else.
And you were right. Brisa did improve slightly at 4.27. So now Gabby needs a 4.95. We're waiting for the number.
I kind of see that coming under Brisa's wave in my opinion. Brisa had that great finish off the wave that Gabby didn't have it, unfortunately. But that's just how surfing goes, or any sports. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, but the judges are having a look.
Well, we can say it's not an easy decision for the judges because they're taking some time before putting in the score, probably looking at multiple replays, but now it comes in all in a fury. 3.67, not enough, as we suspected for Gabriella Bryant. She'll bow out of competition with an equal 9th, and Brisa Hennessy will be matched up against Katie Simmers in quarterfinal 2 for finals day. Congratulations to Brisa Hennessy on the paddle back in. Stepping away. When we return, another great heat out in the water. Joanne DeFay coming up against Tatiana Weston Webb.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Time to watch the Pulse to get caught up with the action today. Ross and Betty Lou looking at the conditions, and yeah, he was proud of this moment. Betty Lou on a 6-0 Paizel Ghost. Shut it down, a 9.17. Best score of the day so far as she moves on to the round of 16 along with India Robinson. Things continue to get heated. Heat number 2 of the ER. Gabrielle O'Brien put on a clinic of power surfing, a 9-point ride on a big 2-turn combo, but then this happened. Oh my goodness. Lindblad getting called for a paddling interference at the beginning of the heat, but she still advanced. The rookie kept her head in the game even though her low score was cut in half. And Sophie McCulloch went home with the 17th. Then Molly Picklum, defending event champ, controls the heat, and it was wild. They waited a while, just pushing each other up the point with India Robinson. And when Molly switched on, it was a 7-5, 7-1-7 as her top 2, defeating India and getting into the quarterfinals. Finished number 2 at Pipe. So far an equal 5th at worst, but she already wants to defend her title. And that's pretty much the best moments of the day. A lot more in there you could always check out on worldsurfleague.com. You can check out events from the past. You can look forward to the schedule. You can look at athlete profiles, but I think this is kind of hypnotizing at the moment. The playing field from the heavens. Checking out the water world with the Hawaiian Water Patrol. They're doing such a great job of the big channel there. And then the beautiful community behind it all, and some great people that are watching the world's best compete. Joanne DeFay taking on Tatiana Weston Webb, coming into stop number 2, equal 5th from quarterfinal finishes at Pipeline as we bring Felicity Palmatier back on set. Flick, this is a great battle for Tati. It's interesting. I got a hold of Ross Williams real quick, her coach, and remember we were watching earlier, it just looked like she was out of sync. So I just asked him what was going on. He was like, wow, she is so mad at herself. Like, especially after that heat, she was really, really upset. And he said he just brought her back, you know, reeled her in a little bit and got her headspace just exactly where it needs to be to really perform. But she definitely was, we saw her being a little out of rhythm, and she was definitely feeling it emotionally too.
For sure. And I mean, I'm not surprised that Taji was so angry at herself and, you know, sort of disappointed and sort of having that moment. But I think it's important that you do let those feelings out, because otherwise if you're kind of trying to suppress it, you know, it's not necessarily the best thing to do. But, you know, let's see what happens in this heat, and hopefully she's been able to reframe and be like, okay, that's in the past. Like, let's work on the future now, or in the present. Let's stay in the present. And I've got another heat, and I'm coming up against Joanne, who, you know, is going to be a tough competitor out here. Her forehand carve being absolutely incredible. So, yeah, hopefully Tachi's been able to reframe. I really think we haven't seen her best yet on her backhand out here.
Yeah, her backhand. You just think about main break Margaret River. You're thinking Jeffreys Bay. Man, the final she made with Steph Gilmore. That was back in Mick Fanning's retirement event where he was runner-up to Italo. One judge had Tati winning that final back then. That's how close it was on the sand. Also won the U.S. Open back when that got the CT upgrade. Now a very important event on the Challenger Series. But she's due. I feel like she's really due for a big CT win. She finished runner-up in the world, though. That would definitely take the top prize as far as her momentum on tour. Basically one turn away from taking the world title off Riss a few years back. As we see an aggressive paddle to get things started. And then further down the line in the priority heat, reigning world champ Caroline Marks has some turbulence out there, and she has to straighten out.
Yeah, that wave had so many rivets through it, a lot of little sort of lump and bump, and I guess Caroline was a lot wider on the peak there, so just chose to give it a swing, and yeah. But out the back here, Joanne
DeFay trying to make something out of a small section, just kind of repositioning now in the channel with plenty of time to go. Well, we just came off a heat that I thought could have been a final. Maybe it will be one day at Sunset. Brisa Hennessy getting the win over Gabby Bryan, and Brisa's with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, what a great battle between you and Gabby. Brisa, walk me through just what it took to stay present in the moment and get the win.
Gabby is on fire. I feel like she's definitely one of my favorite surfers out here. That one turn she did I think in the elimination round was next level. So I knew that it was going to be power to power, which I mean, that's why we're here, right? To battle it out. I wish we had some more opportunities. I felt like in the end it kind of got a little grindy, but props to her. She's really bringing her best surfing.
Well, and speaking of doing your best surfing, you're on to your second finals day to start 2024. Quarterfinals coming up next here at Sunset. What did you learn in this heat that you want to carry to tomorrow?
I think just, adapting still that same mindset of like no expectations and kind of, I don't know, living vicariously through the moment and being open-minded. I really hope I can not be in my overthinking, I think, Virgo mind sometimes. So, I just want to bring my best surfing. I really want to push myself, and it's such a beautiful canvas, Sunset, and us surfers, we get the opportunity to be the paintbrushes, and so I just want to paint, like give me the canvas.
Well, we can't wait to see the picture that you paint tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Thank you. Hola a todos en Costa Rica. Estamos en Día de Finales. Estoy muy agradecida y feliz. Y sí, besos a todos. I also want to say happy birthday to my cousin Gia. Thanks for always watching and supporting me, and love you.
Happy birthday. That is so cool. Getting a heat win, celebrating with your friends and family, and moving on into the quarterfinals. Brisa also commented on Gabby Bryan's car from the free surf yesterday. She knew what she'd be dealing with, so that was a huge heat win, in the story of this contest.
For sure, and I like what you said, Joe. That last heat between those two women could have been a final. They are absolutely on fire, and wow, hats off to Gabby, because I don't think I've seen anyone throw a more powerful turn and being able to bury basically half of that board in the face of the wave and just carry that speed the whole way through that maneuver too. So yeah, hats off to Gabby, and yeah, good job for Brisa for getting the job done.
Now taking off on the heart of the peak and winding up on the backhand, rookie on tour, Alyssa Spencer wears the lip on the back, and that takes her down. One of those challenging things of having your back to the wall here at Sunset Beach. Here's another version of the goofy foot approach in the non-priority heat. Tatiana Weston Webb connects. And now flowing through the foam on the face. One of the hardest workers on tour. And she will find her way through the inside and turning in her best number so far. Still almost 30 minutes to go for Tati, who's had a lot of water time today.
I really loved that first turn from Tachi. I think that was the best turn we've seen her time all day. Interesting thing about the two heats that are in the water right now, we've actually got 3 goofies out there right now.
As I knew you were excited about that.
You should be too, mate.
As we look at this one again.
Yeah, so this turn here, this, in my opinion, was Tati's best. She almost lost it there, just getting a little bit of air under her board as she was coming down from that first turn, but it was really well timed. Things got a little bit funky here on the inside. You could tell that she probably just wanted to really have that finishing maneuver, but I think that's a sign of better things to come. This turn here was really well timed, but you can see a lot of air. Her front foot came off the board. There was air between her board and that front foot. She regained control, so that basically did a one-legged squat. And yeah, it was super impressive.
Really impressive. Tatiana Weston Webb hanging on, trying to settle the nerves, and sometimes she just wants to take over events so quickly. She had to settle down a bit. I think that was the main thing we were watching in the opening round, just a little off pace with the sections, and it's great to have a coach that knows you so well, knows how much you put into this game, and Ross said the right words to put her headspace just where it needs to be for the round of 16. You see the difference of points now for making the cut. It's like you need to at least be in the quarterfinals to even enter that conversation.
For sure, especially on the women's side. There's obviously less women on tour, and it's so important to making quarters, and even more so making that semi-final, I feel like, is just really cementing it. On the, if you think about the guys' side of the draw, sometimes a ninth, that's a score. That you can count a ninth, but on the women's side, it's a different story. It's so hotly contested, and that's why it's so important today for each of these women that are out there now wanting to get through this heat.
All roads lead to the WSL Finals, which Tati has been a part of, Joanne DeFay has been a part of, and Caroline Marks celebrated the best day of her career last September. where she was able to have that dream come true over her original hero in Carissa Moore. Had a great celebration. A lot of friends from Florida joined her in San Clemente, which has been her home for a few years now as she moved across the country. But yeah, filled with media responsibilities that she absolutely enjoyed. She was on the Today Show. And then she just had this moment where she's like, can I just start my job again? You know, and that's sometimes what you wonder. Once you win, your ultimate goal. You know, that's what you write down as a kid. That's what you're imagining is going to happen. And then it happens. You wonder what's going to happen to their motivation. And I think she's more fired up than ever because you just build your legacy. Once you start entering the caliber of the multiple world champions, then you kind of own an era of time.
For sure. I think so, completely. I think Caroline just had an amazing year last year. Obviously, one in El Salvador and then one in Tahiti. And I think the win in Tahiti was super special for her. She went into finals and just had that point of difference on her backhand. Her wave selection was really, really crucial, I think, too, just choosing those waves that was super clean on the face. But yeah, I think I spoke to her and she said, I just had the best year of my life. Like, how do you top that? I don't know. And then obviously all the celebrations that came with that. But I was speaking to her as well, you know, obviously on the finals day, after the finals day at Pipe. And I think, you know, she obviously made the finals day, but I think she was a bit, you know, same as what Gabby said earlier, or I think she said it to you, know, they just wanted to be out there and wanted to show what they could do. And Caroline had a couple of moments at Pipeline, but I just could feel in the conversation I was having with her that she was like, oh, just give me more, you know, like, so yeah, I think this year is going to be so hotly contested between, especially all those women that were in that Final Five picture.
Oh, so true. The level's just gone up so much as Caroline tries to go back to back. We've had a lot of that happen in women's surfing history where there's just eras of time where just a few names are dominating. Going back to Margot Oberg, who was able to win a lot of world titles, even went back-to-back in the early 80s. Lynn Boyer also went back-to-back representing Hawaii for her world titles, just like Margot, back from 78 and 79. We had the Frida Zamba era as well, where she got on a crazy hot streak where she was basically unbeatable as we see Joanne DeFay step off. So priority to Tati. DeFay just way too deep on that one.
Yeah, for sure. That all the girls were very deep for that first one. As you say, Caroline, having a look here.
Cara Lupo setting up the backhand, and she just looks like she's going to have to straighten out too. So seeing a few of these types of waves as the swell has increased a bit this afternoon.
For sure. I think all the women, they're still sitting quite far up the point, and with that swell increasing, it sort of seems like maybe it could be shifting a little bit. But yeah, both women rolling the dice there. When they took off, those waves actually looked like they were going to be great waves. They looked like they were quite peaky, even though they were deep on the reef. I was like, oh, maybe one turn.
Wow, super late for Tati, and she will get out of the way of the priority heat. Alyssa in a different matchup with 3:40 to go, so Spencer's wave if she wanted it. I think Tati just wanted to be involved just in case Alyssa wasn't going to go. Spencer is needing a score in the priority heat. She's got Caroline Marks. So Alyssa needing a 6.66 to move on and just stepping off there. She's just running out of time.
Yeah, she is. And you got to think, I mean, Caroline went that wave before and Caroline had priority. You got to be thinking that Alyssa then obviously she had priority. And with 3 minutes on the clock, probably wasn't the smartest wave to choose. She does need a 6.66.
DeFay has that wave nice and hollow behind her. Really patient for that carve section. Good for that one move. And that'll be her best number so far in the heat with Tatiana.
Yeah, a few low scores in that heat still, but they're obviously the non-priority heat, so just rolling the dice. I mean, I've just got to echo what Jake was saying when he was in here earlier. You know, for the women, it is a wave catching contest. You get really stuck in the mindset of like sitting in this one spot and sort of dropping anchor and not catching waves. So yeah, I like the tactic of trying to get something on the board, at least one score in that non-priority heat.
Yeah, and just keep making those adjustments. If you step up and you're too deep, you can make those adjustments on the fly, especially with 40 minutes on the clock. You can really understand the conditions, how your board feels, even make a switch with your caddy if you need to. So we go back to Joanne's wave.
Yeah, this one was really bowly in the beginning, but she just waited a long time there just to get that first turn in. It was really beautifully surfed, but yeah, it was just obviously didn't have anything else after that first section there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too late to get going for Joanne. Maybe she could have got another turn off, but it stayed nice and hollow, maybe kept her in 2 minds. So that score will stay pretty small for Defay, just a 2.0. Tati holds the lead with priority. She got the 4.77 on her previous ride and just the step-off wave of 0.4. Down to 90 seconds for Alyssa Spencer to create a huge upset. An opportunity for a rookie to try to take out the world champ.
For sure. I mean, she needs a 6.66, and it would be the highest score of the heat so far. Caroline's got the highest score at the moment, 5.83. And I'm interested to see where Caroline and Alyssa are, as we see Alyssa having a crack. Just got caught up there with the wind, but priority's now gone to Caroline, so you've got to be thinking with 59 seconds on the clock, Caroline might be moving a little bit closer to Alyssa.
She definitely will be with priority to shut it down. Late takeoff for Tatiana Weston-Webb. And she's going to have to pin drop there. It's priority to Joanne Defay. We're almost going to see if Tati was going to pull off the Brett Simpo move and hang on to priority into the switch of the next heat. But I think when Tati sees a solid wave, she kind of just has to go.
Yeah, there's a few people I think back over the years that are like that, and someone else that comes to mind is Courtney Conolog. I feel like these, Tati and Courtney, they both absolutely charge, and sometimes to their own detriment. They just can't help themselves when their waves are so good and they're pumping, and they kind of want to show the world that they have no fear and they're going to go and they're going to charge. But sometimes you can just come a little bit undone there. But yeah, I thought it was interesting hearing Brett's point about holding on to priority like that. It's the benefit that you have bringing someone that's so experienced into the booth.
As we run out of time in the heat with Caroline Marks and Alyssa Spencer, the rookie is going to leave with an equal 9th and start preparing for Portugal. And Caroline Marks will move on to finals day. Last year, runner-up in the event. She was actually under the weather a lot through last year's contest, so she's going to be feeling so psyched to have another chance at a title here at Sunset, being at the top of her game. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and the round of 16 continues here with really beautiful conditions at Sunset Beach.
Simmers at back door. Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Caitlin.
This is such a cool experience for these girls because a lot of times for Rising Tides, they get a chance to be in the water. But today, they're going behind the scenes. How are you guys? They get the all-access pass to how these women prepare for their heats. They're rooting on the surfers, cheering them back in. It's an awesome moment for these young girls.
We surfed small pipe. Yeah, we surfed
small
pipe, really small pipe. Surfed like 3-foot pipe with Moana.
Rising tides, it's all in the name. A rising tide raises all ships, and that's what we're trying to do, is create more access for these young girls. This is the moment for these girls where they can start to put those pieces together so that someday it's them running out here for their finals day at Pipeline and the next generation of young girls rooting them on.
Rising Tide!
So fun watching all the versions of Rising Tides presented by Pura Vida all around the world, and that one was one of the greats. A lot of those surfers in the Rising Tides program had front row seats as well for the showdown at Pipeline, and most of them are down here again watching today here at Sunset Beach. Tyler Wright takes on Isabella Nichols here in Heat 7 of the round of 16. Tyler, a two-time world champ, youngest ever to win a CT event at 14, still has that record as we lock into this one with Joanne DeFay. Nice water flying off the rail, and she really tries to punch out the finish, but she goes down swinging. Chipping in, and now fully engaged in this wave is Tyler. There's that whip all the way back into the pocket. Tries to do one of those little lean back arcs, and thing got a bit more critical than she expected. This one's going to continue if Tatiana Weston Webb controlling a wild takeoff. Nice pace off the bottom. Little jam as that water's getting real full quickly. She'll be able to tap the whitewater. And now just anticipating the lift from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Tati, Joanne with the priority heat, still with a lot of room to move number-wise.
For sure. I mean, it's been pretty low scoring. Chachi obviously out there with that 4.77 being the highest wave. All those last three waves that I saw all had a little bit of weird wonk through the face of the wave. They looked a little bit disjointed. Even when Tyler took off, I mean, that one looked actually like it was going to actually really double up, and she kind of had to hop her way down into this section, did that first carve, and yeah, she sort of came unstuck. But yeah, all those three waves just looking, we'll break it down now. Tachi just had a little bit of lump and bump. This section here had a little warp in the face here. You can just see that rivet, which she has to pop down. She managed to get that second turn in here, but it goes very, very frothy. Got a little finish. This is the one of Tyler. You can see here she just had to hop into this section. It starts to sort of, I thought it would bowl up more, but the wave's sort of peeling away from her. She opts for that sort of layback hack, and yeah, board just comes out from underneath her feet. So all three of those waves just had a little bit of funk to them, as we see a few bigger sets sort of starting to come through the lineup.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how these lines enter the contest area here at Sunset Beach, originally named Paumalu, as Tyler and Isabella are just getting started. Tati and Joanne DeFay seen each other quite a bit in surfing history. The Goofy Foot raised on the island of Kauai, representing Brazil on tour. Joanne DeFay raised at Reunion Island and spending most of her time these days in the southwest of France. It's 4-2 in favor of Joanne DeFay, but they gain a lot of points against each other. 16 points is Joanne's max against Tati. 12.8 for Weston Webb is the highest she's gotten to, but she's trying to even the score. Tati trying to get to a third win over Joanne DeFay. They have a lot of similar strengths and waves that they actually really excel in. They both won the U.S. Open when it was about 1 foot small, when it was a CT-rated event. Joanne DeFay had a classic battle with her best friend in the world, Bianca Beitendach, at the time. And then we had Tati really frustrated that she lost early at Cloudbreak one year, and then took all that energy into winning U.S. Open when it was not even half the size. It was really a cool transition and a learning moment for Tati, picking herself back up after a loss. As we went to the Pacifico fan picks for this heat, Joanne DeFay favored in moving to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty similar, right? 44 to 56%. I don't even know where I sit right now. I think just got to echo what you said. They're very, very evenly matched. Obviously, there's that point of difference between Goofy versus regular. I think at the moment, just based off performance throughout this event, I would put my money on Joanne, only because just haven't seen Tati just sort of click into that Tati that we know, where she's so aggressive, that she's going to put it so critical in the pocket. Things are looking a little bit more promising in this heat for sure. I feel like maybe after having that moment of letting that frustration out, letting that anger out, being like, you know what, I'm just not feeling it yet. And maybe she has reframed, and we have seen positive things, that 4.77 being the highest score of the heat. But yeah, Joanne's looked very strong out here, and on her forehand, I just think, or even in her surfing in general, obviously her backhand is very, very strong coming from Reunion, but on her forehand, her carve is definitely one of the favourites.
Joanne DeFay qualified for the 2014 season. And it was one of those cool stories that we've actually heard a couple times where she was doing the QS, won last year, and whatever happened, happened. If she didn't make it, she was actually going to move on and do something different with her life. That year, everything came together. It's interesting how we've heard more than one surfer kind of go through that of saying, hey, this is it. And then all of a sudden, when they make that statement official, all of a sudden results come their way, and you're on tour, and she's been here ever since.
Yeah, back then that qualifying series and Challenger series now, it's hard mentally, and sometimes you have these prodigy people that come through and you think, yep, no doubt they're just going to get on there, they're going to blitz it. We'll get back to that. Just a quick in and out for Tyler, but you just think, yeah, they're going to get straight on there, they're going to win, they're going to be on tour, and sometimes it just doesn't it doesn't crumble the way you think it's going to, right? That cookie doesn't crumble the way you think it is. And then you get people who are so unassuming, right? And you're like, hang on a second, you just qualified in a year. Where did you come from?
As we now see the roll in and just getting clipped a little bit on the backhand. Tatiana Weston Webb going a long way for just a kick out.
You then get people that, battle it out for years on the Challenger Series. And the qualifying series. People like your Ramsey, people like your Jacob Wilcox, and it takes a decade to finally get there. And sort of just a real testament to that resilience and that never give up attitude. And I can speak from experience. It's a hard slog sometimes. It's a beautiful lifestyle. Don't get me wrong, and it's a privileged one. However, you do anything long enough, and it does start to feel like a job. You're away from family. It's a lot of sacrifice, dedication, and a lot of money. And if financially you don't have the backing to do it, things get very, very, very tough, and you start wondering, hang on a sec, am I going backwards here? Am I going forwards? Is this really worth it?
Sometimes it's a cool part of the family lifestyle too of surfing, how connected you feel as a community, especially if you come from the same place. And yeah, the financial burden of the tour is gnarly. And Jeremy Flores was like, hey, Joanne DeFay, you're from Reunion Island. I'm going to help your rookie year on tour. And he was able to help her travel and fund herself till she finally would get her prize money to trickle in. And that helped her be calm and focus on her amazing job of being a pro surfer. And she ended up being Rookie of the Year that season. Let's catch up with the world champ hanging out with AJ.
Yeah, Caroline, coming into this event, you were talking with me about what you're riding. So walk us through the board that you're riding, how it impacted the way you got this win.
Yeah, this morning in the dark, it's always hard to tell here in Hawaii how big it is in the dark, and it looked kind of small, but I think it's just because it's been so big lately. So I rode a pretty short board this morning, and then I was like, oh, I need to ride bigger. And the swell's picked up today, and there's wind and so many factors. So I actually rode this exact board in my first round heat last year. So yeah, haven't ridden it since. And then my heat this morning was my first time riding it, and yeah, it took me a second to find my feet. And then that heat I felt a lot better and just felt like my footing was better on the board. So it's a 6'2", my Map Iolas, and it's working really nice.
Well, and you talked about last year, right? You rode your way all the way to a runner-up finish here at Sunset. Really helped kick things off for your 2023. What is it about this wave that you feel so confident on?
Yeah, Sunset's probably one of the trickiest venues we have on the tour. I think you'll probably hear a lot of people say that. And yeah, last year it was so funny. I had a really bad ear infection, and I was having a shocker. I was almost borderline maybe going to pull out of the event, and I was like, I can't do that. We got to cut, and I don't want to do that. But I was in a lot of pain, and I ended up making the final. And this year I'm in a bit of a different scenario, feeling really good and healthy, and feeling really happy. So I don't know. Yeah, last year I made the final. Definitely kickstarted my year. So I don't know. Just guess a little bit of good juju at this place, but it's definitely challenging. But it feels really rewarding to do good out here.
Certainly, I can imagine that. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, AJ and Caroline, as we still are enjoying Joanne DeFay picking off a bomb out there. That was the pace that she was looking for. A wave that didn't run off without her, and she had some nice turns there. Well done for Joanne DeFay. Important wave in the context of heat number 8, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? Watching that wave come in, the way that it impacts the offshore winds and all the elements playing into it, for Joanne to be right in that perfect place to take off on that wave, she had to do a lot of work, but what a beautiful drop. Probably blind on it with all that air and the water in her face, but then the beauty of the ridden wave. Look at these waves, beautiful. Look at this thing, wow, big hack off the top right there. Beautiful work out here, it is gorgeous.
Yeah, Joanne absolutely ripping as we see another angle of that huge takeoff, weightless, and then controls this first turn so well, Flick.
For sure. Straight away, I've just got to say, wow, it's definitely picking up. That was a really sizey wave, and Joanne surfed that really, really well. 3 beautiful time turns, and in the context of the heat, like you said, 6.5 minutes left. Whoa, okay, big turn from Isabella Nichols on a really, really big section there. Just the one. Kind of got a little bit held up there at the top. But back to Joanne's wave. Wow, that super, super important wave for where we're at in the heat right now. You've got to be thinking that, in my books, that's the best wave of the heat so far. Maybe?
I totally agree with you. Yeah, I think by miles. That was such a great read. She got multiple sections to work with. Just the wave itself was scoreable, even with nobody on it. It was just such a pretty wave. So perfect timing and rhythm for Joanne DeFay. And also a big committed section for Isabella Nichols, which is probably a great time for us to check in with the top forecaster at Surfline, Kevin Wallace. Kevin, gosh, the ocean's really coming to life this afternoon.
Yeah, I almost joked the other day on Sunset or on Sunday that there wasn't a drop of water out of place. A lot of drops of water out of place on Sunday, although that was pretty doable and pretty rippable. But now, that last set, there truly wasn't a drop of water out of place. I can't believe just how blue and big and beautiful it looks. It's incredible to watch.
Awesome, and I always like asking about the feedback you give yourself as far as what you predicted today. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty good. Yeah, it's been nice to see the swell fill in a little bit this afternoon. I was watching this thing fill in on the buoys, and it was a little sluggish, but it filled in nicely overnight. So my heart slowed down a little bit this morning when I got up about 5 and started checking the buoys. So it's been great to see.
Expectations for the rest of the day, Kevin, and what to expect first thing in the morning?
Yeah, we've kind of plateaued on this swell. I don't anticipate much more of a build this afternoon. We should probably hang right where we are now. And then going to tomorrow, it's kind of same deal. This should be a pretty long-lasting swell. It came from that distant source, so that gives it a chance to kind of spread out over a couple of days. When we've got those super close storms, those swells come up super fast and drop super fast. When you've got a more distant storm, it allows it to build more slowly, kind of peak and then come down more slowly. So that's what we should see the next couple of days. So tomorrow we should see very similar conditions to what we're seeing this afternoon, both for swell consistency, and then also the wind too. The wind's beautiful right now, offshore east to even east-southeast.
So Kevin, we've got 2 days left in the waiting period tomorrow, and then the day after. Is there one that's really popping out at you for a finals day?
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. We should be kind of just hanging around that peak of the swell going into Thursday. It's not going to drop off, but it should slowly taper down. Swell period come down a little bit, so not quite as much power. So, yeah, hey, deadhead Fred tomorrow, in my opinion.
I love it. Good man, Kevin. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, cheers, Joe.
Kevin Wallace, head forecaster at Surfline, director of forecasting, and does a great job. He's been there for a very long time. He was the right-hand man for the late Sean Collins, who created Surfline. And it was cool to step in the office, see them both at work. Special memories checking in with Sean during the New York CT event that Owen won $300,000, and the Code Red Swell were some of my favorites, getting Sean's reports. And Kevin's keeping it all going at Surfline as we got the backhand of Tatiana Weston-Webb with a great connection. Super smooth there. Now she'll wrap it back in the pocket. And those are those types of turns that we expect from Tati when she's got a big wall to work with. Got to get caught up with some important numbers. DeFay got that gem of a right-hand wall, 7.23. So Tati on that wave needs a 6.47.
That was really beautiful surfing from Tachi. That was my favorite wave she's surfed all day, and it was super critical, this first turn here. Really beautiful looking wave. See her just eyeing up this section. That bowl's really beautiful. Just touched the rail there on the bottom turn and comes back around, belts it one more time. It's my favorite wave that she surfed all morning, all day. And I'm not sure where it's going to go, if it's going to be this 6.47, but yeah, this turn here is the money right here. She gets super low on compressor. She just touches the rail there and then cranks it back around on her backhand. Just super beautiful to watch. Right there, that's where she touches that rail. Just allows her to get super low on the bottom turn, which then allows her to have maximum extension off the top there. She goes straight up into this second turn and it's really, really well surfed.
So Tati feeling the pressure of trying to survive around a 16 matchup. Quarterfinals at Pipeline, where she's always a favorite in that event. And round of 16, she will not be satisfied as we have a score coming in. It's a 6.0 for Weston Webb. Not enough, but her best so far, needing a 5.24 now with 90 seconds.
Yeah, I was interested to see where that score was going to go. I think most of those points came from that first turn. The second turn, you know, the section just kind of let her down. She couldn't get probably as vertical as she wanted to. If that second section had stood up a bit more and she was able to go a bit more tighter and critical in the pocket, I think she could have been looking at the score. But it's going to be hard. I mean, Joanne's out there. She's got that 7.23. And Joanne's also got priority with a minute left. Unless Tachi can create a bit of space between her and Joanne, and there's a two-wave set, I think it's her back's up against the wall and it's looking pretty challenging.
Always a great heat when you've got DeFay and Weston Webb together. They've had some entertaining matchups in the past. It's really cool to see what they've accomplished in their career, but it's down to 40 seconds, and taking the airdrop and being too deep is Tatiana, and she might be out of time now.
Oh, yeah, 33 seconds on the clock. She just kind of had to roll the dice there, I guess. Especially when Joanne wasn't around, you know, Joanne wasn't there to play defense, so she wanted to roll the dice, see if she could get a score. But right now, it's not looking too good.
Two surfers that push each other and push the tour, and they've done it for so many years. Tatiana is not going to be able to get back out in time, and she will be eliminated here in the round of 16. And Joanne DeFay will move on to another finals day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. All came down to that big set, the 7.23, Joanne's mom. Still with a smile, but she always has her hands together, hoping that everything will work out for all competitors on tour. She's biting her nails at the end of that one. She's happy to get the win with Joanne, moving on to the next one.
For sure. I mean, there was definitely nervous times there for a while, but Joanne just had that big, beautiful, perfect set. She nailed those 3 turns in succession, and she's looking really strong. Tati definitely had her best moments, so in that heat, that 6-point ride, that was more like the Tati that I know. But yeah, congrats to Joanne.
Action continues here in the round of 16. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's going to hit the lineup with Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll bring in Kaipo, Jesse, and a special guest. I don't want to spoil it. It's Connor O'Leary. He's coming in.
We are back at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. It is the round of 16 for the women, and it's a beautiful Hawaiian afternoon. The swell's filled in. We got exciting action. Kaipo Guerrero here, along with former Triple Crown winner Jesse Mendez, as well as current CT surfer and one of our favorite goofy foots, Connor O'Leary. Thank you for joining us, Connor.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Cobb. Thanks for having us.
Waves are looking pretty good right now. Your thoughts on what's going on on the playing field?
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying to Jesse just then, it's probably the best sunset you can hope for, you know, in a heat and, I mean, in a free surf as well. So, yeah, the girls are ripping and it's good to see.
Yeah. Well, we got a new heat out in the water with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson coming up against Sally Fitzgibbons. So kind of a new school versus establishment setup here in this final heat of the round of 16, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a great match. As far as performance, I got to say Betty Lou this morning was looking on point. And we see Bella here on a replay at her last wave. Very nice down the line carve. Another one, just very smooth. She's looking great in this heat. She already started with a 7.33 and a 3-turn combo right here. Last one, the wave was kind of flat, but first 2 turns were very nice. What do you thought, Connor?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Bella surfing, and I've been fortunate enough to watch her for ages, and I live pretty close by to where she is at near the Gold Coast. So yeah, surf with her a bunch. We both have the same board shaper. Darren shaping our boards, and I feel like she's just kind of getting better and better. And once her confidence is out and she's attacking, I feel like that's when she surfs her best. So it's good to see.
Yeah. How'd your Darren boards, how your DHDs feel out here at Sunset?
Yeah, I mean, they're really good. I feel like every year I always get a few Takoras and a few Pangs as well.
Just to mix it up.
Just to mix it up. And yeah, I feel like every year, the last few years, they've been getting better and better. And yeah, I feel like next year I'll probably be on them, the whole season. So it's good.
See a vision here, a replay of Tyler Wright. So we're waiting for that score. And then Sakura got in the mix too, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. She just looks so comfortable out there. Her board looks great, and she's attacking the wave pretty well, which is hard out here when you have those big of waves.
Sally Fitzgibbons, takes that to the noggin, Connor.
Yeah, I mean, Sal looked unbelievable in her first round heat this morning. I was fortunate enough to watch Gab. She was in the first heat, and Sal was in the next one. So yeah, it was good to see how confident she looks at Sunset. It's pretty hard to do. I mean, I struggle a lot to find a lot of confidence out there, and she looks pretty comfortable. So yeah, I mean, throwing herself in the pit and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and then you've ridden a couple of those Glen Pangs. She's on Glen Pang boards as well. So there's something, maybe some secret sauce with that rocker right there, because she looked like she had a lot of control out there, where other surfers, you could see that some of the warbles, the lumps and the bumps, and all the stuff that you don't see out here at Sunset were affecting their bottom turns and their top turns.
Yeah, for sure. I always, for some reason, last few years for Sunset especially, I always lean towards the Pangs. They've just got such a good balance between stability and kind of being able to pivot, especially as being on your backhand. You're really looking for that pivot and that hold. So yeah, the Pangs they ride like shortboards when they're 6.6s, 6.8s. So yeah, I always seem to go back to the Pangs, especially here at Sunset. And yeah, I did this year as well, and probably for the next few years.
Awesome. Well, I think Strider wants to get in. Hold the phone. We got Tyler Wright taking off right here. Here goes Tyler. Big snap there for Wright. Waves increasing in size. Wind offshore and really good. And Tyler hangs on, but not through that last jumbled section. 6.5 was the previous score for Tyler Wright. 6.77, Isabella Nichols went on top. Tyler, she now needs a 7.6. As we wait for that score, let's check in with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, you know what? Just catching up with Sally as she came by. Still had a big smile on her face, but she just looked right at me and she goes, I just got so lifted in the head, but it woke me up. Now I'm ready to get back on the rail again. So it was a wake-up call. She said, it looks beautiful from the beach, but there's a lot going on in the lineup, and you can take some donuts out here. The Sunset Bakery's open.
Yeah, I mean, you can speak to that, Connor. I mean, actually, both of you guys, but it's easy to mind surf out there, isn't it? But in the raw elements, Connor, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a crazy love-hate relationship with this wave, and yeah, it's very easy to watch waves from the beach and go, I reckon I can rip them, and then you go out and you can barely even bottom turn. So yeah, love-hate. And Sally looks like she's loving it.
Yeah. Just as we were saying that, Sally Fitzgibbons on her second wave, making it look easy. We're talking about the rockers. We're talking about how good her boards look. But not just to mention that, is that Sal is just she's a tenacious competitor that has so much history already in surfing and on the championship tour, and she's just calm in some hectic situations like this, Jesse.
Yeah, nice wave selection for her. Nice setup carve right here, and this is what I love about this wave. Just engaging that inside rail and just holding it for so much time. That was beautiful wave from her, and straight back in the channel, barely lost any time.
Yeah, 15 years on tour for Sally Fitzgibbons. So we'll wait for that number. We still need a score for Tyler Wright as well, and Sakura. So those are the scores that we're waiting for in the priority heat. 11 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, with Isabella Nichols currently holding the lead in that heat. Let's hear from Joanne DeFay. She's into the quarterfinals.
Joanne, one thing that we keep hearing from people who come in from the water is that it looks beautiful, but it is really tricky to navigate those conditions. How did you do it?
Yeah, well, I didn't really do it properly, to be honest. I was kind of stressed out there, I guess. My mind couldn't choose where to sit. I wasn't sure. And I kind of like get a little bit lost, actually, fell a couple times. I was in a hurry, I felt. And Love, the caddy, was like, okay, next time you just wait for a good one, because you just keep getting the shit one. So so I kind of like just be patient and trust that one was gonna come. And I also make a takeoff on my belly. I couldn't stand up, so when the bigger one came, I was like, okay, I'm not scared to go high and to paddle into the wave, because I felt like I was scared not catching them with that offshore wind, but it's so powerful that it's easy. So anyway, my man just went.
Well, whatever happened out there, it worked, because you're on to finals day. What is the biggest lesson you're going to carry from this round of 16 into the quarterfinals to try and get that critical semifinals appearance?
Yeah, well, we'll see the conditions. I think it's going to be though similar, and maybe a little bit less wind in the morning, which makes it, I think, a little bit easier, because the wind gives a little texture and you never really know if the leaf's going to come or not. So yeah, be patient, finding that balance between, like, you know, keep busy and be patient. So yeah, I don't have the recipe. I'll find one.
You'll find one. Anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Oui, merci d'avoir regardé. Je sais que c'est la nuit. Vous m'envoyez plein de force, en tout cas, c'est cool. Et je suis vraiment contente de pouvoir faire le deuxième Finals Day de l'année.
All right, Joanne DeFay. Finals day for JoJo. She made the quarterfinals back in 2022, so she's had a pretty good track record out here at Sunset, hoping to go one better, Jesse, and get into that semifinals, finals, or maybe even a win for Joanne.
Totally, and this is very important for you to come out here with good results, because as the mid-season cut approaches, you don't want to be with that low seed. You don't want to be with your back against the wall. It doesn't feel that good. So if you can capitalize as much as you can in these first two events, you'll be stoked.
Speaking of these first two events, Connor, pretty good start for you this season. I mean, third place over at Pike, which was great, and then the friendly fire out here with Arcal for equal ninth out of Sunset. But you got to be happy with your Hawaii leg.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I mean, last year I came out of Hawaii with a 17th and a dead last. So, to start the year off at Pike with a third was, I was super happy, and just happy to get a few heats under the belt out there, which was nice.
Here we go with Isabella Nichols in the priority heat. She uses her priority against Tyler Wright. Bella looking strong here, a little bit of indecision. And she's looking to better upon a 6.77. She's in the lead over Tyler. She just handed over priority, however, to Tyler Wright. And if she did not improve upon her situation there, she did not improve upon her number, that goes into a priority error column. Tyler Wright, Jesse, needs a 7.33, 7 minutes she's got on the clock, and she's got priority.
Well, she has the whole lineup to herself. She can position herself whatever she wants. I would say she already had the opportunity for getting that 7.33 she needs. She had a massive layback in the first part of the heat that she ended up not making it. But now Betty Lou up and riding.
Sakura, smooth on rail, nice hack off the top, double pump bottom turn. Oh, and just has to bail out of that one. Looked like it was going to be a barrel opportunity for Sakura Johnson. And we're at 27 minutes, 10 seconds on the non-priority heat. For fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, I just want to give you a heads up for the finals day. Fans in Brazil, finals day coverage will be exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and Global Pay. For fans in the US, the coverage will be exclusively on, you can always count on WorldSurfLeague.com and ESPN+. Discover every way to watch the CT live. Go to WorldSurfLeague.com/ways to watch. So that's your default, WorldSurfLeague.com and the WSL app. But in Brazil, you'll also catch it on Global Play. And in the US, we're glad to be partnering with ESPN+. With 6 minutes remaining, and the score coming in for Isabella Nichols as a 3.27. This does not change the situation in the water for the priority heat, other than, Connor, that Tyler needs a good score of a 7.33. She's got priority. She's got time on the clock. Coach Connor O'Leary, what would you tell Tyler Wright right now?
She's kind of got no choice apart from sit and wait for an obvious-looking wave, you know. Once it gets into the sevens, it kind of becomes a little bit more simple in a way, because you're kind of like, okay, well, now I just need to wait for a good wave. You know, when it's going to the fours and the threes, that's when you start kind of having to select and either let go or go some mediocre waves. But yeah, when you're in the sevens, there's only one job that you got to do, and that's catch a good wave. So yeah, I'm guessing that's what she's going to do.
And the tricky part too, when you're in that mid-range, like with the slow conditions, kind of like how we have here, we do have a lot of sets coming, but the in-between is pretty slow. Like, when do you pull the trigger, right? Like, you need a 4-point ride. Do I get a 4-point ride and leave someone with priority needing a small score? And it's just, like you mentioned, it gets confusing. You don't really know what to do.
100%, especially when it's like this. You know, you can go up the point. Do I go up the point? Do I wait on the bowl? Do I sit in between? There's so many things that go through your mind, especially when it's slow like this. So, yeah, I mean, she needs a 7, and it's obvious that she needs a good wave. So, yeah, just sit and wait and hope one comes.
Yeah, watching those two is interesting between Isabella Nichols and Tyler Wright. You talk about the Hawaii leg and leaving Hawaii with a good feeling. Both surfers there, 9th place, equal 9ths over at Pipeline. So in the women's context, that's not a keeper. In the men, you know, to make the cut, a 9th can be a keeper, right?
For sure, yeah.
For women, 9th is not.
Yeah.
9th is not going to get the job done. So even between the points played between these two surfers, really important on who's going to make it to finals day, who's going to get those quarterfinals, maybe semifinal points, you know. So the plot thickens, and there's a lot at stake in these final 4 minutes between Isabella Nichols and Tyler Wright, Jesse.
Yeah, definitely. And those surfers, some of them are thinking about that as well. You know, they know what they kind of need. We've seen on the men's side the last few years that the cut kind of was 2 9s, a couple of 9s, and a couple of 17s. The women's side, most likely 3/5. So they have a more stacked, compact group of female surfers, and it makes it a little trickier.
So, Jesse, in comparison, this is a 7.33 for Isabella Nichols. This is the kind of performance that Tyler's going to need to match the number.
Totally, and that turn right there was just what was impressive. The size of the wave, I think that was the biggest section someone hit it today, and how she was able to keep that turn and drive throughout the lip line and make it look very big. I know that angle doesn't help so much for you to see how extended the turn was, but if you look at front angle, you can it really impresses the judges. So that's why she got that big of a score.
And that turn would have felt so big from her, you know, doing stuff like that at sunset. You just think you're just falling out from like a 6-foot-story apartment building. So it would have felt so good for Bella to come out of that and not get demolished on the end section.
Yeah, Connor, I've seen you take some 6-foot drops out there, the giant backhand floaters to destruction. I mean, you can speak of that firsthand.
Yeah, I think I've still got trauma from it. 2 years ago,
it's crazy.
The round before, actually, I did the same thing, but I made it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And then we had the round of 16 heat against Jake Marshall and tried to do the same thing and just absolutely lit me up. And yeah, I got knocked out and I came up and my rashi was on my hand and I got dragged to the channel, and dog couldn't see that. He couldn't see the turn. Like, he didn't see the turn I did. So he's just going, "How you going? You're all right. Like, get out there. You only need it too." And I was kind of like, because you know when you kind of go and get knocked out,
yeah,
it's all glare, like light's really sensitive, and I couldn't really see. And the ski driver's going, "How many fingers have I got?"
Wow.
Like, fingers up, I'm like, "Yeah, 3," and I could kind of see them, but dog's going, "Get out there!" And then,
wow.
By the time I got out the back, I couldn't even look up because my neck was all seized up and stuff like that. But after the day, he went back and watched the wave, and he came up to me and said, "I'm so sorry that I made you go out there. I didn't even know that you got absolutely annihilated."
I saw it, and then, we have the luxury of playing that back in slow motion, too. And it's crazy, my man.
Oh, it was the worst wipeout I've ever had in my life.
Wow, okay.
Hands down, yeah. Like,
okay.
How it twisted me, and, I just kind of whiplashed because it twisted me, and I was facing the wave as I, lifted back, and yeah, it was one for the books, that's for sure. Sunset.
It's interesting to see how many people actually mention that their worst wipeout of their life is at sunset in such a deep water. You usually have places like Pipeline and Chopu, whatever, but here is just shows how much raw elements there are in the ocean, right? There are just a lot of water moving, bumps everywhere, and it's perfect for you to get stuck on the lip. And
it's sneaky out here, sneaky powerful. Well, we're down to 35 seconds on the clock, and Isabella Nichols is hoping for a flat spell right now. She's on top of Tyler Wright. Tyler needs a 7.33. Tyler pretty much has 2 more waves that are going to pass under her with these 20 seconds remaining to try to even have a chance at that score. What do we see, Connor? Any chance for Tyler when you look at the horizon?
No, it doesn't look like there's too much out there, Time is the enemy, especially at sunset out of most places. So, yeah, it doesn't look like there's too much going on.
Well, Isabella Nichols is on to the quarterfinals and finals day. Tyler Wright with an equal 9th takeaway here at Sunset. It was a hard-fought match between these two, as you can see the numbers here. And it will be Isabella moving on. We're going to finish off the day with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Sally Fitzgibbons. The conclusion of that heat after this. Check this out. Isabella. We're back at Sunset, and there's been action all day long for the women, and we're going to wrap all that action up at the 8:05 post show. Our quarterfinals will be set. We'll talk quarterfinals. We'll talk today's best heats, and of course, the cup noodle wave of the day. Who's going to score that wave of the day? Sakura Johnson. Looks like she's in the running right now with that performance right there. Betty Lou out in the water here in the final 17 minutes with her matchup against Sally Fitzgibbons. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Jesse Mendez and Connor O'Leary, our special guest on the set. And this is, when we talk about overlapping heats, some surfers get busy at the beginning of the overlapping heats, Connor. Some just wait for the 20-minute heat right now when it's priority time. It seems like these two are going to have a 17-minute heat for a win.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, sometimes, I guess, with the rhythm of the sets and if the guys and girls in the priority heat are kind of trading off waves, you can kind of scrap into it to lucking into a few. And I guess these guys have got enough to have a backup to get within the non-priority heat to now sit and wait and be a bit more selective. So, I mean, it's coming into an exciting part of the heat, and now they've got priority, and they're just going to sit and wait for the best ones.
Would that be pretty much the minimum goal? Is to get a backup in the first 20 minutes of a non-priority heat?
For sure. I mean, for me, I feel like if I'm getting 5, 6s within the non-priority heat,
you're happy.
You're kind of happy with that's a good backup,
cool.
And then you're kind of building off that. And I mean, Betty Lou's got a 5.43. That's a half decent backup to build, and 2 of them now, not 4. So yeah, got a lot of space and a lot of time, and hopefully there's a few more waves.
Well, I got hot off the press. Got some news for you. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's been trying some new boards. She's actually out there in this heat on a Paizel. She's on a 6.0 Ghost. So John's been making some boards for Sakura. Looks like it's been working good. She got 9.17 at the opening round this morning, Jesse. So so far she has the high mark of the day.
Yeah, and that wave was great. Like, just kind of backdooring that first section, got barreled and came out and just really made the most of that closeout section she had. And that was incredible wave reading from her and wave selecting. It's not easy to get barreled out here.
And Connor, we can also talk about Betty Lou over at Pipeline. Epic day. Quarterfinals, Betty Lou got a 9.7. Semifinals up against Molly Picklum at 8.33. What was your impression of what went down for the women that day at Pipeline?
Oh, it was, it was I guess, generational shift of women surfing, right? It was so good to see how much they were charging and how much they were pushing themselves. And I paddled out. I was in the heat after the heat Betty Lou and Molly had, and watching her scrap into that last wave that she needed an 8, and got a crazy pike wave, and everyone was screaming and all that. It was just so good to see for women surfing. And women surfing's progressed so much in the last 2 or 3 years, and this is just stepping up to another level to keep progressing further. So it's super exciting to see. The Katie Molly final was crazy. As sketchy and all that backdoor was, they were making it look so easy. So exciting stuff, and it's good to be a fan of surfing and a fan of women's surfing for sure.
Yeah, I think February 10th, 2024 will go down as a pivotal moment in women's surfing when we look back at that. Saw Betty Lou get up there, and something went wrong, Jesse. She just got caught up. Oh, right behind her, Sally Fitzgibbons. Fitzgibbons nurses a bottom turn, swoops through a car mid-face, setting her line, slash off the top. A paced, controlled approach for Sal as she kicks out. She just needs a mid-range score to turn the heat to 4.94. Smart surfing, solid surfing. What do you think, Jess?
Yeah, I think it was both smart and solid. She looked solid on her foot. Didn't push more than she needed. That last section is very tricky. On the other hand, Betty Lou went the polar opposite. She really pushed. She went as hard as you could go in a section. Nice kind of layback snap, and just got caught a little bit. The wind might have not helped her so much and held her up, but yeah, sometimes you got to risk it. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't.
It's so cool to see Betty try a bunch of different boards as well. I've seen her on a few different brands over the past month since I've been here. I think she had some CIs, she had some Pizels. I feel like that's going to be so good for her progression and the growth of her career. And I went through a similar thing a few years ago, riding a few different boards, and it I guess gets you so in tune with boards when you're riding different stuff instead of riding that one person or that one brand for a long time. So it's good to see.
We can see the heat winning percentage where we talk about Sunset for Sakura, 71%. So pretty good heat winning percentage when we look at the analytics. Today she got her best wave, a 9.17. That was her best single wave score out of 3 times here at Sunset. So here we go to replay. What went wrong, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, what went wrong, she caught her inside rail. That's about it. But it wasn't really like a unforced mistake right there. She pushed as hard as you could. That turn would have been insane if she had landed. On the other hand here, just Sally being very smart, selective. Nice carve right there to set up, and she finished it strong right here. As you're going to see at the section, approaches, and she perfectly places the board on the right time and style it out for us. And solid effort for her.
Let's go out to the water. Strider Wazalewski, what do you got?
Just checking in. Sally had a big mistake just now with a priority mistake. She paddled for a wave and missed it, which gave Betty that nice, beautiful set that you saw her take off on and go hard into the lip, but she fell. Wave number 2 happened to be a better wave. And you know what? It was kind of dumb luck, but it played out in her favor that a priority mistake became her, kind of success. And you saw her catch that wave, nice, beautiful surfing on that wave. So sometimes that happens in heat. Connor, does that happen a lot? You make a mistake and then it pays off in your favor?
That'd be the greatest thing ever all the time if that happened every time. But, I mean, yeah, it sometimes works. It sometimes is the reason why you lose. So, yeah, that's a hard question to answer, Strider. Sometimes, I guess.
It's like the tide, sometimes the tide's going high, sometimes it's coming down. It's always moving, you never know.
Yeah, and I feel like for Sunset, there's just always strange things happening out there.
Right.
You think you're onto a wave and you miss it, and I feel like it's the most humbling wave as a pro surfer to make you feel like an absolute kook. I've had a lot of crazy bad experiences out there, and also great ones. So yeah, it's super humbling to always paddle out there and kind of start from scratch.
All right. Well, again, I want to make an announcement for all the fans watching on YouTube or Facebook. I just want to give you a heads up that fans in Brazil Finals Day coverage will be on WorldSurfLeague.com as well as Global Play. Fans in the U.S. coverage will be exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and ESPN Plus. Discover every way to watch the CT live. Go to WorldSurfLeague.com/waves to watch, and we'll see you on Finals Day as we are seeing some big waves move through the lineup right now in our final heat of the day. Sakura Johnson with priority and needing just the mid-range 5.18 to turn this heat. So it looks like there's going to be opportunity for Sakura with this multiple waves coming through in this set. What are you saying, Jesse?
Yeah, there's actually a big set that me and Connor were eyeing it down right here, but he came way on top of the reef and it was kind of northy, so he just didn't have too much opportunity right there, unfortunately for them. But there hasn't been many of those all day, and this was a pretty solid wave set that came. She's in priority though. She got 9 minutes and 10 seconds. She does have that average type of score that she's looking for, which sometimes it's hard to pull the trigger, like we mentioned in the heat before. Sometimes a 7 is more clear than a 5 out there.
Well, she needs to make it happen. One surfer that made it happen was Isabella Nichols. She's on to the quarterfinals and finals day, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, and of course we talked about that one turn that you had in that heat, Bella, that really set you up for success. And you told me you were walking back watching it and you realized, oh, that was a very big wave. What did it feel like in the moment?
Yeah, I did the walk back along the road so I could save my calves for tomorrow. And obviously WSL have been really quick on posting the videos of the wave. So I was watching it on the phone and I was like, oh my gosh, that was actually a really big wave. If I didn't land that, I was snapping some ankles. So I'm stoked I landed it. And stoked with the score I got too. So yeah, I knew Tyler was going to be a really tough opponent because her open face calves, growing up, watching her in waves like this, it's like I tried to surf like her and Steph and Carissa. And so I was excited to have a heat with Ty. She's a legend. She's surfing so well, and I knew it was going to be a battle of the pink boards. So yeah, I'm just stoked to make my first finals day for a while.
Yeah, speaking of how long it's been since you made it to finals day, how do you put that aside and just focus on surfing the next heat?
For me now, everything's a bonus. I feel like my surfing's there. I just got to, keep my head together and just enjoy it because I had so much fun out there, and the waves are firing. This is the most fun sunset I've had in a long time. And yeah, just wake up and treat it as if it's another day.
Well, we'll see you then. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Isabella, I mean, looking at that one big turn, that reminds me of her final over in Margaret River, where she ended up being a winner in 2022, and she did just that, just went for it, didn't hold back at all. During that interview, we saw Sakura Johnson get a wave. She just needs a 5.18, and we're still waiting for that score. It was one turn, pretty aggressive turn. Your thoughts, Connor?
I feel like she needed another one, Kaipo. I feel like that she was on her way, and then it just kind of just ran off without her. So, yeah, it'll just come short, I think. But, you know, weirder things have happened.
Well, here it is, Jesse.
Yeah, it was an amazing turn right there, but just I feel like he needed a little bit more momentum and steepness on the wave to get a 5.18. It's a big score for a one turn. She did all she could have done, but yeah, right there, as you see, the wave's not as steep as you're hoping for to see that score come in, like just for one turn, a 5.18. So, I mean, she's still got time probably to get back out there and get a few more waves, but maybe we could be wrong as well.
Let's go out to the water, and there was some chatter on the way back out, Strider.
It definitely was. Ross Williams, you know, shadowing Betty Sakura Johnson on the way out, telling her, you're probably going to need the score still. Get back on that reef. You need to get up, you know, you got 7 minutes left on the clock. You got plenty of time. All you got to do is 2 turns, nothing too crazy. Kind of basically told her to pull back a little bit on the aggression of the turns, but just get those 2 turns in to get that score.
Strider, tell Ross he's wrong, because Betty Lou just got a 5.57 and has turned the heat. So maybe you can relay that information out there.
Oh, he heard it. He's got a big smile on his
All
face
right, well,
behind the camera.
That's the kind of wrong that he likes right there. So Betty Lou did enough on that wave to turn the heat, a 5.57. One judge went as high as a 6. So loved all of the intel coming out of the water, and maybe even surprised for Sakura Johnson going, whoa, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a good turn. Yeah, I guess I just thought it might have been just a bit short, but how good's that? It's always good when you think maybe it's not the score, and then it comes just over and on your way.
You know what's always good, too, is a tight heat, Jesse, because this one's going to go back and forth. We've got 5 minutes remaining. To take the lead back, Fitzgibbons only needs a 5-point ride, and she's got priority and plenty of time. This can switch in an instant.
Totally, and I know she didn't see Sakura's wave. She probably saw it from the back. She saw that she did one turn. If she can put it in her head that she's only one solid turn away, it makes things way more simple. You know, if she gets a big section and do a big turn, that's all she needs right now.
How hard is it, Connor, as a competitor in the moment to make those adjustments on the fly? Like to know, okay, do I have to 100% go for it, or can I kind of pull back and make sure I just get the number if it's a mid-range score?
Yeah, I think out here especially, it's more, a lot of simple surfing gets pretty highly rewarded, and you know, here she goes, maybe on a nice looking wave.
Here we go, Sally Fitz. Nice turn there to start off. More opportunity in front of her. Eases through a cutback. Nice cutback to a soft rebound there, and just needs a 5.07. 2 turns, finished off on her feet in the channel. Your thoughts, Jesse?
Yeah, I don't think it was critical enough, but I was wrong in the last one as well. But I think the wave died out pretty quick right there. Her first carve was nice, but I almost felt like she was needing a little bit more steepness on that second section.
Connor, talk us through the replay.
I reckon it's going to be pretty close. You know, it was such a big wave, and she's just going so hard off the bottom. Oh, pretty nice off the top. Oh, I think it's going to be pretty close. Who's to say? You know, I said Betty Lou's score was just under before, and I was wrong. So, yeah, I mean, it was a nice first turn. If it just was steep enough to let her do something a little bit more critical in the second, it would have guaranteed be the score, but I guess we'll just leave that one up to the professionals upstairs.
Yeah, I feel also that Sakura is going to have to go under the assumption that she's going to need another score right now. So I feel like it's time for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson to really activate. The score comes in, however, at a 4.8. So maybe the softness there, Jesse, that you were saying, came into figuring into that score. So Sally Fitz is now still chasing a 5.07 and heat control to Sakura Johnson. Sakura with the lead, Sakura has priority. Connor, she can really control the tempo of this heat, but she's going to not play defense. She's going to play offense. Here she goes. Betty Lou drops into this one. Snaps under the lip for the first turn. Wants a little bit more. Comes through here. Arcing second turn. That was beautiful for Sakura Johnson. Looking to ditch a 5.43 and extend her lead over Sally Fitzgibbons. Did she better the 5.43? We're going to find out. What do you think, Jess?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was 2 critical turns. I almost thought it was kind of a mistake because Sally wasn't near that wave, but as she take off, she almost didn't catch it, and right there, kind of airdropped, and this first turn was very critical. Kind of lost her foot, but regained balance, and right here, she finished it very well. A lot of power in her back foot, pushed through it, and she's better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think she did. It was very smart of her to identify that wave. You know, there's those certain ones that come in and under and just hug that reef enough that you could just do 2 turns before it goes into the deep water. And I guess she saw that and went, I'm going to roll and give it a go and be on the attacking instead of the defending, and it's kind of put her in a pretty good spot, I think.
I kind of like that personality-wise, because there's certain competitors that would say, hey, I got heat control. I'm going to defend the peak right now. But I like the attitude with Sakura going for it, Jesse.
Yeah, and that was 50-50 gutsy from her, because those smaller waves, they can get into the deep water pretty quick, and you're only able to do one turn, and then they disappear. We see the score.
She did the job. A 5.83. She did better her score. Now she put Sally Fitz up against the ropes, needing a 5.47 for Sally Fitzgibbons. 20 seconds remaining. Sally's way up on the point. She's going to have one more chance for a wave coming through right here. Clock is ticking down. Can Sally track down a wave as she's paddling deep on this one?
It's looking like she might get there.
Here she is. Oh, she doesn't take that wave, and the clock's going to go down. The horn sounds, and Sakura, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, so good they named her 4 times, on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see Sally and Tyler both having equal 9s in the first 2 events. You don't usually see that. Let's just show how much the level has improved from the women's this year. It's very competitive.
Super competitive. Great surfing, though, from Sally Fitzgibbons, but it will be Sakura who is going to move on into the quarterfinals. Thank you, Jesse, as always. Always great calling heats for you. Thank you, Connor, for spending your time with us, and we'll see you finals day, and we'll also see you at Super Tubos in Portugal.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and yeah, hopefully we go to Portugal and get absolutely coned off our heads.
That's the hope. All right, we got more coming your way. The 8:05 post show on its way to unwrap all of today's happenings. Joe, Jesse, and Flick will talk you through that post show.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the 8:05 Post Show. What a big day for pro surfing. Kicking off opening day for the women at stop number 2 of the season at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. It's been magic. Look at the sky. Look at the waves that we had. It was an all-star day here at Sunset. Clean conditions. The trades came up. The swell got bigger. All in all, it was a win for sure. Thanks for being with us on the 8:05 Post Show. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Jesse Mendez. I ran into Luke Egan earlier. His incentive to Caroline Marks to get out of her opening round heat and skip the elimination round. He's like, hey, if you don't, you're going to be surfing heats for 100 minutes today. And that's a lot of time in a jersey, especially at Sunset, how demanding that was. I looked at the elimination round. No one survived, who had to surf that extra heat today. None of them are in the quarterfinals. So that was a big deal.
For sure, really big deal. But today was just a beautiful day of surfing. We had so much action. The conditions were dreamy all day long. We saw that swell slowly start to push in, and we still got some really high seeds left in this draw.
So true, Flick. Jesse, any one standout for you from today, or is there kind of a few contenders for finals day tomorrow?
I think there's a few contenders. I think the biggest standouts for me was actually losing Tyler and Sally that early, like in both events. Like 9th place for doesn't translate to their surfing usually, and that's just how it rolls sometimes surfing.
Yeah, big upsets. Tatiana Weston Webb, surprising for me as well that she didn't get into the quarterfinals. Her backhand didn't really fire in the first round, and then she got herself into gear, and the trouble continued in that last heat. So moving forward to Portugal, the title race is getting really serious.
Yeah, it is. And with, number 1 and 2 seeds still left in that draw, I think it's going to be a really exciting finals day. And I feel like Molly's hungry to get one back on Katie.
That was a interesting heat for Molly, wasn't it? Molly and India Robinson spent the first 10 minutes, maybe more, Jesse, just kind of paddling up the point. They kind of made mistakes with priority. Molly actually missed her first wave. It was kind of a wild start.
It was very wild. That's how it kind of is when it's slow. People tend to push themselves until the priority rolls in. But, yeah, Molly's just looking great. She looks on rail. She's just clean surfing and solid wave selecting. Very good.
Looked great. 7.5, 7.17 once she got engaged in it. India Robinson got up to a 6.5, so kept herself in the heat.
For sure, India definitely kept herself in the heat. This wave obviously really similar to the Bell's Bowl, which she's so used to. But yeah, it wasn't a match for Molly. She dropped 2 7s after all that, hustle and bustle in the first half, in their non-priority heat, and a few little mistakes made. But I think both women were just really hungry to beat each other too, and really assertive, and that's why they were so slow in that opening part of that heat.
Picklum was really good at just turning the page. Once she missed the wave, I talked to her after. She's like, what can I do? I just got to move on. And she was able to let a wave go with priority. India didn't get the score. And then she closed it out. One turn section, 7.17. I mean, that's what she's capable of out here.
Totally, yeah. She's so good at capitalizing in those moments. She's very progressive for women surfing, and that layback was very critical. It was in the end of the heat, she had already made it pretty much. I think it was 5 seconds left, and India wasn't riding any waves. So she had a little bit of freedom, but you can't take it from her. That was critical.
Yeah, and also coming off her success at Pipeline into Sunset, and when you have a roll on winning, sometimes it doesn't matter what it looks like. Even with mistakes in the first half, she still has that winning type momentum, and she's into another finals day.
For sure, and I think Molly's just continuing on that momentum that she had at Pipe. And for me, she was the standout surfer all event. She just couldn't convert in the final. She had that higher score, but it was Katie's day. I think she's continuing with that momentum here at Sunset, and she's obviously won out here before. She's getting her first tour victory, so she's going to be super dangerous.
We were all on the edge of our seats watching this last matchup of the day, round of 16, heat number 8, with Betty Lusakura Johnson and Sally Fitzgibbons. And we're really focused because Sally's a weapon out here, one of the vets back on tour, and Betty Lou had that 9.17 earlier, Jesse.
Yeah, Betty's been a standout on the event, and Sally's just a veteran, doesn't commit many mistakes. Sakura, I think, on this wave right here, no, wasn't this wave. Yeah, that's the wave she turned the heat around. Just one big turn, just solid surfing, and right here I thought was very gutsy from her. She had priority. Sally wasn't near this wave, and she just wanted to better her second score, and she did that. Right here, she finished it off very strong and bringing it home.
For sure, it was really close heat. I mean, there was less than a point sort of separating the heat totals, and Yeah, unfortunate for Sal. I mean, she's got so much experience out there. You can see she's got that crease in the board. But, I mean, I think she's been surfing out here as early as like 2009, right? So when you add up all that experience, it just feels weird to say that she's already out of the draw because I think she was looking really on fire this morning.
And you check out the numbers there, and she didn't get smoked by any means. She was in the mix. It was very competitive. Even had that high single score by a touch in the matchup. And Betty Lou was able to hang on with some good decision making and move on into finals day. Jumping on some Pizels for this event as we focus in on the finals day bracket, which Kevin Walsh from Surfline saying probably tomorrow. Molly Picklum versus Lakey Peterson. That's a little J-Bay final rematch from last year. World number 1, Katie Simmers, has a former Sunset champion, Brisa Hennessy. Then the back half of the draw, reigning world champ Caroline Marks, last year's runner-up at Sunset, has Joanne DeFay, who made some veteran-type moves, just finding a 7+ ride when it was really challenging to get good ones. And then Isabella Nichols getting on a roll, but she's going to have to deal with a local standout with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Let's really focus on quarterfinal number 1. Molly Picklum taking on Lakey Peterson. What are your thoughts on that one, Flick?
Oh, it's these women are both really, really good friends. They, spent a lot of time together and in the water together, traveling through America last year after the end of the season. And I mean, Molly she's obviously got that momentum. She's won out here before, but today Lakey was looking on fire. She scored, I think it was an 8-point ride for 2 turns. So Lakey is going to be a really, really good heat, and I'll try not to get too ahead of myself, but the next heat has Katie in it. If Molly was to win this, it would be a rematch of the final at Pipe, which would be exciting, but you can't count Lakey out.
You're allowed to get excited about things that may or may not happen. Yeah, the draw's looking great. Then quarter 2, we've got Katie Simmers taking on Brisa Hennessy. This is a big one here, Jesse.
Yeah, that is a big one. And as far as experience and power, I have to pick Brisa on this side. I think what she's done here in the past and what she actually did today, she just looks solid. Had informed Gabby Bryan, which is probably one of the toughest draws to go against, and yeah, she's carrying some momentum.
That was one big shock for me today that Gabby Bryan's out of the event. 2 previous semifinals. Brisa got the jump on Gabby. Katie Simmers had a very close heat with her longtime childhood rival Sawyer Lindblad, and it was a very close. It was like less than 9-point totals on both sides. So I think Katie's got more to show heading into finals day as well.
Definitely. We got a few words out of her in the channel from Strider, and you could tell that she was a little bit disappointed. She didn't really feel like she got to show her true surfing out there. And Katie made quarterfinals out here last year. I think she's got a lot more to give, but I think I've got to go with Jessie on this one. I think Brisa's just looking so strong. Her wave selection out here is on point. And the heat she had with Gabby could have easily have been a final.
She has a lifetime of experience getting pushed out of her comfort zone by local legends like Gahea Hart. She put in so much time out here, about 12 years of age. It made sense that Sunset was the very first CT win for Brisa Hennessy.
Yes, and also for the Hawaiian surfers, they have the advantage to grow up surfing this wave, mostly on the women's side. The men's side, you have the whole Key West. You kind of prepare yourself for this moment. But on the women's side, we never really had events. So most of these girls barely surfed any heats out here or barely even surfed out here. So have the advantage of surfing junior pros growing up, and yeah, all the time spent in the water. It plays into her favor.
Very true. We had a very special moment for the Rising Tides program presented by Pura Vida, where local girls got to watch their favorite surfers up close at Pipeline.
Oh, Caitlin Simmers in back door. Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Whoa, Caitlin. Wow.
This is such a cool experience for these girls because a lot of times for Rising Tides, they get a chance to be in the water. But today, they're going behind the scenes.
How are you guys?
They get the all-access pass to how these women prepare for their heats, to what they walk down to all the media that is down here, all the things that you never really take into consideration when you're trying to figure out what do I need to do to become a pro surfer. They're getting to see that firsthand today. They're rooting on the surfers, cheering them back in. It's an awesome moment for these young girls.
I've surfed small pipe. Yeah, we surfed small like pipe. Really small pipe. I surfed like 3-foot pipe with Moana.
She does a thing called the Moana Surf Club, and we go different places usually every time. And one time, I think it was kind of big, and we went to pipe down over there, and it was so fun. And Moana's such a great teacher.
She's one of the best surfers and queen of pipe.
Rising tides, it's all in the name. A rising tide raises all ships, and that's what we're trying to do, is create more access for these young girls to see that there is an opportunity for them to chase their dreams, become pro surfers. This is the moment for these girls where they can start to put those pieces together so that someday it's them running out here for their finals day at Pipeline and the next generation of young girls rooting them on.
Rising tide!
Such an incredible program. We love watching the next generation. First of all, get to meet their heroes, but it's going to happen sooner than later. They're going to be in the finals at Pipe, at Sunset, and really enjoying their life on the Dream Tour. As we've gotten to a really cool part of the 805 post show, it's time for the Cup Noodles Wave of the Day. Betty Lou, how you feeling? Barrel to hack combination here, Flick.
This was absolutely mental. I loved it. Just pulled in, got shacked, and then belted that last section. Really reminded me of Griff in that heat with Cade. Just really similar. Pulled into a barrel, didn't know she was going to make it out, and then really put it all on the line there for that last maneuver. That last maneuver was really tricky too. She came down with the explosion, and yeah, what a wave, 9.17.
Oh, such a solid performance. You know, she's just happy because she's filled with adrenaline. That's the kind of surfing that she brings to the top 17. Speaking of Betty Lou and that Cup Noodles Wave of the Day, let's hear from her right now with AJ.
Joe, the only thing better than taking home the Cup Noodles Wave of the Day is taking home another heat win for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, moving on to quarterfinals yet again. Walk us through for this heat how you stuck to your strategy to get your ticket into the quarterfinals.
Yes, I mean, with the overlapping heats, me and Ross were just discussing, like, trying to stay busy in the beginning half and then really capitalize on, you know, your priority time out there. And yeah, it ended up working out. It was pretty grindy out there. Me and Sally were kind of close in scores, and I couldn't really find that great of a wave the beginning half. But thankfully, I got one, and it ended up being a backup, so happy to move forward.
Well, and when you have a strategy like that, how important is it for you to see yourself succeed in multiple ways, right? You had this massive wave in the first heat today, and then this one was more of a grind it out, but the end result was the same. How important is that for you?
Yeah, super important. I mean, either way, a heat win's a heat win. No matter if you surfed like really good, you got 9s and 8s, or you know, you could even make a heat with 2 4s even. So yeah, just happy to get through. Usually the grindy ones are the ones that keep you on your toes, but yeah, once you get through those, it makes you feel really good, and you just got to keep that confidence going into the next round.
How do you move on from this one? Get ready for quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yes, I'm super excited to be back into finals day. That's my goal this year for every event, really, just to make finals day and get those good results. But other than that, yeah, just keep improving my surfing, surf the way I surf, and try not to let you know, heats and everything, competing, dictate the way I surf. So yeah, I'm excited.
Sounds good. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Wow, she's still a Grom, and she's dominating, learning so much. Originally fell off at the midseason cut. Last year had a whole year on tour, missed Tahiti with the shoulder surgery, and she's obviously better than ever. Huge performance at Pipe, into finals day at Sunset. What more could you say about Betty Lou right now?
Well, she looks determined to me, and I think she's going to be very, very dangerous again. She's dropping really high scores, just like what we saw down the road at Pipeline. And yeah, another person that's going to have just continuing with that momentum. That's what I'm seeing.
She has Bella Nichols in the quarterfinals on finals day, but she's also winning in different ways. Like she mentioned, getting 9s when they're there and also adapting when the conditions change.
Yeah, and that's what it takes for you to be in a top 5 or be a world title contender. Like, you got to scratch to those weird heats. We saw John a few days ago going through the only like 2 5s. And you expect so much more from him out here, but he just got the job done. Sometimes that's just how it rolls.
And also Betty Lou, free agent for surfboards. Channel Islands at Pipe, Pizels so far at Sunset. If you can shape great boards, try to get in there. What if you get signed with Betty Lou? That'd be a huge deal. Let's check out the Surfline forecast. Kevin Wallace told us in person that he's thinking it's tomorrow where we're crowning champions. We have 2 days left in the waiting period. Flick?
Yeah, for sure. Currently now you're looking at this satellite image. You got that big storm, and that's what was showing that cleaner mid-sized northwest swell, which is building, and it's going to hold to Wednesday and sort of start to ease through to Thursday. So I've got to echo what Kevin Wallace says. I reckon we could be on tomorrow.
Jesse?
Yeah, I'm with you, Flick. Like, it's looking promising for tomorrow. The winds are favorable as well. East-southeast, it's straight offshore. And the waves are firing today. And tomorrow looks very similar. If it stays the way it's saying, it's going to be fireworks.
Look at that. 2 great choices tomorrow, and one will be for the world's best. The other will be given to these amazing locals that live here on the North Shore of Oahu. It's actually really uncrowded right now, believe it or not.
Surprisingly, that's true.
There's it's super clean and really fun as we've gotten to another great part of the 805 Post Show. The top 5 of the day, and this is a big one. Number 5 on the list, rookie Sawyer Lindblad survives after getting that interference called on her. Low score cut in half, still made the heat.
Yeah, this was super impressive. You can see how confused she is. I got to hear her after she came up from this heat. She didn't even know that that was a rule and that you could get an interference doing this. So to convert and change your mindset and come back with a score like this and still get through the heat with an interference, really impressed with this rookie.
That was so impressive. Number 4, Brisa Hennessy on a roll, Jesse.
Yeah, Brisa's definitely on a roll. Just her surfing out here suits so well. You see the second turn, just so much power leaning into that rail and just able to identify good waves as well, which is half of the job done out here at Sunset. And just, yeah, very clean and amazing surfing from Brisa overall.
So powerful, trusty Glenn Pangs have helped her earn a lot of points in her career at Sunset Beach as she's looking for her 2nd event title as she's moving on into finals day. Also coming in number 3 on the daily top 5, Molly Picklum moves into the quarterfinals.
For sure. I mean, she's the defending champ out here. She got a win last year and proving that she can do it and in sort of any kind of heat. Obviously, this heat here was a bit slow in the beginning in the non-priority heat. A couple of little fumbles with priority against India Robinson, but she still got to work, made it happen, and dropped a couple of 7s, a 7.5 and a 7.17, just for that single turn right there. So, yeah, on a roll.
Special performance number 2. Gabby Bryan was aggressive today, Jesse.
Yeah, that's the turn of the day so far for me, together with Bella, 7 points, 3-3, I think. Right here, as you see her leaning into that, so powerful and putting 20% extra on that thing. That was amazing from her. So aggressive, so on rail.
Big 9-point ride from Gabby Bryan, winning the post show. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, 9-1-7 domination today.
Yeah, this wave was just so beautiful. There was only one way through it, and that was through the barrel. She wasn't going to get around that section if she didn't pull in. Backs it up with that cracking carve off the top there, comes down with the foam ball, and yeah, I mean, she loved it. I loved the hair flick. I loved the claim. It's good.
Got to create like a trophy when you win the post show. Right, Jesse?
Of course. You won the post show. She won Wave of the Day. That was just an amazing day for Betty Lou.
And a big day, you know, so how do you settle in and start all over tomorrow? Because we talked about the marathon today, if you surfed in every round. But if you're starting from quarters tomorrow, semifinals and final, I mean, that's a marathon.
It's another big day. I think you drink a lot of water. I think you drink some electrolytes, and I think you get a lot of sleep.
What do you recommend, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm with Flick on this one. Like, there's nothing. It's pretty simple. Just hydrate yourself, have a very good rest, and because tomorrow starts fresh, it's anyone's game.
Anyone's game. Hope you guys enjoyed the show today. Prepare for finals day tomorrow as you check in with us. Local time, 7:45 in the morning. We'll leave you with some highlights, and we'll see you bright and early. Take care. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.